Thank you, Kevin. Welcome to the county ground in Derby, where Derbyshire are taking on Worcestershire in the one-day cup, as Kevin, I'm sure, has just told everybody. If you're joining us online via the BBC Sport website, you're very welcome as well. Frank Watson is alongside from BBC Hereford and Worcester. I'm waiting to do an update at 11, but that's miles away. I can give you the Derbyshire team then. I'll let Frank go through the Worcestershire one. There's some names on there that I don't necessarily recognise. All perfectly recognisable names in the Derbyshire side. In fact, just one change from the side that beat Lancashire by 9 wickets in a match that lasted 39 overs and 5 balls on Wednesday. So Harry Kane and Lewis Rees, Brooke Guest, David Lloyd, Matt Lamb, Yusuf Bin Naeem, Samit Patel, the skipper, Zach Chappell, Sam Connors, Darren Dupavilon, who comes in for Harry Moore, and Pat Brown. That's the Derbyshire 11. Worcestershire have won the toss and they've decided to have a bowl, Frank.
Yeah, they have. Fresh pitch, isn't it? And it looks got a tinge of green. Might do a little bit early on. Worcestershire
by the green.
Worcestershire, excuse me, extremely inexperienced side, as most people who have been following their fortunes in this competition will be aware. And Tom Taylor left out today as well, having a rest. He's carried a lot of the seam bowling workload in recent weeks, so it's a very inexperienced side. Ed Pollock will open the batting with Gareth Roderick, the keeper, Rob Jones, Jake Libby, the captain, Ethan Brooks, and then that's it as far as experience goes, really, because after that you've got Rehan Adavalath, young batsman who's an academy product. Hisham Khan, recent signing from the South Asian Cricket Academy, left-arm seamer. Haven't seen him myself yet. Fateh Singh, on loan, left-arm orthodox spinner from Notts. Tom Hindley, left-arm wrist spinner, also on loan from Sussex. And then Jack Home, Shrewsbury School boy, just coming into the side, playing his third game, I think. And Harry Darley, who's probably, I joked with him this morning, a veteran of the side, because I think he's played about 5 times. So very, very inexperienced Worcestershire side, but like Derbyshire, they've made a good start in this competition. They've won the first 2, and these are the top 2 teams in the group as it stands, but it is very much experience against inexperience today, but you never know. Harry Darley is going to bowl the first over.
I'm told it's a bouncy pitch. It's bouncier, I was led to believe, although we'll see at some point, bouncier than the pitch that we played on Wednesday, which was very, very bouncy. There is Darley then from the racecourse end, into bowl to Harry Kane, who leaves the first ball alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. Decent enough crowd in so far. Family day, I was going to say community day, it's family day today. There's some activities behind us in the media centre at the racecourse end of the ground. The bouncy castle I've got my eye on.
Yeah, I saw that, and there's a massive inflatable dartboard of some description as well.
Yes.
Is that football darts or something?
I think I'm going to take my real darts there, see how it holds up. Here's Darley into bowl to Kane, who drives, but doesn't really time that one. He goes out towards Singh. There is no run.
Yeah, so you'll have to excuse me, Dave, today with the fielders, because there'll be a few, a few that I haven't seen before. You have to just kind of get used to where they field and what sort of movements they make, don't you?
Yes, I'm doing Burton Albion tomorrow, and
good luck with that.
We've only got 3 players who were there last year. It's Darley in bowls to Kane, strikes him on the pad. Was a little inside edge on that. The umpires, incidentally, it's not out. The umpires are David Milnes, who is unmistakably standing at square leg at the moment, and Casper Viljoen, who is not an umpire I've come across, if I'm entirely honest with you, but he's standing at the racecourse end, where Lewis Rees is currently leaning nonchalantly on his bat. A century 2 games ago for Harry Kane, his first in List A cricket. That was against Middlesex, and he pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run as Adavalath does the fielding. Lewis Rees got to his half century against Lancashire, his former club, in that back-to-back 9 wicket wins. Derbyshire haven't won 4 games in a row at the start of a competition since the late 90s.
I would seriously think they fancy their chances in this year, Dave.
Oh, yes, I think you might be right. About time. Here's Darley in again and bowls, and that one strikes the pad outside the line now, I fancy. Got a long way across, Harry Kane. We're not right behind the bowler's arm. It's a great view, but we're not right behind the bowler's arm. I can't imagine. I'd have been surprised, let's say that, if it had been given out. I've got the news in my ears, Frank. Can I leave this over with you?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah. Darley to continue then. Bright sunshine, lovely day here at the Incora County Ground, as I'm sure it is across the country. Most of the games today. Darley in again, bowls, and on the back foot came defence, and that's the end of the first over. A maiden from Harry Darley, very tidy. 2 shouts for LBW turned down. Enough to perhaps put a little bit of doubt into the batsman's mind. A little bit of movement back in, we think. But as Dave was saying, we can't see perfectly from our vantage point here. We're not behind the arm. We're a high over, well, third man it will be now for the second over of the innings, which is going to be bowled by Hisham Khan from the far end of the ground. Long on when Harry Darley was bowling from this end. Lewis Rees is the batsman on strike. In-form player in this competition. Rees, 88, 2 games ago against Middlesex, 52 not out the other day in the win over Lancashire. So a player who will be feeling reasonably confident, you would imagine. The left-hander facing up now to Hisham Khan. Left arm over the wicket, bowls to him, and Rees is just pushing this one out on the onside. And Libby, the captain, comes in from mid-on to do the fielding. Libby, who skippered the side in this competition last season, is the Red Bull vice-captain. And they did pretty well, Worcestershire, last year in this competition. Got through to the later stages before losing down at the Ageas Bowl against Hampshire. Khan again is in, bowls, and the first runs of the day, or the first run of the day, as this is steered down to third man by Lewis Rees. And just a single is taken. So Hisham Khan, left arm over the wicket, medium pacer, signed from the South Asian Cricket Academy, as indeed was Kashif Ali, who's not playing in this game, one of the injured players, one of the many injured Worcestershire players at the moment, desperately trying to get 2 or 3 fit to play in the final rounds of the championship. Khan is again in, bowls, and this time's driven by Kane, and he picks up a single, hit to wide mid-off, and fielded there by Jack Home, another young seamer who we're looking forward to seeing later in this innings.
He did play in that T20, didn't he?
He did,
sure,
yeah.
I thought there were a couple of youngsters who played in that played really well.
Darley and Home played in that, yeah. He bowled well in that game. He's got a bit about him, we think. He's a slip of a lad, but he's got some pace. Hisham Khan again bowls, and on the back foot, Rees is just defending this back up the pitch to the bowler. David Milnes, the umpire, you mentioned him, Fletch, at the far end there, and we have a thing called the Worcestershire Cricket Society, where we have speakers in the winter, and they come in, once a month. And I usually, along with Dave Bradley, interview them, or, just sort of help things along, as it were. And David Milnes came the winter before last, and nobody quite knew what to expect. Not a big name on the speaking circuit. I'll just break off as Khan bowls again, and a single here to Lewis Rees, steered out behind square on the offside, and That takes the total on to 3 without loss. And David Mills came along, and I think everybody was quite uncertain. He was brilliant.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Very funny.
To be dry.
Very dry. Very funny. Self-deprecation, which is always good in those situations. Just really, really entertaining. So if you're a Cricket Society booking agent and you're looking for a good speaker, bear him in mind. David Mills.
10%.
Really good. I'll settle for 2. This one a little bit shorter from Khan, and gets on top of it very nicely. Harry came and steers it deliberately down to third man, where Darley does the fielding. Single taken, 4 singles off the over, 2 overs gone, and Derbyshire put into bat here, 4 without loss.
It's always good to hear the old tales of the old days. They're not that old, of course, but they feel like them. Plenty of action going on. The game at Somerset, Taunton, between Somerset and Lancashire in this group, which is Group A, doesn't get underway until 2 o'clock. Somerset taking on Lancashire, but Northamptonshire have won the toss at Chester-le Street. They're batting first. They're 13 without loss. In Group B, as a new over from Harry Darley begins from the racecourse end. Bowling to Harry Kame, and that one is pushed up to Jake Libby at mid-on. Glamorgan put Sussex into bat at where they're playing Neath, of course. They're playing at Neath. It's well, they haven't scored a run yet, and they've had 11 deliveries down there. Warwickshire, however, 10 without loss in the second over against Surrey after being put into bat at Rugby. And at York, Gloucestershire are batting, having chosen to do so, and they have 1 without loss. All those games on the BBC Sport website, of course, as this one is outside the off stump. And a defensive shot looking to push it into the offside, ends up coming off an inside edge up towards Jake Libby again, and this time, once again, there is no run.
Nice to see the outgrounds being used. Fletch, York,
Absolutely.
York, Neath, Rugby School. Quite big occasions for those grounds these days. They get so little first team cricket.
Yorkshire have been to Yorker for a few years now, haven't they? As Darley bowls, raps came on the pad, ball dribbles into the leg side. And no run, never been to York or Neath.
I've been to Neath for rugby,
Yeah.
but it's the same, the Knoll, I think. I remember going there when, before rugby went professional, and Neath were one of the top
Yes.
Welsh sides. Jonathan Davis was playing for them when I went there, talking of the old days.
They were all black with a
with
white
a Maltese cross.
Yeah.
Fabulous ground atmosphere in those days.
Darley bowls, it's guided down to third man by Harry Kame for a single. He moves on to 3-5 without loss. Now Derbyshire, who were put into bat this morning, losing the toss for the first time this season, so it's the first time they've batted first, having won 3 times batting second, twice very comfortably against Middlesex and Lancashire, and once from 79 for 7 at Northampton in the opening game of the season, and they've barely looked back since then after being 79 for 7.
It's an interesting one that they've batted second every time, and Worcestershire have batted first every time until today.
As Darley's next delivery is defended by the left-handed Rees back down the track. I always think that the opposition captains, I'm not suggesting this is the reason that Jake Libby decided to have a bat first, although if you look at a bowl first rather, if you look at the way the last 2 games have gone here, on 2 pitches closer to the players' pavilion, the visiting side haven't made enough runs. 99 was never going to be enough runs for Lancashire, bowled out in 20 overs. As Darley around the wicket bowls, and he has a little nibble at that one. There's an appeal from behind, but nothing from the bowler, and not much from the wicketkeeper either, in fairness. It was the 2 slips getting a little overexcited, and that is the end of the 3rd over. 5 without loss, and Darley started really nicely. 2 overs, he's conceded just the 1 run. He's already making his way down to the boundary down below us, but you can get fooled by a tinge of green at Derby, because certainly the closer to the middle of the square that you go, and we have moved a little bit closer to the middle, it can look really green and make absolutely no difference whatsoever. Certainly in recent years, it's been a real problem getting fast, bouncy pitches.
Good start for Darley then. Hisham Khan to start his 2nd over. And this one is short of a length outside the off stump and brings the first boundary of the morning. A beautiful square drive off the back foot by Harry Kane, executed perfectly, got right on top of it, just in front of square, and away over the rope, away to our right. Lovely shot from Harry Kane, takes him to 7 off 13 balls. Lewis Rees has 2. Derbyshire now 9 without loss. And Khan looking to straighten up a little bit, I would imagine. He's in and bowls, and he does so. And Kane was on the back foot, just pushes out into the covers. And there is no run on this occasion. Tom Hinley, the fielder, at extra cover. Took 5 wickets with his left arm wrist spin against Durham the other day, but well, one was a leg side stumping off a wide.
What's wrong with that?
A couple were when they were slogging desperately towards the end, but even so, decent effort by the young man. Khan again in, bowls. No ball called by umpire Milnes. Just pushed defensively up to mid-on by Harry Kane. Free hit, up and coming.
How was Martin? Martin Emerson.
I was on holiday, and he was on holiday, I think.
Oh,
so
during the cricket season?
Yeah,
Having a holiday during the cricket?
Sorry. Yeah. No, I was away for a week, and he wasn't able to do that game either for some reason, so
Unforgivable.
I didn't see him, yeah.
He's given up. I've only seen him once this season.
I've seen him. I had the 3 out of the 4 days at Kidderminster. He didn't go to 4 days. Khan in, bowls. Oh, there's the free hit. Gone way, way up in the air and is caught. No, it's dropped. Doesn't matter. At mid-on, deep mid-on. And it was another no ball by the look of it. So Khan has not started well here. A little bit in and out, really. Another free hit up and coming. So that one smashed up in the air. They ran one. Harry Kane really gave it everything, threw everything at it, almost threw himself off his feet, and it went skied up in the air, and Jake Libby got underneath it at mid-on, inside the circle, dropped it, didn't matter, they got one. It was another no ball anyway. And now a few changes in the field for the left-handed Lewis Rees. Deep mid-wicket, long on the boundary. Khan stays over the wicket. Here comes that free hit. He bowls and Rees smashes it up in the air, and he is caught this time, but it's a free hit, so it doesn't matter. Rob Jones, the fielder, showing Jake Libby how he should have done it on the previous delivery, and they get another run. So there we are, all kinds of things going on. Isham Khan struggling a little bit. It's a bit untidy. He's only bowled 1.5 overs. He's gone for 14. Nothing disastrous, only one boundary, but it's all a bit messy, as you say, Fletch. 15 without loss, halfway through the 4th. And Khan in again. Bowls, and on the back foot. Kane just steers this down to third man, Darley Fields, and they take a single. So, yeah, Isham Khan, as I say, he's trialled with a few counties, I understand. He's 24 years old, no more than medium pace, left arm over the wicket. Looks as though he possibly might get a bit of shape on the red ball. Doesn't do a lot the white ball, as we know, in the air. Approach of about 20 yards or so. He's in again, bowls, and Rees just eases this one off his hip out to Hinley at square leg, and they take another single. He looks quite friendly, to be fair, I think, at the moment from that end, but as you said, Fletch, Darley from this end has been asking a few more questions, nipping it around a little bit. And to be fair to Isham Khan, very inexperienced and still finding his way at this level, as are a lot of this Worcestershire side, really. And it's good to see in this competition that they're getting a chance. Khan in again, bowls, and this one's over-pitched on leg stump and clipped by Kane through mid-wicket. He'll pick up 2 as a Davalath comes round the boundary to do the fielding. And that is the end of a fairly expensive over from Hisham Khan, which, at the end of it, 19 without loss. I'm just trying to work out how many actually came from it. 12, yeah. Well, there you go. He hasn't settled. He looks a little bit unsettled as he takes his cap and walks away, shaking his head. 19 without loss then. 4 overs gone. Darley round the wicket to the left-handed Rees.
It's tough, isn't it? It's tough. Here's the new white ball. Off you go. Darley bowls to Rees, who's cut this one just to the right of the man at point and away for 4 runs, but it wasn't a million miles away from the man at point, but it wouldn't have counted anyway, because I think it's been signalled no ball as well as the 4 by umpire Viljean. I'd have to...
Yeah.
Was it no ball as well? Yeah, free hit has been signalled.
And it was a rotten ball as well, even though he hit it in the air. It was short and wide, wasn't it?
They quite often get a wicket now. I'm sure I picked up quite a few wickets over the course of my time in village cricket with shockers. That was my stock ball, the shocker, and if I bowled a good one. So a free hit, 25 without loss. Darley bowls, Rees advances on him and he can do no more than hit it straight to Jake Libby on the edge of the circle. And it's another no ball. Oh dear. This is not going well for Worcestershire after what had been a fairly good first couple of overs from Darley. He's now bowled.
He's gone round the wicket and bowled successive no balls.
He went round in the previous. He certainly went round in the previous over to Rees as well, though. So I'm not sure he can blame that. I'm not sure he wants to blame anything, but. Got an issue or two here just to sort out the young opening bowlers for Worcestershire. What will he do now? Rees waits. This is another free hit, and this time it's down the leg side and is signalled wide, so it's a run to the total and still a free hit. Yeah. Yes. This is getting overly complicated for my
umpires have got arm ache.
I think it's as much exercise as David Milnes has done for a while in that previous over with waving his arm around his head, but I'm sure that none of his family are listening. And if they are, I'm only joking. 28 without loss, and we're just at the start of the 5th over again, as this one is wide of the off stump this time and signalled wide, and now this is getting awkward for these two. I would suggest, Frank. Somebody, Jake Libby needs to go and have a word. Yeah, the captain, or somebody senior needs to. I know he's played before, Harry Darley.
Yeah.
Somebody just to say, look, just calm down. Just do what you normally do. Nothing to alarm anybody. 29 without loss.
You're right. And when Jake Libby looks around his side, as far as the bowlers are concerned, he hasn't got any experience to turn to. Literally, all the bowlers are relatively young, inexperienced players.
Darley bowls. That one is clubbed into the ground. Was that still a free hit? I'm not sure. Doesn't matter anyway. It's gone. I don't know. It's gone straight to Singh, and they have gone through.
There appears to be only one delivery gone in the over.
Yeah,
so
30 without loss. All as you've got to know is, as a Worcestershire bowler, an inexperienced Worcestershire bowler, is that on Wednesday, Pat Brown bowled a 10-ball over because of no balls and wides and all the rest of it, and still managed to take 5 for 37 from 6 overs. So
it
can happen. This next delivery is clipped nicely into the leg side by Harry Kane.
Shot.
Out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Beautifully played. Just leant into it really as much as anything and pushed it away just to the right of the man in at mid-wicket inside the circle. And as the scoreboard disappears, he moves on to 15, 34 without loss.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, from the batter's point of view as well, you think it's easy when this is happening, but in fact, in the middle of a 10-ball over or a 12-ball over or whatever, someone like Pat Brown can come up with an absolute jaffer.
Yes.
That you're not really expecting. And
took a wicket with his first ball of that over and then went on to bowl another 9 balls. Did admit that he was blowing a bit by the end of it as Darley bowls outside the off stump. Grubs along the floor. It's not taken cleanly by Broderick. No real blame attached to him, but it is a bye, which he won't be pleased with, the wicket keeper. It's 5 without loss now, halfway through the 5th over.
Yeah, we were discussing on the way here, Fletcher, in the car, about the Worcestershire lineup and the fact that Tom Taylor's not playing today, who's the sort of one kind of experienced seamer. But he can't play really well. Can he play every game? I don't know. Maybe it's asking a lot, and he's got to try and stay fit for the 4-day stuff as well.
Reese waits and defends this next ball from Darley into the onside, where it's fielded by a Davalath, and there's no room.
And we were just talking about, the fact that it's so difficult for the coaches to get the balance right, because if you go with a totally inexperienced attack as they have today, to all intents and purposes, when you need someone to chuck the ball to just settle things down for an over or two, there isn't anybody there really. It's asking an awful lot of these young lads to put them all out there together, but needs must.
Next delivery is pushed backward square on the offside by Reese, and there is no run. Ethan Brooks does the fielding. Yes, when you compare the Worcestershire bowling attack with Zach Chappell, Sam Connors, Darren Dupavel on the overseas, and Pat Brown.
Yeah.
And then you chuck in Samit Patel and Lewis Reese, who has bowled in this competition this season with his left arm, medium pace. They would probably have, I don't know, gone into a championship match with a bowling attack like that.
Yeah.
They are bottom of the championship, of course. Darley bowls, that one's clipped into the leg side, have been woeful in red ball cricket. There is no run. 35 without loss at the end of the 5th over. Darley's figures slightly ruined by that over. 3 overs for 16. Kame has 15. Reese has 9, which will tell you that how many extras there have been already.
Yeah, that said, it's not an excuse. It is what it is. Worcestershire find themselves in this position, and they're not the only team that suffers injuries and that they are the only team that hasn't lost anybody to the 100, I think. So that's a factor as well that you've got to take into account when you look at the opposition. But there is a relative disparity today, as you say. But opportunities as well present themselves, and Hisham Khan has got an opportunity here to just tidy things up a bit. And he starts with a decent delivery, which just pushes out on the onside, and Rob Jones does the fielding. But I don't think I've ever seen a more inexperienced side than this in a sort of senior competition for Worcestershire. But that said, it's been the case in the previous 2 games, and they've won them handsomely. So maybe it's an opportunity for them to not just give chances to people, but discover some real talent. Hisham Khan again, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and Kame drives, but Ethan Brooks is pretty sharp at cover point, moving to his right, and they don't get a run. Lovely morning here in Derby, beautiful sunshine, a little bit of wispy cloud, probably the same wherever you're watching cricket, I would imagine, this morning, and a decent crowd building. It's quite a big ground. The crowd gets spread out here, doesn't it? It's hard to sort of calculate numbers exactly.
2 more lots of stands to our right and our left, which we can't see as well.
Here's Khan again. Past umpire Milnes, bowls half volley outside the off stump, and Kame, who we were talking about before, is an informed batsman, puts it away with a minimum of fuss. Probably would put it away 95 times out of 100. Half volley just outside off stump, just leaned into it, didn't even bother running. Made sure it went in the gap between extra cover and cover point, and then just watched it roll away to the boundary. Lovely shot from Kame, takes him on to 19. 39 without loss. It's becoming quietly a pretty good start, this, having been put into bat. Khan bowls again, and a good reply from the left armour as he beats Kame. He pushes at that outside the off stump, but you can hardly remember a particularly good shot. There was that one there and maybe one other before off from Kame through mid-wicket, but such has been Worcestershire's indiscipline with the ball, and the no balls and the extras. There's 11 extras already, and Derbyshire, without really appearing to put a great deal into it, have moved on to 39 without loss. Decent start. Khan again bowls wide outside the off stump, signalled wide by umpire Milnes. And just exactly what we were talking about, I suppose. Jake Libby would be looking around there thinking, well, if I had a nice experienced seamer that I could chuck the ball to and ask him to come on and bowl me 4 or 5 tidy ones, that would be nice.
Imagine that when Derbyshire do bowl, that Connors and Chappell will open the bowling, which means they'll have to do Pavillon and Brown waiting in the wings, and that makes a huge difference, doesn't it?
Alan Richardson, the head coach, actually down in front of us talking to Pat Brown at the moment. As Khan is in again and bowls, and that's better. Kane is forward, pushing this defensively back to the bowler. 40 without loss then. Just in the 6th over.
Zach Chappell with him. Zach is a familiar walker around the boundary in all forms, well, not in T20 obviously, but in 50 over cricket and in red ball cricket. Always on the move. I don't think he can sit still, if I'm honest.
Khan again to complete the over. 6th of the innings. Bowls now, and Kane is forward, pushing out on the offside, where Hindley is the fielder. There is no run. 40 without loss. Kane has 19, Rees has 9, and a good solid start by Derbyshire, and as I say, slightly indisciplined bowling from the Worcestershire pair, although Darley did start well, to be fair.
No, he did. Morning to Mark Crossland, who's the first listener to get in touch today. There is no prize for that, of course, but he's listening inside the ground. He says he's enjoying the commentary. Must be a bad line. Many ways to listen to us today, of course, on the BBC Sport website and app, and of course on 5 Sports Extra until mid-afternoon as Darley goes in and bowls to Lewis Rees and beats him outside the off-stump. Nice delivery. Ball goes through to Callum Broderick. Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Kevin Howells from, I'm not sure what he's from. He's from 5 Live. And myself, Dave Fletcher, with the commentary today. And of course, once we do go off Sports Extra, you'll be able to listen, as you can, to all the games taking place today in the Metro Bank One Day Cup via the BBC Sport website and app. Darley in, still 2 slips in place, bowls to Lewis Rees, who pushes this out into the offside. Clearly had no idea where the ball had gone, because he was asking Harry Kane if there was a single there when patently wasn't, as Brooks came in from point to do the fielding. And it remains 40 without loss in the 7th over. If I kept records of stuff, I'd let you know how good a power play this was for us. I really don't bother with that kind of thing.
Well, it's not quite as easy to calculate what is a good power play, not in this length of cricket.
Power plays either, are they? This one is pushed to point by Lewis Rees.
Although you have to, I have to admit, the power play in T20 is quite a significant feature of it, isn't it?
Absolutely. Really? Yes, if you can get to 60 in a T20 power play.
Not lose 3 wickets, I think, is the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, we all know what happens when you lose 3 wickets.
Well, so they say, well, that's changing a bit, isn't it? Well, don't you think this year, I've seen teams winning games.
No, that's one of my stock phrases when I'm not thinking. I can just trot that out. As Darley's to bowl to Rees wide of the off.
No, I agree with you. And it was Ish Sodhi that said it to me a couple of years ago, that they just, in New Zealand, they particularly identified that if you lose 3 wickets in the power play, you lose 85%. But actually this year, up and down the country, I've noticed quite a few teams that have had disastrous starts then go on and get big scores and win. So
that's disappointing.
Maybe it's it's a whole new strategy of commentary next year.
I'll find a new cliche from somewhere. Here's Darley, penultimate ball of the 7th over, is turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees, and there's Darren Rees, who got 8 in the opening match of the season, and when none of the top order fired. In fact, there were 3 ducks before Zach Chappell joined Ross Whiteley out in the middle with that remarkable 8th wicket stand that saw Derbyshire victory at Wantage Road. Rees then got 88 against Middlesex and 52 against Lancashire, not out here, and he lets this one go outside the off stump, and there is no run. That very heavy sigh will tell you that the cheerful Frank Watson has departed. And Kevin Howells.
Well, I've got a new cliche for you for next year.
Oh, good, I could do with one.
Those teams that lose 10 wickets in the power play tend not to go on and win the matches.
I daren't say that, because Derbyshire could do that.
Okay.
Because they have an iffy T20 record, as most people will know. 40 without loss after 7. Kevin, good to see you. How are you?
I'm all right, actually.
Good man.
I've decided that all I want in life,
Oh, yeah.
sunshine, cricket.
Yeah.
Not bad combination, is it?
No. Cup of coffee.
Well, that's just an addition.
All right.
Sunshine and cricket.
Shall I do this one?
Yeah.
Excellent. Khan bowls to Harry Kane, who pushes this ball up to mid-on, where Jake Libby does the fielding. It's no, it isn't. It's Hisham Khan.
Yeah, I did realise it. Yeah, no, I'll do this then. Okay. I'm not ready yet, Kip. I need to settle in.
Yeah, no,
you didn't give me warning. I was straight on. I wasn't warmed up or anything.
I know you could.
Oh my God!
You could have pulled something, couldn't you?
Yeah, I could have done. Thank goodness I didn't.
Thank goodness for everybody.
Family day today, Dave. Yeah.
It is.
It is family day.
Yes.
It's family days at a few other grounds as well.
There's an irony. Here comes Khan again. Left arm over the wicket, bowling to Harry Kane, who gets a thick inside edge on that one. He's called through for a quick single by Lewis Rees, and they get there as Rob Jones kicks the ball towards the stumps and misses. A moral victory, such as they are, to Hisham Khan with that delivery. He's had one nightmare over, and the rest of the time he's bowled pretty well, actually. I know he's conceded 24 from his 3 overs and 2 balls, but settling into it now, which is good to see from a Worcestershire perspective. Still got the 2 slips in place. Ed Pollock being one of them. As in comes Khan and bowls. And that one is clipped off his pads by Lewis Rees out towards backward square leg. They think about a second. It isn't there as Tom Hindley comes around to do the fielding. And they get a run. I think the other slip was Rob Jones, but he's no longer at slip for the right-handed Harry Kane. 42 without loss halfway through the 8th over.
Getting giddy. Started this competition. Knowing you, because it is something that, you know, I'm a big fan of yours, as you know. But I do worry sometimes that, you know, the extreme highs and the extreme lows that you go from one to the other.
There are a lot of lows.
Based on just one result sometimes.
No. Khan bowls to Harry Kane, pushed up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Well, we know how important this is. They haven't won 4 in a row at the start of any competition. No, they haven't won 4 in a row, all format I think it is, since 2005. That might just be list A though. And they haven't won the first 4 matches of a competition since 1998. They got to the Out West final.
There's a bit of context to today then, Dave. Just a bit of context.
Yeah, so anybody who says that, well, if they win this, they'll have won as many games as they've lost this season. Khan is in and bowls. Oh, and there's a go at that one. Harry came outside the off stump. It flashes through to Gareth Roderick. And fortunately for Kane, he missed it. So yeah, it's a big game for Derbyshire. They've got 2 away games straight after this. Taunton on Saturday, and then Southampton next Wednesday before Kent here on the Friday, and then we go up to Durham to finish off the group stage.
I know it's difficult to know which day is the week, but just in case anybody does dash off a day early, you mean Sunday for Taunton or not?
Yes. What did I say?
Saturday.
Oh no, definitely Sunday. I'm somewhere else on Saturday. Here's Khan in and bowls to Kane. Ooh, gets a bottom edge on that one as he drives up. I say drives. His back was a long way from his body while he was driving, and it bounces into the floor and through to the keeper, and it's the end of the over. A much better one for Khan. 8 overs gone now. Derbyshire 42 without loss. Kane has 20. Rees has 10. Yes, Sunday and Wednesday.
No complaints, because it's a great job, but we are very much at that time of year where it's know where you're supposed to be, on which day, at what time. Sometimes when you get there, it's at that point do I try and work out who the opposition is. Generally speaking, you can work out who the home side is by the fact you're at their ground.
Yes.
Not always.
No.
But, I mean, look at Middlesex playing with Essex a little bit. But anyway, next ball. Start of the next over. Hammered into the offside. There shall be no run. So, here we are.
But that was,
Derbyshire 42 for no wicket.
Frank was talking about outgrounds, and today they're playing at Rugby School and at York and at Neath. All those games in the other group, Group B, I think. The other group, anyway. Derbyshire don't go to any outgrounds in this competition, nor do they play any home games at any outgrounds.
I am genuinely gobsmacked.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Reese is on 10 here. It's 42 for no wicket. We're in the 9th over. And around the wickets, and that's past the stump of Darley, who's had an interesting morning. Darley and Khan, the opening pair. You know, and I am going to mention, and I'm not going to, you can say whatever you want, but the thing about the 100 is the 100 gives a platform to players' profile that many people in the country would never have heard of. We know about them because we see them in county cricket. We know they are really good players. For me, one of the beauties of this competition is, again, new names, new exciting talent. We wish them all the best. Darley here, case in point, in bowls, and that's hammered down into the ground over the top of the fielder at backward point. That's going to be 4 runs for Reese. And he moves on to 14 off 24 balls. Just get the pace. Oh, that ball's pretty good, isn't it? 14 off 24, and it's 46 for no wicket. On this glorious day. I mean, genuinely, a few weeks ago when we had the first week of nice weather, then it all disappeared very quickly. I was down at Canterbury. But it was such a reminder to me about this is what it's supposed to be. This is a summer sport. And we had glorious summer weather, and we have again today, and it's brilliant. Lovely to see. A little bit of width and going to carve that one, Reese. Ooh, that looked a little bit loose. Very lucky not to get anything on that. A couple of slips in there at the moment, almost bringing into play, and another wide has been signalled. Oh, it's been a bit of a torrid time for the... Well, I'm going to give full empathy to the umpires.
They're exhausted,
They've had a lot of work to do. It's not been easy for them at all. We have seen 2 wides, 2 no balls, maybe 3 wides now for Darley. In bowls and worked away, lovely little shot. Away on the onside, the fielder goes chasing it. Nice little, oh, it was a nice little pick up until he put his hand on it and then threw it straight back out again, and over the rope it goes. So, look, we mustn't have too high expectation on this, and that sounds very, it's 50 on the board, by the way, but if we are going to say we're looking forward to seeing new, exciting young players, we've got to make sure that we give them the benefit of the doubt and the credit that this is a big step up for them. This is the next step in a lot of their journeys. So 51 for no wicket, and this is in the 9th over. And Reese is on 18, he's still facing. Darley in and bowls and defended. Back up towards mid-on, and there will be no run. But for these 2 teams, go on.
Well, I'm going to defend Hisham Khan, who didn't feel that on the boundary. He's probably using all his energy at the moment, trying to make sure that he bowls as well as he can.
Yeah, fair.
He's gone down there in between, for the over that he's not bowling, and all of a sudden the ball comes to him, and he just took his eye off it, didn't he? There's nothing more than that. It was 99 times out of 100, it would have just been a regulation bit of fielding.
Yeah, but he knows he should have taken it. Reese is on 18, next ball, and it's into the offside. No run. Just going to say, but this is set up as, you know, if you're a Derbyshire supporter, then do that over. 51 for no wicket. Derbyshire supporter, Worcestershire supporter. If it were me, and I'm not a supporter of either of the counties, I'd be looking at this and I'd be thinking, I don't care who's out there. Actually, I don't care. This is my team. This is who I'm supporting. And if you take a look at a few youngsters, even Harry Brook the other night. It actually was Nicholas Pooran who stole the show really in that 100 match. But Brook was playing brilliantly, as he tends to do, not always, but tends to do so. And I just recall when I first started seeing him play and the journey. That's the beauty. If you do engage with your county side, you can follow those players through, and it is a remarkable journey. They're not all as extraordinary as Jimmy Anderson's and Andy Murray's, but if you follow sports people through, it is part of the joy.
Khan begins a new over, ball guided down towards third man, where it's fielded by Darley. That was by Harry Kane, who picks up another single to move to 21. Well, you followed a few over the years, Kevin, haven't you? Followed
down
a few.
the years.
Alec Betts.
Yeah, I never had him down as somebody who's going to be as good as he turned out to be, but...
It's the first name that, I don't know why that was the first name that popped into my head, really. Yeah. Well, W.G. Grace's was, but that was too fanciful.
Yeah. No, I wasn't there for W.G., no.
I'd love to have seen him play. I'd just love to have been around in that era.
Knowing that he was going to win every game he played in.
Well, he never scored a century against Derbyshire. as Khan plays bowls to Lewis Rees, and that's come off a pad and gone down to a very fine leg for 4-leg buys, which have been signalled by umpire Milnes. It was a sharpish delivery, but just lacked a bit of direction, unfortunately, for Hisham Khan, who's figures now 0 for 26 from 4 overs and 2 balls. People are asking me questions that I can't really answer.
Oh dear. Day of the week?
No,
when are we playing Somerset?
That's Saturday, Sunday, isn't it? Sometime anyway over the weekend. I think I'm being told not to get too early to Burton tomorrow.
Yeah.
Here comes Khan and bowls to Lewis Reed, who turns that one nicely into the leg side just for a single off his hip. And they trot through for one. Reed moves to 19, 57 without loss, halfway through the 10th over. So about to come to the end of the initial fielding restrictions.
I'm telling you, you're looking down this Derbyshire team, there's quite a lot of experience in this.
There's an awful lot of experience.
Yeah. Worcestershire, it's different. It's a different story.
Yes, it is. Khan bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Harry Kane, and there's no run. Yes. Yeah. Well, Yusuf bin Naim is 18. Was 18 last weekend, I think. We've yet to see him bat because he's only played in the last 2 matches, and of course they've won those by 9 wickets. David Lloyd, who's going to bat at 4, is the red ball skipper. Guest, barring one T20, down at Worcester, in fact, has played every game for the last year and a half. So they are a very experienced lineup and should do well in this competition as Khan bowls to Kame, who pushes it backward square on the offside. Brooks fields, and there's no run. Harry Kane started the season in the championship side, but lost his place. But they still, and this sort of shows that the strength of the squad that Mickey Arthur is putting together. There are 3 players who are playing in the 100, including the captain of this 50-over side. Ross Whiteley's down in Cardiff. And Aaron Donald is at Birmingham, and Wayne Madsen, of course, as he has been, I think, for the duration of the 100, is at Manchester. Well, he was leading scorer in Manchester Originals last night, I noticed. While I was watching the Olympics, this next one is guided. He's rather reached for that, Harry Kane. He rather shouldn't have reached for it either. And he tosses his bat. There's a full spin of the bat and catches it by the handle, end of the over. End of the power play, 57 if it is a power play. 57 without loss.
You know, it has been, I think, a very tough summer for cricket in terms of getting profile, because you're right. You know, we enjoy watching our cricket, whether it be live or perhaps on the telly and everything, but you're sitting there at home and you've got these options on the telly. And once every 4 years, there is this extraordinary event called the Olympics, full of people doing just, I mean, I don't know if you've
Ridiculous. I watched a lot of it. I love the Olympics.
What about gymnastics?
Oh, Simone Biles.
What's going on there?
Just an astonishing athlete.
I mean, looking at, I'm being serious now, yeah? And I know this. You'll probably think I'm daft for this. I am almost in tears, overwhelmed at what they are doing in front of me in gymnastics. Yeah. And yet it'll go another 4 years. I probably don't watch it again. Yet they probably are doing this week in, week out, or month in, month out. That's just staggering. And then you've got the Andy Murray story, which is going on much about at the same time. Yeah. You know there's a game of cricket taking place somewhere else and all that sort of stuff, but you're thinking, look, tomorrow I can watch a game of cricket again. This is going to happen once every 4 years. It's just extraordinary, the Olympics. It really is. Round the wicket, start of the next over, and the first change of bowling here as well for the day. And that is hammered straight to the player at backward point for no run.
Well, I was watching last night. I was flicking between all sorts of things. Whether it was the gymnastics on, Andy Murray was looked like at one point they might pull off another heroic victory, him and Dan Evans, but couldn't quite manage to get over the line. Yeah. And I was watching the BMX bike racing.
Yeah.
Which is the most ridiculous thing.
It's Jack Home bowling his second delivery here, and that is defended. This is better. This is a really good start from Home, actually. I mean, that one was wide. He was carved away. So this is early stages. I went back to the Olympics second because I started this one. A bit of a soft spot for Jack here already. Shrewsbury boy.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, bit of a. I mean, I've not lived there for years for Shropshire, but it's a Shropshire lad is a Shropshire lad, and this is a Shropshire lad.
Didn't realise he was Welsh.
Very good. No, I know this lad. I hope he does a good job. He's 18 years of age, still a very young lad. Comes around the wicket in and bowls full and full of length and just a little bit wide, but there'll be no run. Anyway, go on, Dave. We're talking about the Olympics. We're talking just how fantastic. Yeah, you're watching BMX.
Eight BMX cyclists at the top of a very high ramp, and then the board goes down and off they go. 400 yards of absolutely frantic pedalling.
Yeah.
And to my eternal shame, I still can't remember the name of the British woman who won all three of her races last night. Looks like favourite for the gold.
Home around the wicket, bowls, and this is good.
Schreiber?
I'm Schreiber.
No.
We're back to the tennis again. 57 for no wicket. This is good from Home, though.
Everywhere you look, there's sport on the telly at the moment, isn't there? So it is very
And we've had the Euros with the football leading up into that, along with the other ones you get the Wimbledons and the Open golf. You know, it's been a high-profile sport. It's been a battle for the space. But Reese is on 19 here, meantime, in the One Day Cup, and that's pulled away out through mid-wicket. An attempt to cut it off. I'm not too sure if he'll get there. No. There tends to be, I don't know what's going on at the moment, but that's 4 runs. A reluctance in a lot of the cricket I'm watching of recent not to dive.
A Davalath out there.
61 for no wicket. Now, I don't blame them in the fact that I reckon this ground is probably getting a little bit harder than it has been over the last few weeks. And it must just be a thing. I mean, it's a little bit like when you spot a red car on the motorway and then it seems you can see nothing but red cars for the next 15 minutes. I'm seeing players who are not diving quite as much. Reese is on 23. Oh, and that's a short pitch ball, which is going to be signalled as a no ball. And this is Jack feeling he's been missing out. His mates seem to be delivering a few, and he's thinking, I need to give one as well. Yeah,
but this one's not a free hit.
Because it's
good
good
news.
Yeah,
which is good news for him.
Yeah.
Yes, I thought Davalath would have dived for that. I think, he may well have pushed it around the boundary and into the rope, but it's unusual not to see cricketers. We never used to dive when I played cricket, but they seem to love diving now.
It's become part of the thing, and I haven't seen so much of it recently. Reese is on 23. Next ball bowled and defended into the offside. It must just be the games I'm watching and whatever, but 'cause I can't imagine it's something that's going to come into the game, the lack of diving. 63 for no wicket, came on 21, Reese on 23. So this partnership going on really nicely here. Top of the table clash. I remember you have to finish in the top 3. Group A or Group B to make progress. If you finish top, you get yourself a home semi-final, which is played 2 days after the playoff matches. And for that, of course, second in Group A will play third in Group B, and second in Group B will play third in Group A. So that's what you need to do.
But 2 days after that?
What's 2 days? What's that?
The semi-final.
That's what I just said.
I thought, we play the playoff. Well, we don't play it.
Well, you might do.
Well, might do. Yeah. Derbyshire finish on the Wednesday, the playoffs on the Friday, and then it's
that's right.
2 days and 2 days. Sorry, I was listening, Kevin.
No, you weren't.
No, I wasn't. You're right. Ethan Brooks is coming out from the City and bowling to Harry Kane, who defends back to him. Ethan's brother, Henry, was left out of the Middlesex side. He was in the squad, but left out of the Middlesex squad last Saturday, and Kevin Hand spotted inside 2 overs that it was a mistake, because he would have been very useful on a bouncy pitch. Henry Brooks. We had 2 players playing for Middlesex. I found this fascinating. You might not. As Brooks is in and bowls to Kane, who defends it straight back to the bowler. Well, actually, Henry didn't play in the end, but we could have had 2 players playing for Middlesex whose best bowling figures came whilst on loan at Derbyshire on this ground. Martin Anderson with 2 S's, the other one, and of course Derbyshire have since announced that they are signing him on a 2-year contract for 2025 and 2026. So it'll be good to see Martin here again, as Brooks bowls to Kane, guides this one down towards Home, who finds himself at third man. Single taken, Kane moves to 22, 64 without loss, as they start to build for next season.
Signings are starting to be announced, aren't they? You've got Emilio Gay leaving Northants.
Didn't say where he was going, did you? Have you heard it? I've not heard anything. I quite like Emilio Gay.
I've heard it's Durham.
Okay.
And I've also heard of the Warwickshire player who's going up to Durham as well.
Splashing the cash for the North. We one hashtag that, of course. As this one is beating Lewis Rees. Good delivery from Brooks, taken nicely by Roderick behind the stumps. Speaking of Durham, they're playing Northamptonshire today at Chester Street. 87 for 1 after 11 overs and 3 balls. Northamptonshire, who chose to bat first up there. That Somerset Lancashire game, as I said earlier, starts at 2:30 at Taunton. Here comes Brooks once again. City end, bowls to Rees, who turns this into the leg side. They're going to go through for a relatively comfortable single, which they do as the ball is picked up and fielded by Tom Hinley. 65 without loss. Rees on to 24. Sussex 55 for 1 in the 15th over against Glamorgan at Neath, having been put into bat. Warwickshire 61 for 1 at Rugby School against Surrey. They were put in there, Warwickshire, and Gloucestershire 40 for 1 after electing to bat first against Yorkshire. That game being played at York. They're in the 13th over there as Brooks is in again, and that one is an attempted guide down to third man that Harry Kame misses. And the ball goes through to the keeper. It's the end of the Brooks over. Just 2 runs conceded. 22 to Kame, 24 to Rees, 65 without loss, Derbyshire. And of course, if you want to listen to those other games, they're all on the BBC Sport website and app, Kev.
Don't forget smart speaker these days. That's the
Well, I tried that with my smart. I don't think it's all smart speakers. I think it's a specific brand of smart speaker.
If you've got this, I'm told that everybody.
If you've got a smart speaker that's the specific brand that I can't mention because it's a brand, and you say,
I see, right.
Play Gloucestershire,
That's
Yorkshire
okay,
versus
isn't it?
Gloucestershire, you might be able to do it. But
I'm just telling what I'm told.
I know.
So, home down the lakeside and another wide here, racing down towards the boundary, and over the boundary it goes. That's 5 wides. It's become a bit of a thing here today. And although, of course, we are talking about inexperienced players, it's not great. 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 25, Harry Darley, but that included 3 wides, 2 no balls. Hisham Khan, 5 overs, no maidens, 27 runs. That included 1 wide and 2 no balls. So we've got Jack Home, who I thought bowled a good, steady first over. He's bowling a second, and that is into the offside for no run off the bat of Rees, who's there on 24. This is good from Derbyshire, though. They've got Kane on 22, Rees 24, and it's 70 for no wicket in the 13th.
Middlesex managed to bowl 3 lots of 5 wides at the weekend. 1 in each of the first 2 overs, which was sort of set the tone.
So Home is back to his mark, and off he comes in now. Past the umpire full, and there is a big enough gap to go through for 1. They'll think about a second, but I think they'll think better of it and just settle for the 1. As we see running round Harry Darley, the aforementioned bowler, but doing the fielding out in the deeps. That's 1 more to the total, and the score moves on to 71 for no wicket. Is the ball ticked over? Yep, it has. So going along okay, Rapids decided to have a ball first here today on winning the toss. And we've got Home bowling. Again, worked away nicely. Fine. That should just be the 1. And it is. And let's go now to 72 for no wicket. So Darley and Khan, the opening pair, who got through 5 overs apiece. Then we've seen the introduction of Home, and then followed by Brooks. Brooks was tidy enough with just those 2 runs coming from that previous over. But Home has conceded 13 so far. So just a young lad, he runs away from us, just from the pitches to our left, and he runs away and in and bowls now. And width, that sort of delivery I'm very happy with, on a good length, nice bit of carry through to the keeper. So, family day, it's busy enough around the ground. I'll go for a bit of a wander a little later on. I always have to go to the boundary bar, just for old time's sake.
Yeah.
We used to sit above there
Yes, you
for
did,
years
yeah.
and years and
Yeah.
years.
Quite a leaky commentary position for one of
It was quite the thing by the end. This one is whipped away very fine, and there is a dive, and a good dive, and a good stop, and a tumbling stop. Terrific work in the end. That's Hisham Khan, is it, down there, looking after things. That's better. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, he's made up for that misfield earlier.
Yeah, the score still moves on by 2 more, 74 for no wicket.
It was shifting that ball as well.
Exactly. Mind you, then again, I think the coach was standing immediately behind him.
Oh, yes, so he is.
So the coach may have said, dive.
He's just shaking hands with Pat Brown, who's sitting alongside Alan Richardson.
And in, again, bowls width, and that's played square on the offside for a single. Off the bat of Rees, he moves to 28 in the score for Derbyshire, up to 75 for no wicket. And that is the end of the 13th over. The One Day Cup, Metrobank One Day Cup action. We're still in the group stages at the moment. To say the idea is you finish in the top 3, and at the moment these two teams hold positions 1 and 2. Unbeaten, they've had a good start to the competition, want to keep it going. What will give today? Came on 23, Rees on 28, and home now has bowled 2 overs, 16 runs.
Beautifully summed up.
Thank you. You know that means a lot to me.
Ethan Brooks to bowl his second over. They're not exactly running around the outfield here, Worcestershire, to get ready. Gareth Roderick is popping his helmet back on. He'll stand up to the stumps. And it's Lewis Rees who's on 28 from 43 deliveries on strike, turns that ball into the leg side. They're going to run one quickly. They're going to risk coming back for a second. No, they're not. That was well fielded by Harry Darley coming in off the square leg boundary. His throw wasn't great, but he got to the ball nice and quickly and prevented the thought of a second run. Derbyshire moved to 76 without loss. There are still, don't let us put you off, there are still seats available inside the ground, I think it's fair to say. And a bouncy castle at the back of the media centre, as this one is defended by Harry Kane into the onside, and there's no run.
And a very large
dartboard.
Inflatable
Yes,
dartboard.
Yeah, we should all go out at lunch, shouldn't we, and throw that.
Throw what at it?
I think it's like a Velcro type affair where you throw balls at it.
Oh, right, okay.
So it's testing your cricketing skills.
It's best we talk about it and not do it, I think.
You might be right.
Because
Yeah,
we could
come
embarrass
back up now,
ourselves.
our arms will be hanging off. Brooks bowls to Kame, who defends it straight back to the bowler.
Plus the fact, Mike, I seem to recall we've quite good food here at lunchtime. Is that still the case? Oh, yes. I think is the answer.
No, the food's good. It's sandwiches for white ball cricket.
Sandwiches for
Yeah. Any form of white ball cricket sandwich. I think they'll be taking them out of the freezer about now, actually. Here comes Brooks. Bowls to Kame, who's beaten outside the off stump. Just sort of playing neither forward nor back there. So that would suggest he didn't move very much. And it was taken nicely by Roderick behind the stumps.
Memories of summer days gone by like this. I don't know if this still happens. Dreadful memory of when I was having to eat radish.
Radish?
Yeah, to go with the salad, a bit of radish in there. Don't tell me it's like that here.
No radishes as far as I'm aware. That one's turned into the leg side by Harry Kame, who picks up a single penultimate ball in the 14th over at 77 without loss. They're generally like a prawn type thing. They're very nice.
Oh, you have got up in the world, eh?
Prawn sandwiches.
That's in your insistence, is it?
Bacon and lettuce.
Yeah.
I think there's a chicken option.
Chicken something.
Egg as well.
Chicken and egg?
No, they're separate ones.
Okay.
There is something for the vegetarians, apart from the egg. Some people don't even eat eggs. As this one is turned out, I'm getting into a real grey area there. By Rees down towards fine leg for a single. Rees moves on to 30. Harry Kame has 24. We've had 14 overs. And Derbyshire are 78 without loss.
So it may be I go and have a go at that darts thing.
Yeah.
I might have a go. Jim Morris is always a very fine man. I think he's. I think Jim's the scorer with Herefordshire. Jim will correct me if he is listening and will put me right if not. But I know Jim from Knighton over there in Powys. He says in today's 5 one-day cup matches, 12 umpires and referees, 3 scorers, and 49 out of 110 players have come from the national counties.
No. Excellent.
10 of which are playing for Worcestershire.
Wow.
The name of home will mean a lot to Shropshire people, as I say. I think Charlie Holme is the captain of Shropshire. This is young Jack who's bowling here now, and that's past the off stump and through to the keeper. And there will be no run. And for me, that is nothing but good news.
No,
It's good
absolutely,
news.
absolutely. I'm scurrying looking for anybody in the Derbyshire side who's played a national county, and I can't see any, I'm afraid.
Not at all. None of touch base at all in there.
No, I don't think so.
Well, that is unusual. So it's home coming into bowl to Rees. And this is in the air, pulled away. There's a fielder out there. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near his reach. One bounce, and that's going to be a 4 out there. He tried to run around and get to it. I think he always thought, as soon as that ball bounces, I've not got up at all, because it just flies off. A lot of these, we've had problems. The ground staff have had problems more than I've had problems with outfields and everything, with all the rain we've had. It's been very wet out there. I should imagine they're really hardening up now, and we're seeing that reflected in some of the bounces that we're seeing off the outfield even. But that's 82 for no wicket with that boundary, and Rees moves to 34 or 47 balls. And again, home is in. Bowled him! That was a full toss, which is played all over Rees into the stumps, and that is the way to make a breakthrough. Eventually, home does get that wicket. It's 82 for 1, and that's pretty emphatic in getting rid of Rees. He's gone, and Derbyshire lose their first wicket, but we're midway through the 15th over before that is achieved. Rees 34, bowled home.
I've just got an update to do, Kev. Can you carry on shouting?
Was I? I do apologise. I got quite excited by that. It seemed to come from nowhere. I thought the kid's just been smashed away for 4. And then, so it's a good way to come back into things and get his wicket. And also, I will get excited because he comes from Shropshire. That's going to happen all day long, I'm afraid, for anything that happens with young Jack. So anyway, many thanks to Jim. You can get in touch with us, of course, on social media, because there is every chance that I will have a look at it. There is every chance I will have a look at it when I've got home tonight, and I realise I should have read it out during the game itself. But 82 for 1 is the score, and Brooke Guest is coming out to join Harry Kane. Kane's on 24 from 44 balls. And I think not only do we have obviously a change of batter here, but I think we're going to be taking a little extra time over this because of the players having a drinks break. I'm not too sure what the temperature is supposedly reached here in Derby today. The weather forecast earlier today was suggesting that temperatures will drop a little as a weather front comes in from the northwest, but right now there is very little sign of that weather front reaching this part of the East Midlands. Looks as if we're supposedly around the 23, 24 degree mark at the moment, and that is going to get as high as 25. So it's a hot one out there, so therefore I think they will take drinks breaks when they can. So Jack home has a wicket. Delighted with that. Terrific for him, but they need plenty more. Derbyshire have gone off to a good start here at 82 for 1. He's bowling now to Brooke Guest as play gets underway again. Into the offside. No comes the call, and now there will be a run because there's a misfield there. They're able to make the most of that and go through on a misfield by Ethan Brooks, which allows them to pick up a single they otherwise should not have got. But it's 83 for 1. 4 balls into the 15th over. This one-day cup match must go through some scores from elsewhere because there are other matches taking place in the one-day cup today. And goes back deep in his crease, just turns around just a few yards on the onside for a single. And Kane moves to 25 off 45 and the score to 84 for 1. In terms of what is going on elsewhere in the country, both Group A and Group B. Group A at Chester Street, Northampton now 107 for 1. That's after just 15 overs. Northampton chose to bat. Home bowls now on the leg stump, just turned away very fine. And that's so fine, it's beaten the fielder down there. That's going to be 4 more runs. Just straying a little here. It's been a mixed bag from young Home. He'll be delighted to take the wicket, but now he has to tighten up a little as well if he can. But that's 15 overs now gone. And the score is 88 for 1. Came on 25 and Guest with that 4 moves to 5 very, very quickly. So the situation is Northampton 108 for 1 away to Durham. They start at 2 o'clock, Somerset and Lancashire. In Group B at Neath, Sussex at 83 for 1. In the 19th over against Glamorgan. Glamorgan currently top Group B. And Warwickshire playing Surrey in Group B at Rugby. And Warwickshire 78 for 2. After Surrey chose to bowl first, and Gloucestershire 59 for 1. They're in York, taking on Yorkshire. Frank Watson is back with us.
Ethan Brooks from the City End bowls, and Harry came on the back foot, just steers this one down to third man for a single. He moves on to 26, and the total to 89 for one. Why is that game starting at 2 o'clock, the one at Somerset? Is that just to try and cater for a bigger crowd in the evening?
It may be. I mean, we all know that Taunton, of course, its ground is very much in the centre of Taunton, so it could be for a little after-work audience. I'm not too sure whether it's
unusual, isn't it?
Well, it is. However,
Brooks again bowls, and on the back foot, Guest pushes out on the offside. No run this time, as the fielding is done by Tom Hindley at extra cover. I haven't quite familiarised myself with all the new Worcestershire players yet.
Floodlit cricket at Taunton does look nice.
Yeah,
it's
it
a
does,
great atmosphere.
absolutely.
And the other thing that I think is going on there, I think there's a beer and cider festival.
Right.
So that might encourage you to go from 2 till 10 instead.
Make it even better. Brooks again bowls, and Guest drives beautifully through the offside. This time beats the diving Hindley at extra cover. That was a lovely shot. Wasn't a full half volley by any means, just leaned into it, punched it on the up. Lovely shot. Minimum of effort, maximum of efficiency. Superb from Brooke Guest. His first boundary, no, his second boundary. He moves on to 9 off just 4 deliveries. He's been in good form in this competition, well, as have all the Derbyshire batsmen. Not many of them have been to the crease, to be fair. They've batted so well in this competition. Guest on the back foot, forcing away on the offside. Ed Pollock, tumbling stop at backward point. And there's no addition. So just the 1 wicket down. Jack Home getting the breakthrough, as Kevin said, but bit of a mixed bag from Home today. Bit of pace, bit of fire, but also somewhat wayward. Very inexperienced Worcestershire attack in this game. Brooks, the current bowler, probably the most experienced of them. And he is driven away down to wide third man. Off a thickish outside edge, to be fair, this time, by Guest. Picks up 2 runs as Jack Home runs round to his right to do the fielding.
Frank, you'll remember as well as I do, when there was the change from the one division of 17/18 teams it turned out to be, and it turned into 2 divisions. I'll come back to that in a moment.
There's Brooks again from the City End over the wicket bowls, and another edge by Guest down to third man, this time just for a single.
All the concern about, so much pressure on you, maybe for promotion or the title or relegation, that we wouldn't see so many young players blooded and brought in. And that may well, to a certain extent, be the way that's played out. Well, here is a chance and opportunity. And some will fall, and you'll think, well, you've had to put too many young, inexperienced players in together. I understand there's a real danger of doing that within the team, isn't there? But equally, this is a chance just to see what there is. And, the game of, well, it doesn't matter what game it is, but it still, really impresses me, shocks me sometimes as to the maturity. A lot of players aged 17, 18, 19 and 20 can show great maturity, can't they? And they tend to be the ones that will go on and achieve in the game. So I think this is a wonderful opportunity, I really do.
Yeah, I think you're right, Karen. And if you just look this year up and down the country at the number of young players that maybe have come to sort of your attention as England under-19s or, regular contributors to representative cricket, they're now getting their chance.
Tom Hindley is introduced here. Perhaps you'll be able to tell us a little bit more about him. If you don't, maybe you don't, but it's 96 for 1. He's fifth bowler used here.
Yeah, no, I know a little bit about him. 21-year-old, originally from the Sussex pathway.
Second ball sits up very nicely, and that's carved away. That should be 4, played by Guest. It's well stopped. Good running. I thought I was going to get the better of that fielder out there, so that's just 2 runs.
Davalath, the fielder.
Yeah, good work. I thought he did well.
21 years old, Sussex lad, played for Sussex through their pathway, then went to Loughborough University and was spotted there by one of Worcestershire's coaches, Richard Jones.
Next ball, which he looks to work away but can't get it away.
Who invited him to come and play some games at Worcestershire. So, he's with Worcestershire. He got a 5 the other day against Durham with his left arm wrist spin.
And he's Bowling once again, and push for no run. No comes, you can hear the call from Guest saying, too close to Rob Jones, we're not going to take him on from there.
And, yeah, well, you know, just the sort of player you were talking about has got a real opportunity thanks to this competition.
And this time there will be a run. As in the offside, there's not too much of a gap to be found, but it is found. It's 99 for one now.
First time I've seen him in the flesh, Kevin, Tom Hindley. I've watched him on screen. Wrist spinner, so liable, as are all wrist spinners, to drag the odd one down, but also when he gets it right can be...
That's full and it's been ramped away. There's no fielder down there. There will be a big chase on, and I think it's going to be stopped. Yes. This is better fielding, I think, from Worcestershire. There have been one or two occasions when I thought maybe they could have made a bit more of an effort on the boundary, but that takes the score to 102 for one all the same. Kane is on 29, Guest on 15, and Hindley's gone for 6 runs from his first over bowl. It's 17 overs gone.
Yeah, it could have gone for 10 because there were 2 shots there that could easily have gone for 4, but good saves by Adavalath and by Darley on that last occasion. But yeah, it's good to see a left-arm wrist spinner. There aren't many around. Obviously, Jake Lintop at Warwickshire / Birmingham is probably the most high profile at the moment, but Hindley, still relatively young and a real prospect as Brooks starts a new over with the ball which nips back and takes Brooke Guest on the pad, lobs out on the offside. No run. 101 for one then. Good start by Derbyshire. Been a bit messy from Worcestershire at certain stages. Little period between about sort of 4 and 8 overs where Hisham Khan and Harry Darley just got it wrong in terms of overstepping and their line. This next one tucked away on the onside for a single, and that kind of let Derbyshire get away a little bit early on in this innings, and suddenly there were 35 on the board really, and nobody had to work too hard to get them. So Worcestershire are looking to come back from that, having won the toss and chosen to bowl first. Could be a long day for this very young side out there in the heat. Brooks again bowls, and this is nicely driven by Harry Kane, firmly, but a combination of a half stop from Brooks and good movement from Rob Jones at mid-on means that they don't get a run on this occasion. The one man out, Lewis Rees, bowled by Jack Home for 34, made off 48 balls. Brooks again from the city end, bowls, and neatly steered by Guest down to third man where Home is the fielder. 103 for one. The other consideration, I think, Kevin, from Worcestershire point of view, you mentioned the fielding. Inexperienced players stepping up a level when you've got 5 or 6 of them. I think that can show in the field as well, because everything happens a little bit more quickly. Balls hit a little bit harder. You've got to concentrate a bit harder. Brooks again bowls, and nicely driven on the offside, but straight to Hindley, no run. And also, even though they've played a lot of 50-over cricket, these guys, it's a slightly bigger stage, hot weather as well. It can all mean that in the last few overs, if you're not careful, it can get a bit ragged. They've really got to dig deep, these lads. As I'm sure they will have been told in the dressing room before they went out there. Ethan Brooks beats the bat with a very good one here, just nipped away, I fancy, off the seam. That one, Brooke Guest beaten by it, taken by Gareth Roderick. End of the over. 103 for one is the score. 18 overs gone, and this after Derbyshire were invited to bat.
So Jim Morris back on. Thanks, Jim. He made the point that of how many players involved today have been involved with national counties cricket. He said 10 are playing for Worcestershire today. Fletch said he didn't think any the Derbyshire players had been involved. Well, Jim's come back and said Harry Kane, Dorset, David Lloyd, Wales MC, Pat Brown, Lincolnshire, Samit Patel of Oxfordshire.
Yeah.
So, but Fletch probably thought that it's not necessarily where these players started. They will have been there at some point in their career and everything. But it's, for me, it's just overlooked by too many people, the importance of national counties. This first ball, this next over, again bowled by Hindley, and there will be a single square, and they'll come back for 2. That's good running. I didn't really see anything too much wrong with the fielding there or the attitude in the deep, so I applaud them on their runs. 105 for 1. One of the things, though, of course, about this is, the first 10 overs, the bowlers were struggling a little bit. Hindley, meantime, bowls full and defended back to the bowler, no run. Is Jake Libby, who's not one of the inexperienced, of course, he's vastly experienced. Is Jake, and he's here as captain. What does he do in that situation? As once again, next ball bowled full and driven nicely, but straight to the fielder, or no run at the mid-off. Does he stick with them? Does he take them off after 2 and 3 when clearly they're well? The point you made, of course, is so right as Hindley comes in and he bowls, leans back, carved away there to the edge of the circle, and no run. Where's he going to turn? What's he going to do?
Yeah.
I think he's right to stick with them, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think you're right. I said that after 4 or 5 overs. If there was somebody that you could look at and think, well, I'll just chuck in the ball and he can just bowl me 2 or 3 tidy ones and settle it down. But he hasn't got that option today.
Came on 31. He will get a run this time. Young Home comes up from the boundary just in front of us and does the fielding. That's 1 more, so it scores to 106 for 1. 1 ball left of this over. It's the 19th over.
Yeah, they've got to grow up quickly, haven't they, in these situations?
Hindley again will bowl and a bit of width and enough for Guest to get that one away. Brooke Guest for a single, so he'll keep the strike. It's the end of the over. He moves to 17, takes the team to 107 for 1. Look, they will have come across this time and time again in their, representing at junior levels, whether it be the 14s, 15s, and whatever. The idea in their minds, and this is where the coaches really come into play, and the captains, and for all the experience and the older players, is today is not going to define your career. Today will, if you've gotten Darley, 5 overs, 2 mains, 25 runs, Carney 27, there was loads of exaggeration. There were far too many no balls and wides, all that sort of thing. It doesn't mean your career is going to be over.
Absolutely. Ethan Brooks in bowls, and this one punched off the back foot by Guest, but straight to Hindley at extra cover. Harry Darley's a good example. Made his debut in T20 cricket at Old Trafford on a Sunday about a month ago. Got absolutely savaged by Keaton Jennings. Bowled 2 overs that went for 35, and it was a really tough baptism for him. Really, really tough. Welcome to first team cricket. Now the drive from Guest is fielded by Hindley at extra cover. 3 or 4 days later, came on in his second game, got a wicket with his first ball in a T20 and had a really good spell. So, you've got to stay. It's a cliche now with the coaches, but stay level-headed. Don't get too upset when things go against you. Don't get too carried away when they go well. Ethan Brooks in the sunshine moves towards us from the city end, bowls a little bit short of a length and takes the pace off that one. Guest just pushes it back to him. 107 for 1 here, Derbyshire. We are musing about young cricketers and how they are helped by this competition and how they're given opportunities. And in Worcestershire's case, this competition and a spate of injuries has exaggerated that as Brooks bowls again, and this time Guest does get a run, beating Hindley at extra cover, but not really timing his off drive, and Jake Libby at mid-off is able to move round to his left and make sure that they only get a single. Yeah, you get injuries are part and parcel, but it is quite extraordinary how many Worcestershire players are out at the moment. Brooks bowls short of a length this time, and Harry Kane on the back foot steers it behind square on the offside. There's no run. It's quite tidy from Ethan Brooks so far. He's in his 5th over. He's only gone for 16 runs. 1 ball left in his 5th. And Harry Kane, who started quite brightly, has now faced 55 balls for his 32 and hasn't got away, as it were. 108 for 1. Last ball of the 20th over. Brooks bowls and Kane pushes up to mid-off, and that is the end of the over.
Not spoken to you since Joe decided to pack it all in.
No.
Each.
Yeah. Well,
Shock? Or not?
Knowing Joe quite well, I kind of thought I knew it was coming. It's a knee injury, really. That's the real reason for it. I think it's hastened his decision maybe by a year or so. Had an op pre-season, which appeared to go well, and then there have been one or two problems since. So he's hoping to play a part in the red ball competition towards the end of the season, if his knee allows him.
Hindley bowls full and hit on the full as well. Or one for home to go chasing. Can he put in the dive? Yes, he can. The dive is back, everybody. Who's bemoaning the fact I've seen too much cricket where the players weren't throwing themselves and diving. But here, that's a good dive and a good stop.
Young, keen lads. Yeah, Joe Leach here today as a coach with Kadir Ali being away at the 100. He's assisting Alan Richardson in this competition.
Hindley full again, diving to his right-hand side, and that's a superb take. Great corner ball from Hindley. Delighted. It's the end of Guest. He can't quite believe it, because that in the end looked quite a soft dismissal, but a good tumbling stop, keeping his eye on the ball. Guest has gone for 20 off 23. It's 110 for 2 in the 21st over. Guest caught and bowled by Tom Hindley. Hindley in his third over, 1 for 11 so far. Another breakthrough needed. Just clawing their way back into this now, Worcestershire.
Yeah, good catch, good athletic work from the bowler. They say if you can't catch them off your own bowling, nobody's going to catch them. Well, he tumbled away to his right, held on to that very nicely indeed, did Tom Hindley. His first wicket. I was going to say when he was bowling in his previous over, Kevin, Tom Hindley, there's no problem in terms of spin. He's getting a lot on the ball with his wrist spin. It's, as with many wrist spinners, it's control of length that I think he struggled with a little bit. And even in this over, he's been full a couple of times. He's dragged down a couple of times last over. But it means that if he's putting that much spin on it, when he does get it right, it's going to be quite a threatening delivery. So he's always liable, as he did the other day, to pick up wickets, even when batsmen are getting after him, because they're in the frame of mind where they want to attack him. But if he gets it right, he's going to bowl a challenging delivery.
Was that one was quite full again, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was, but it maybe not quite as full as Guest thought. But
or,
anyway,
or as full as the previous one was,
yeah,
which he drove that out to the boundary.
Yeah. I can see Fateh Singh warming up now as well, who is a more orthodox left-arm spinner, finger spinner, also impressed on debut the other day.
He made his breakthrough a good couple of years ago, I think, in this competition with Nottinghamshire. And I've been looking forward to seeing him make progress. So, I mean, he's out on loan, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. And he made 60 the other day against Durham. Came in late on and changed the game with the bat. And then bowled pretty tidily as well. But I think he'll be, we're talking more about control and measured left-arm spin rather than this wrist spin of Hindley.
David Lloyd is the new batter, and Hindley bowls to him now, and that's fairly full, but pushed into the offside.
But it is quite, you're talking about this competition, Kevin, and I agree with you completely. It's quite exciting to see these new young players that you really didn't expect to see.
Next one is driven along the ground, and it is Singh with the left-arm throw. That wasn't too far away. That could have been trouble. But he misses, but not by much. So it remains 111 for 2. Well, I think I've just got this. Maybe I'm wrong, because often I am. I'm told. But I just got, there's a reason that people will latch on to these teams because it's their county, and therefore, I think an important thing as Hindley comes in and bowls and maybe whipped away down towards the edge of the circle, but for no run, is not. They don't all have to be local. I'm not talking about local shops, local people type thing off the comedy show, but it's something you can relate to them. You can engage with they're your team, and therefore they don't need star names in them. And Hindley just finishes off that over there. That's 3 overs, 1 for 12. Came on 32. Lloyd on 1, 111 for 2. I understand after 21 overs. I understand, globalization of everything, including the game of cricket. I get that. But don't take away from the opportunities. I mean, at Worcestershire, you see, I've got a soft spot. I've said it before. You take so many players from Shropshire, But you know, it's just across the border. It's still local people.
Yeah.
And a lot of people in Shropshire really do. Well, it surprises me to a certain extent, but it'll be because of the pathway thing that the people of Shropshire will engage more readily with Worcestershire than they will with Birmingham, even though the Birmingham is actually a lot closer than Worcester is for many of them.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I always think of, you know, some of the South Shropshire clubs as being almost Worcestershire clubs,
right,
clubs like Bridge North. And yeah, very much so. It's a long association. Fateh Singh is coming into the attack from the city end with his left arm spin. His first ball is driven away nicely on the offside, but well fielded by Harry Darley running around the boundary, and they only get a single. That's David Lloyd moving on to 2, 112 for 2.
Well, former Worcestershire player Ollie Westbury was captaining the Shropshire team against Yorkshire.
And is he's also quite a
football reporter.
A significant Shrewsbury Town reporter.
Significant football club is what you meant to say.
Yeah, of course. Reporter for a significant football club. This one from Singh, driven out square on the offside. Another single taken by Harry Kane. But yeah, good to see him making his way in the world of journalism, Ollie.
They didn't go too well against Shropshire, but we'll forgive them.
Well, we will. As you were saying a minute ago, Kevin, just break off as Singh bowls this one, and it's pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. This whole business of Singh bowls, and this one steered down to third man for a single. Whole business of Worcestershire and your team and where the players come from and everything was thrown into stark reality just recently when Worcestershire played at Durham. Singh bowls again, pushed out on the offside and no run. And it was Brett D'Oliveira who actually pointed this out to me. He missed the game through injury, and he said, when was the last time? Let's break off as Singh bowls again, and little ramp attempted by Kane. Whether he got a bat on it or not, I'm not sure. There's an appeal for LBW. They've gone through for 2 runs. He must have got a bat on it because no signal from the umpire. End of the over. 116 for 2. Kane has 35 and Lloyd has 3. And Brett Oliver sent me a message and just said, when was the last time that Worcestershire took the field with a side that had nobody in it that came from Worcester or grew up in Worcester or came through the Worcestershire ranks, through the Worcestershire Academy, etc. And we couldn't, I think we went back as far as about 1982 or something since that had happened. And that's it's partly to do with injuries and everything else, but quite a sad thought for Worcestershire supporters.
Spin at both ends now. We're here with Hindley continuing, and there will be a single. He can't grab and keep hold of that one on the leg side, so they'll go through for 1. So Lloyd moves to 4. Derbyshire to 117 for 2 in the 23rd over.
You know, because I can remember sides maybe in the late 80s, early 90s, where there might be 3 or 4 players born in Worcester who were in the side, but such is life, I suppose. The changing game.
Hindley, ball full, and pushed back up to the bowler, defended by Kane, who's still there. He's on 35 off 62, 117 for 2. Very quickly getting through the overs. He only has a run in of about 3 or 4 yards, if that, and that's worked out square. The ice cream van. That's a pleasant sound and a noise.
Yeah. You don't miss those.
118 for 2, eh?
You always spot things like that, don't you?
The ice creams, the food, you mean?
Ice creams. Ice creams, I was thinking.
I do like ice creams, yeah. Lloyd on 4, next ball bowled, full, and that's up. That's the sort of problem you were talking of. That's going to be 4 runs. Just helped on its way. He's played it really well, actually. Kept his eye on it, kept it down, turned it round the corner, Lloyd. That takes him to 8 as that boundary, and takes Derbyshire to 122 for 2. And we've got 2 balls remaining this 23rd over the One Day Cup. Right here in Derby, glorious weather, lovely hot day here. As Hindley bowls, full width, sits up nicely, and that is driven straight at the field. If that had gone past him, that would have easily run away, raced away to the boundary. And the delivery, actually, really good delivery. A little bit of turn, a little bit of bounce, I think, for him there. But it's the end of the over, 23rd 3 overs gone, 122 for 2. Came on 36 from 63. Lloyd 8 off 9. A partnership of 12 so far for this third wicket. The last wicket was gone. Brooke Guest for 20. Caught and bowled by Hindley. Dave Fletcher's about to come back in. I shall move aside, and I won't be going to the ice cream van. And Frank will come in and take my place here. Dave.
You just wait for the prawn sandwiches coming later on, you'll be all right. First ball of a new over from Singh is pushed into the offside by Harry Kane, and there's no run. We've just added Fateh Singh to the bald cricketers 11. This one is clipped into the leg side by Kane. I'm the commentator, of course. That one is a single. He moves to 37, 123 for 2. Zach Chappell in there as well. Do like a good bald cricketer's 11. He's got a terrific hairstyle. He bowls to David Lloyd, who pushes this one out into the offside. There are some cricketers who are still in denial, of course. We won't mention them publicly. But
to be fair, I think it's alopecia in Fatih's case.
is it? Yeah.
But yeah, he wears it well.
He absolutely does. Well, most of us do. Most of us do. He's in again and bowls to Lloyd, who guides this backward square on the offside. There's no runs. It's fielded nicely there by Ed Pollock. And it remains 123 for 2. He's rattling through his overs as well, which is good to see. That one is played off the back foot by Lloyd out towards the cover boundary. And they go through for a single as it's fielded by Harry Darley. On the cover boundary, when I say he's rattled through his overs quickly, he's just bowled his second in next to no time. 2 overs for 7. For Singh, 124 for 2. As we approach the halfway mark of Derbyshire's innings, 24 overs gone, 37 to Kane, 9 to Lloyd.
Just looking at the first wicket again, I had no idea that it was such a massive drag on as that, really, from Lewis Rees. Full, massively wide full toss. Hindley to continue from the racecourse end. His first ball is defended down on the onside by David Lloyd. There's no run. He's bowled pretty well, Hindley, wrist spinner. Obviously young and inexperienced. Gives it a fair amount of spin, as he does on this occasion, just pushed out on the onside. But like all wrist spinners, and particularly young wrist spinners, prone to the odd error of length. And again, bowls, that's nicely flighted and just tucked away on the onside with the spin by Lloyd for a single.
Starting to warm up in here, isn't it?
Yes, it's going to get hot out there, isn't it?
Like in a greenhouse.
It's going to get hot out there for these lads. In the again, and there is that slight error of length, and it's cut away nicely by Harry Kane, but very well fielded by Rob Jones at backward point dive into his left. Really good bit of work from Jones. In the again. That one just a little bit short of a length, and again steered away on the offside, but again to Jones, and there's no run. So Hindley getting through his overs quickly, as is Singh. And Worcestershire just exerted a little bit of control. This one pushed out on the offside. End of the over from Hindley. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19. His figures halfway through the innings. Derbyshire with an ideal base on which to build, but as I say, perhaps they haven't got away as Worcestershire might have feared that they might around about half an hour ago. It's 125 for 2. Kane is on 37 and Lloyd is on 10.
Well, it was interesting what I heard you say earlier, in the Derbyshire batters from David Lloyd down have barely batted in this competition. In fact, they've all only had 1 innings. Apart from Bin Naeem, who hasn't had any, nor do Pavlon or Brown. But when they did bat against Northamptonshire, it was awful. Lloyd 21, Lamb 0, Patel 0, Wagstaff 0, Ross Whiteley and Zach Chappell seeing them over the line. So
it can work both ways.
He hasn't had a bat for 8-9 days, David Lloyd. So
you can have a really successful side, top order, and then on the odd occasion when they get knocked over, it can be a real test. Yeah.
You often see that, don't you? You get to the important game, the knockout game or something, nobody's batted, they lose the top order and crumple in a big heap. So I'm sure we're hoping that doesn't happen, of course.
I think Harry Kane's played sensibly as well. He's only hit 3 fours. He's been, I get the impression he's a tiny bit frustrated. He's hit the fielder a few times, but he's not lost his head. He's not gone and tried to do anything silly. He's just kept his head and pushed it around, and I'm sure he's focused on staying in for as long as he can now. Plenty of batting still to come, of course. But ideally now, 25 overs, you'd want Samit Patel, Matt Lam, etc. to be coming in with 10, 15 left rather than 25, wouldn't you? Just give them a little bit of license to thrill, as it were. We've had a drinks break. You haven't missed anything, if you wonder why we're just rattling on. Halfway stage.
It was quite good.
Yeah. High quality rattling. Fateh Singh will continue from the city, and he started quite tidily as well, I think.
Big fan of being sledged by my commentator.
I've had to get used to it a lot. Goes with the territory.
Is it me?
Yeah, it is.
Yes, Singh over. I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. David Lloyd on strike plays it straight to backward point, and there's no run. 125 for 2 Derbyshire in the 26th over now as Lloyd goes back and just about gets his bat down on that one, straight into the ground. Roderick comes from behind the stumps to do the fielding. David Lloyd's another of those batters who likes to get on with it. Has been opening in the championship. I'm not sure he's an opener, as that one is pushed out into the offside. They're still in fact,
he opened a bit for Glamorgan.
Yeah, he took Harry Kane's place in the championship side, so this is an interesting partnership. Lloyd waits and cuts out towards the man on the cover boundary, who is Harry Darley, and they go through for a single 126.
Has he gone into the slip cordon in the championship, Lloyd? I think that
he was there at the start of the season.
He was pretty reliable for Glamorgan.
Singh bowls to Kane, who turns this one into the leg side.
It's so important, isn't it?
But then he mashed a finger, so he was out of the slip cordon.
Worcestershire have really struggled in the slip cricket this year.
Singh bowls, and that one is driven very nicely all the way along the ground up towards long on by Harry Kane for a single, and Singh's third over comes to an end. He's conceded just 9 runs, 127 for 2 after 26 with 38 to Kane, who's pinched the strike, and 11 to Lloyd. The Derbyshire and the Red Ball stuff in April had all sorts of problems. They were dropping catches with alarming regularity.
It was really cold, to be fair.
It was,
it didn't help.
When Madsen broke a finger, or dislocated a finger, David Lloyd mashed a finger.
Yeah, it's not. It
One or
wasn't.
two,
It
one or
was
two
really
players have got more drops than is perhaps good
catches.
for them. I've got a list somewhere.
Hindley, full toss, smashed away on the leg side, absolute gift, and that's what I mean about the left arm wrist spinner not quite getting it right all the time, and that a big full toss and just smacked away, just like meat and drink really. Free hit over mid wicket, 4 to Harry Kane, absolute gift. And a shame really, because Hindley's now playing catch up in this over, having gone for 4 off the first ball. Gareth Roderick's had an idea, he's just run across to Jake Libby to share it, but no change in the field at the moment. Got a substitute on. Notice Ollie Cox down below us at long on. Not sure who's gone off. Hindley gets it right this time, and Cox, the fielder, is called into action running in from long on, meaning they get a single, 132 for 2. And they're going back to the slips. I mean, I've said it before, Worcestershire have had to completely start all over again, really. As this one goes the other way. It's this sort of left arm spinner's wrong and taken by Gareth Roderick, having beaten David Lloyd's airy drive. They've lost regular catchers over the last 2 or 3 years. People that had been there for years, like Ricky Vessels and Darryl Mitchell. In comes, and again he bowls the wrong one, and again it turns past the outside edge. So well bowled, good comeback from Hindley, having gone for that 4 off the first ball. And then Tom Fell retired and Jack Haynes moved on. And then, of course, the tragic loss of Josh Baker, who was just about the best slipper left. This one pushed defensively out on the onside. And it has been a bit of a problem this year in red ball cricket. Jason Holder was good, but he was only here for a few games. Hindley again bowls, and again that's the wrong one, and it's cut away on the offside, and they scamper through for a single as Singh, I beg your pardon, Khan does the fielding at backward point. Keeps the strike, end of the over, 133 for 2 off 27. The men out, Lewis Rees for 34, Brooke Guest for 20. Harry Kane's been there since the start, he's on 43. David Lloyd is on 12.
Yeah, that ball was in the air for a long time off David Lloyd's bat. That last delivery of the over. He's got to be careful. Don't want to lose a third one here. As Frank said, if you can have Matt Lamb and Bin Naeem and Samet and even Zach Chappell coming in with no more than 10, 12 overs to go, that would be ideal. Fateh Singh begins a new over to David Lloyd, pushed out into the offside, where it's fielded by Ethan Brooks and there's no run. So the chief executive having a walk around the ground, good to see. So he dances down the track and launches it up towards long on. There is a fielder out there. That was another risky shot from David Lloyd. It was aiming towards Hisham Khan. Not sure whether he would have been able to get to it even if he'd set off the moment he left the bat. Took it on the bounce, single take, and this one's clipped a little scoop, but it's gone a bit squarer than he would have liked, Harry Kane. So he picks up a single as it's fielded by Rehan Davalath down to our left-hand side. 135 for 2, Kane 44, Lloyd on 13. And this next delivery from Singh, yeah, saw David Lloyd coming and just dropped it a little bit shorter. Make sure that he couldn't do anything with the ball. Could do no more than defend it straight back to the bowler. I feel sorry for chief executives in this weather as this one is clipped into the leg side by Lloyd. He's suited and booted Ryan Duckett. Now taking some shelter. Another man eligible for the bald 11, of course. Funny he could play cricket. This one is pushed out into the offside. He may be able to, who knows. That one is a single to David Lloyd off the final ball of the over, and he pinches the strike again. He moves to 14. Kane has 44. 28 overs gone, 136 for 2. And while they're rattling through the overs here, Derbyshire have just got to be careful that they don't just push and prod. Just 13 runs off the last 5 overs. Still got to be proactive.
Tom Hindley to continue. Jack Home back on the field. It was him who had gone off to be replaced by Ollie Cox. Just a comfort break, I think. Hindley to continue. Have you tried picking an all-balled 11?
Well, they were doing
fun,
yes, they were doing it in the TV, the stream room.
Pushed away on the onside, this first one from Hindley. Not timed at all by David Lloyd. Hindley again. Short approach, left arm over. A little bit short this time. Cut away by Lloyd and caught by Rob Jones at backward point. A little bit like the one that he hit earlier on in the air. A bit lower. Shortish delivery. Looked to get on the back foot and smack it away on the offside. Maybe bounced a tiny bit more than he thought, and a very good catch by Rob Jones at backward point. I talked about Hindley getting a fifer against Durham the other day, Dave, and I didn't mean to be disrespectful, but I said it was a kind of cheap fifer in the sense that he got a stumping off a leg side wide, etc., etc. But this is what happens with wrist spinners, isn't it? Because the batsman's in the frame of mind where he might bowl a loose one, and you said you got many a wicket yourself with one. They're in that frame of mind. If they don't quite get it right in terms of footwork, etc., like there, they end up giving a chance away. And he's picked up, he hasn't bowled particularly well, I wouldn't say, but he's again picked up a couple of wickets, and he's bowling with a bit of confidence now.
Yes, only in a white ball match would he have even attempted to have played that ball.
Yeah.
Had no need to, really. And looked suitably disappointed as he left the field.
Good catch.
David Lloyd. It was a good catch by Rob Jones, who's a very fine fielder. Whether out in the deep or as close to the bat as he is today, or in this little section of the match. And it brings Matt Lamb out to the middle. Only batted once in the you can take it as red from here on in. Only batted once in the competition. Picked up a 6-ball duck at Northampton. Hasn't batted since. So it was a week last Wednesday. Or thereabouts. Something anyway. I'll tell you what day of the week it is most of the time. Go on, Frank. Tell us what happened.
Sorry, it's me, isn't it?
You're
Me.
right.
No, it's me. Matt Lamb nearly fell over it, just squeezing out on the onside. And this one from Hindley is a beauty. It's the wrong and again. Lamb pushing forward. It goes past the outside edge. Roderick whips off the bails. But no appeal. Lamb hadn't gone anywhere. Settles again. And Hindley bowls again, and this time Lamb is forward, pushing out on the onside. One thing about it, I suppose, you often get players, they've all played against each other loads of times in youth cricket, etc., but I doubt that Hindley's particularly familiar to many of these players, as Lamb gets off the mark with a fortunate single, looking to work it away on the onside. He gets an outside edge and it runs away on the offside, but a full shot from Lamb. He is nonetheless off the mark. It's the end of the over. 29 gone, 137 for 3. Well bowled.
Well, Radio Derby's regular contributors, Joe Shakic, is in the building. He's just bought himself an away shirt. He's over by the club shop at the moment. He's only just arrived. I told him he's the bringer of bad luck. He contributes to our cricket chat and Derby County chat, so he's an all-rounder.
Positive contributor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he comes into the studio and
I see what you mean,
in discussion programme as well. Yeah, no,
excellent.
he's a good man.
Good.
Singh then from the City End bowls to Matt Lamb, who cuts this one away, but will only get a single as it goes out towards the backward point boundary. Harry Darley comes around from cover to do the fielding. 138 for 3. Yeah, quite nice. The Derbyshire one day. Top's pale blue, as this one is pushed by Harry Kane out into the offside, and there's no run.
It's always quite amusing when I see some of Griff's old pictures of the old one-day kits, not just Derbyshire, but all the teams. Yeah. Some of them were dreadful.
Yes, they were, yeah. They took colour a bit too literally. We have to have as many colours as we can possibly get on a single shirt, as Harry Kane picks up another single by pushing that one up to long on. 45 to Kane, 139. For 3. Exciting news about you've seen the inflatable dartboard.
Yeah.
Next to it was what looked like a small paddling pool. However, as Singh is in and Lamb goes back and cuts towards the backward point boundary, Darley's around again. They're going to come out for a second on the misfield. It wasn't much of a misfield, but Matt Lamb scampers back for the second, moves on to 4, 141 for 3. It's not a paddling pool. It's got lights around the inside of it, and you've got to, I think you have to kick a ball onto the light that lights up, so it's a reaction type thing. It's very complicated. Driven this time by Lamb, straight to Darley for a single.
Any takers, or will that be mainly between the innings?
There was a youngster in there. A couple of young girls having a go at throw the ball through the balls in the blow-up thing. I'm not entirely sure that's what it's called, but I think it's probably got a better name than that. Game drives out into the offside for a single, and he pinches the strike this time as Singh's 5th over comes to an end. He's conceded just 18 runs. Harry Kane moves on to 46. Lamb has 5, and Derbyshire 143 for 3 after 30 overs, the point at which they used to double the... I think it's moved to about 33 or 34 now, they were telling me, in the same way that losing 3 wickets is no longer the big disaster it once was. But I'm still going to make a note of it.
And the bowling figures so far, we could bring you those. Harry Darley, 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 25. As Hindley starts a new over with another big full toss, which is put away. No, it's not put. Is it put away down the leg side? No, he missed it. Anyway,
Given us wide.
It's a wide. It was a big, wide full toss, and Harry Kane couldn't get on the end of it. I'll bring you the rest of those bowling figures as we go through the over. Hindley bowls again. This one's short and hammered away off the back foot, but only for a single as Davalas fields. So Ishan Khan, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 27. Jack Home, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. Ethan Brooks, the tidiest so far, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 16. I've given you Fateh Singh's figures and Hindley in his 8th over, 2 for 28 so far. Bowls again, and this one is hit down the ground by Matt Lamb, and he gets away with it. Jack Home at long on, running in. I thought he might have gone for that, and run forward and dived and tried to take the catch. As it was, he checked his run and allowed it to bounce. Possibly didn't see it quite as early as he might have done. They got a single. This next one from Hindley is horribly dragged down. Got that one really wrong. Halfway down and wide, taken by Roderick. Inconsistency of the wrist spinner, as I was saying, just striking. This one better. Pushed by Kane up to Home again. At mid-on, long on, and they go through for a single. 148 for 3. Hindley just perhaps tiring a little bit. He's in his 8th over without a break. Bowls again. This one is edged away. Good one that time by Matt Lamb. Looking to work it on the onside, and again squirts out on the offside for a single. I think wrist spinners, I mean, I don't know a great deal about the art, but I wonder if you tire, it's more the actual wrist that tires rather than the fingers or the arm. This one is a little bit short of a length. Turns into the right-handed Kane, and he just drives it out on the back foot. So they're scoring at will off this over. Another single there. 150 is up. So we're looking, if you talk about that doubling, we're looking at something around 300, I would think, but it could be more if those powerful lower middle order batters can cut loose. Good bit of fielding by Rob Jones here, almost produces a run out. A little bit of confusion as Matt Lamb hesitated, having called Kane through. They got through in the end. It's the end of the over. That's probably Kane's worst, Hindley's worst over of the game in terms of the number of bad balls he bowled. 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 34 his figures, 151 for 3.
You'd take that though, wouldn't you? You'd take that going along at a fraction over 4 and over. It's been a terrific effort from him. And the discussions continue between Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby. That's how they're going to sort out the final overs, because obviously Darley and Khan both have 5 left. Holmes got 7. Brooks has 5. But having used 6 bowlers, they won't have to use the quicks to medium pacers for all 10 of their allotted overs. And Fateh Singh begins a new over from the City end. Ball pushed out into the offside by Matt Lamb. Not fielded cleanly there by Brooks, I think it is, who's now it is, bringing his left hand out. He got his hand to it. It might have taken a nail off. And you can have your groin strains and your calf pulls, but my word, it hurts when you knock a nail.
Absolutely.
At the worst, because you've still got to stay out there and you can't have a rub down. Singh bowls, Kane goes back, pushes it up towards long on. There's an attempted sliding stop. And Harry Kane moves to a half century. He's second in the competition. Got a century against Lancashire. 50 coming off 80 deliveries, Harry Kane. And he's hit just 4 fours. He'll want to go on, I'm sure, Harry Kane, and make a second century in the competition for the season. As Matt Lamb cuts the ball away out to the backward point boundary for a couple. Moves to 11, 155 for 3, and having had that lull, Derbyshire slowly starting to wind it up again. Singh in his 6th over, only conceded 22 runs so far as Lamb cuts him again, but this time he mistimes it, and it's straight to Ed Pollock at backward point. And there's no run. Two balls to go of the Singh over, the first of which is driven out towards the cover boundary by Lamb, who moves to 12 with a single, 156 for 3. Plenty of movement in the grandstand away to our left-hand side. People getting up and stretching their legs as Harry Kane goes for the scoop again. He's played that about 5 or 6 times. He only gets a single.
Difficult to play against a spinner, isn't it?
Just not enough pace on the ball, is there? It was Adavalath who did the fielding. Kane pinches the strike. He's on 51. Lamb has 12, 157 for 3.
Picking up a few comments on social media about Tom Taylor not playing in the side, and people saying, what's going on? He's only bowled 6 overs in the last week or something like that. And, you know, how can there be any kind of justification for resting him? But I think, to be fair to the Worcestershire backroom staff and selectors and the think tank, as it were, I'll just break off as Hindley starts a new over, pushed away on the onside, no run this time. Taylor is the one senior fit pace bowler, and the championship returns fairly shortly.
Yes.
They have to keep him fit. They have to look after him. Hindley bowls cut, brilliantly fielded again by Jones. He saved about 15 runs in that position in the last 3 or 4 overs. Diving to his right. Yeah, so I think there's every justification for giving Tom Taylor a bit of a break. Nice one from Hindley. Floated up. Ooh, bit of hesitation again between Lamb and Kane. And Jones hesitated as well, having fielded the ball. He didn't let the throw go until a minute or a second, fraction of a second or two later than he might have done, and they got home. It would have been close if he'd have hit. So there we go. That's my thinking on the Tom Taylor situation. He's played almost all the cricket that he could have done this year, apart from when he was injured early on. Pushed out on the offside, this one, by Matt Lamb, who's on 12. It's been an uncertain 12, to be fair. 15 deliveries, 158 for 3. Waits again. Hindley bowls short, and this one is cut away for a single by Lamb Adavalath, the fielder. Yeah, talking about these players who haven't played, I mean, Matt Lamb will have played against, I don't know, he'll have played against Ethan Brooks, certainly in Birmingham League cricket when he was at Bolt Green, and 1 or 2 of the others, but quite a few of these players unfamiliar to one another, which is unusual in county cricket. This next one pushed away on the offside, and again Jones is the fielder. He's rattled through that over, has Tom Hindley. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 36. Another very tidy effort from him, as Fletch was saying. It's 159 for 3 off 33.
Ash Thorne asking me if there's any update on Ben Aitchison. Nothing from the club, but Ben was doing laps of the boundary this morning, so he's clearly looking to regain his fitness. We haven't seen Ben Aitchison all season. He had a back injury. So they're missing him, and have been for the entirety of the season. As Jack Home returns, only bowled 3 overs, 1 for 26. Picked up the wicket of Lewis Rees. The full toss that Rees dragged onto his stumps. Looked suitably disappointed. Here is Home then, in and bowls to Matt Lamb, and almost makes Matt Lamb fall over with a Yorker length delivery to begin with. Digs it out nicely.
Great football skills from Ethan Brooks. There's about 7 keepy-uppies and a side foot volley into Jake Libby's hands.
We can all do that.
At extra cover. With a white cricket ball, I'm not sure I can.
No, I'm not sure I could either.
It's very impressive.
Comes Home again. Bowls to Lamb, who drives into the ground, and it's fielded by backward point. Ed Pollock with the safe hands there.
Holmes another one of those bowlers, Fletch, I think, that he's fairly quick, he's young, he's a bit wayward, therefore the batter's thinking, I'm going to get after this guy. And then he might stick a good one in. And
yeah, you've got to be careful, and you do have to be careful as a batter out there. It's his 4th over. This one is broken bat, and he's been caught. He's still got the bat handle in his hands as Matt Lamb. The blade of the bat went out towards Rob Jones at mid-wicket, and the ball was caught by mid-on. That is truly remarkable that he's got basically a handle and the top, 3 or 4 inches of his bat in his hand, Matt Lamb. He has to go 159 for 4. You will not see a more bizarre dismissal in this round of Metro Bank Cup matches. If you do, let us know. Lamb goes for 13, 159 for 4.
Yeah, I was just having a quick look to see if I could see what the manufacturer was, so that we wouldn't. I wouldn't badmouth them on the radio, but yeah, it's gone, broken halfway down the blade. I mean, you say he's got the hand in his hand. He's also got half the blade in his hand.
As well, yeah. He's got both bits now. One in each hand.
They're so dry these days, the bats. They go well as a result, but well, there you go. Absolutely incredible. It was almost caught twice. He could have had the bat caught at mid-wicket and the ball caught at mid-on. Such was that dismissal, but it's a wicket for Jack Home, his second, and Matt Lamb has gone.
Here's Summit
for 13, and here is Summit.
16 and a half overs to go.
Perfectly set up for Summit to get 75 not out.
So far in this competition, he's faced 2 deliveries and hasn't scored a run, so he'd take that, I'm sure.
Yeah, but he's the sort of player that could be 30 off 40 and still end up 75 and 8. Anyway, it's time for me to go. So Kevin Howells will be back to join Fletch.
Will you just do the end of the over?
Oh, yeah, of course.
While I do my update.
No problem. I'll do the end of the over. Jack Home is halfway through his 4th over. He's picked up 2 wickets in bizarre style. Big wide full toss for the first one, which Lewis Rees chopped onto his stumps, and then that ball was just a length ball really that Matt Lamb was looking to whack over the top. Hit it, can't tell you how well he hit it really. It broke his bat, lobbed up to mid-on. Here's Home to Patel, bowls, and Patel is forward pushing out into the offside where Ethan Brooks does the fielding. So Matt Lamb gone for 13 off 19. Didn't look particularly fluent, to be fair. And as Fletch said, that might well be because he's hardly batted in the last couple of weeks, given that Derbyshire have been so prolific in this competition with the bat that nobody after the first 3 or 4 have got in at all. Home bangs this one in short, and Patel gets in behind it, pushes it back up the pitch, and Home does the fielding. Young, pacey, got a bit of attitude, Jack Home. Likes to let the batsman know he's there, but still making his way in the game. Not much to him in terms of bulk. He's in, he bowls, and Patel drives a fuller delivery through the covers, picks up a single as Harry Darley does the fielding on the cover boundary. And that's the end of Jack Home's 4th over. 2 for 27, his figures. Derbyshire put into bat here are 160 for 4. The men out, Lewis Rees for 34, Brooke Guest for 20, David Lloyd for 14, and in that last over, Matt Lamb for 13. Feel free to get in touch if you'd like to. Best way is to contact me is on Twitter at FrankWatson58 is the handle. Always happy to hear from listeners. Fletch is back, and in a moment or two he will be joined by Kevin Howells. Tom Hinley to bowl his final over.
Thank you, Frank. As he does bowl the first ball of his final over, it takes a leading edge off Samit Patel's bat and goes out to Rob Jones at point. There is no run. It was one of the more bizarre dismissals I've seen this season, the one of Matt Lamb. Samit picks up his second run by turning the ball into the leg side. They go through for a comfortable 1. Samit to 2, 161 for 4. Next up, Yusuf bin Naimi. We haven't seen bat at all for Derbyshire's first team. That one is guided very nicely by Harry Kame beyond the dive of Rob Jones and out towards the boundary where it's fielded by Davalath. And Harry Kame picks up another single. He moves to 53, 162 for 4. A lot resting on the shoulders of these two. Although, an attempt to cut it by Samit Patel, and he misses the ball, goes through to the keeper. Bin Naeem did make a half century against Cheshire in that warm-up game that Derbyshire managed to lose to the national county, as the final ball, no, the penultimate ball of Hindley's spell is off a leading edge out into the offside. This has been a really good 10 overs from Tom Hindley. His final ball then to Samit Patel is turned into the leg side, where it'll be fielded by Jake Libby. 10 overs, 2 for 38. I think Tom Hindley can be very happy with his day's work.
Generally speaking, part of the comeback from Worcestershire here, Derbyshire looked as if they're getting a real strong foothold, and still, 162 on the board and still another 15 overs to go. But it was his introduction really that started to put a little bit of a
Slowed it right down.
brakes on it. So that's terrific work from him. And you say 2 for 38 of 10 overs in any circumstance is very good. But bearing in mind how strong Derbyshire were at the top. But Kane is still there. He's on 53. And this is home bowling to him now, and that's down into the offside, and there will be no run. But how bizarre, that dismissal, and how good for the competition. We had a dismissal like that, because that can now go all over. Yeah, it could go viral.
I was very conscious of that when I was commentating on it.
But, so the idea that Fletch going viral was a worry for everybody.
Absolutely.
National Health will be very concerned. But it just was amazing, and it wasn't a split from the handle. There was still a little bit of the bat at the bottom of the
about 3 or 4 inches of his bat.
Next ball bowled and into the offside, no run. So a couple of dot balls to start things off here.
Rob Jones had to be on his mettle, because the blade of the bat went to him at mid-wicket, and the ball was actually caught by.
What if mid-on had dropped the ball, but Jonesy had taken the bat? Surely that's still out.
Only if he removes the stump as well.
62 for 4. In the air, but that's going to fly down here to Harry Dardy doing the fielding. Is it down here? Just down to our right-hand side. So the score moves to 163 for 4. It's Tom Hindley who's made his way down here. So Samit Patel, he's on 2, and of course we all know about his experience, how he can steer a team who've got off to a strong start into an even better one. He turns that away to Rob Jones at mid-wicket. And then for Samit, I love the idea that Samit makes us think that he really was interested in a quick single there.
We all know he wasn't.
Can you imagine if the fellow had set off at the other end? Samit would have been in sheer panic.
Yeah. No, he's not taking a quick one there.
No, not on the mess field. Home in bowls. Oh, this is in the air. It's going to be for Jones or the keeper. It's going to be for the keeper, and he takes the catch. That's the end of Samit Patel. Top-edged, high behind, moving to his left-hand side, the keeper. For one moment, I thought I was going to fly out there towards mid-wicket, but it's Roderick who takes the catch. It's another wicket for home, who was enjoying himself with the wickets column now. Make that 3 for him. Another one falls. And Patel it is, who's gone for 2. And Derbyshire now starting to flounder after making a really strong start. Kane still sits there at the other end, or stands there at the other end thinking what's going on. But the partners are falling far too quickly at the other end now. 3 for 28 from 4.5 overs for home. Teenagers who will be delighted with that.
14 overs to go. It's Yusuf Bin Naeem, the new batter. It's the first time he's going to walk out at the county ground as a Derbyshire first team player. Big moment for the young man from Repton School, born locally as well. In fact, there was almost a moment in this competition when Derbyshire had 3 Derbyshire-born players in the same team, but Mitch Wagstaff lost his place. No Harry Moore today either, so those two not playing, but Yusuf Bin Naeem is playing. He'll have batted with Harry Kane, I'm fairly certain, in the seconds this season. Not that Harry wants to bat too much in the seconds, but has had to do a bit of that. And one ball to negotiate first up. As I say, got a half century against Cheshire in defeat. The East Midlands teams all lost to national counties. Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire lost as well, which sort of eased the pain a bit.
Well, as all newbies have a problem of tying up the bootlaces, Bin Naheem's had to get down and tie his up.
Yes, he thought he might have done that before he came
No,
out.
just make it a bit tighter. You've got to feel comfortable out there.
Well,
You've got to be ready. But he is holding up proceedings here a little. But I think that's fine, because I reckon we've been rattling through these overs, really. I think we're probably okay for time.
oh gosh, yeah, we've only got 14 overs to bowl in an hour and 20 minutes.
So
Even Derbyshire could do that.
Bin Naheem is going to face his first ball, and it's home looking for wicket number 4. It's the last ball of this over. And, well, that's a no ball. And Bin Naheem apologises. That's come out all wrong. But that's some ball to face first up. He's not the tallest, but he manages to tuck out of the way of that one. There was, and immediately, now for me this is important, straight away an acknowledgement for the bowler to say, sorry I almost killed you.
Sorry I missed.
Yeah.
Wow.
That slipped out.
It's not what you want first ball, though, is it? First ball in first team cricket.
It isn't what you want, but at least he's not out. I mean, he's
Yeah.
okay from that point of view.
Free hit for Harry Kane, though.
He went through for one as well, 166 for 5. Here's the score. Lots of chat from the captain to bowler, and Kane 54 not out. And home bowls to be now a little shorter in the air out there on the leg side, and that is going to go all the way for 6 into the boards. So a little reminder as to why not to bowl those beamers and get yourself no balled. It's 172 for 5, and that's a 6.
First one
Put away from Kane, who's playing a very important role here. For his team, off to a good start. Of course, as a team, but say the wickets have fallen a little bit too quickly from their point of view recently. The most recent of which was Patel for 2. 172 for 5 after 36 overs.
No Ross Whiteley to rescue them this time. Of course, he's currently not playing for the Welsh Fire in the 100. But there is still Zach Chappell to come. Just one innings for him so far this season in this competition. It was the remarkable 94 not out from 87 balls that got them over the line against Northamptonshire, chasing 236. They were 79 for 7 at one point, and still managed to win the game by 1 wicket. As we see the return of Ethan Brooks from the racecourse end. Tom Hindley having finished his allocation of 10 overs, 2 for 38. Brooks 5 overs for 16. Starts, stops, walks backwards to his mark, and now he's on his way in to bowl to Bin Naheem, who just pushes this one out into the offside. He gets bat on ball for the first time. That'll make things seem a lot better. I'm sure he's not only wearing a long-sleeved Derbyshire top, I'm sure he's got a sleeveless sweater on as well, Bin Naheem. That's very reminiscent of Billy Godwin, who used to wear sweaters all the time, no matter how hot it got. He's pulled this one into the leg side, and he's been dropped, and the ball's gone for 4, and that really should have been taken out on the mid-wicket boundary. The fielder out there got to it, and is suitably disappointed, Harry Darley. But that is, well, a let-off for Yusuf Bin Naheem, who gets off the mark with the boundary.
So you say there's not much more you can add to that. That's a bit of a shocker, really.
Should have been caught.
Should have been caught.
Nobody wants to drop the ball.
No, of course.
And we'll move on. As Brooks is in, and he pushes this one out into the offside. He knows. Bless him out there. Harry Darley, who may already be thinking about making his return to bowl, of course. I mean, it's very difficult for these young players. But he made up the ground. Got both hands to the ball as well. Anyway, here's Brooks halfway through his 6th over. Bin Naheem pushes it up to Libby at mid-on. And there's no run. Perhaps that might just be the moment that Yusuf Bin Naheem needs. He'll want some runs in his first innings as a Derbyshire first teamer. He might not play that shot again. Although he might do. He might fancy it. Who knows? He waits now as Brooks is in and bowls up on his offer pad. little bit skittishly suggests to Harry Kane there might be a run there, or a leg by, I think it would have been, but they decide against it, which I think was the correct decision. And the score remains 176 for 5. 13 overs to go after this final ball of Ethan Brooks' 6th over. He's got a good mullet going there as Ethan Brooks. And Bin Naeem pushes this ball out into the offside, which is fielded by Hindley. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. So 13 to go. Derbyshire won 76 for 5. Middlesex made 266 in the game here. Between the sides, you've sort of got to discount the Lancashire game when they were bowled out for 99, and 266 was not a winning score. 266 was not a winning score. So Derbyshire will want to get as close to 300 as they possibly can, but they only have 13 overs, so they're going to have to go at 10 and over from here on in. Seems unlikely.
Home with his 6th over, bowls now and driven to mid-off for no run. He has taken 3 wickets. Commend this ground. Every time you come along here, well, every time, because I only come once a year before you make any big points about it, but when I do come along here, improvements being made. Lovely new toilet block at the end.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
More, I guess, important for cricket, and this isn't new, because I think I've seen this before, but just a little reminder of this fantastic scoreboard to our right-hand side.
Well, there's a replica in the commentary box.
Next ball sits up, and I was looking for that square, but it's ended up there at extra cover. But if you are here as a spectator, there is no problem in knowing what the score is. Now you think, well, surely it's not a given at every ground you go to these days. The score is sometimes one of the most difficult things to find. You can find out who's sponsoring the club, and you can find out which rock band's appearing in the next six years, but you can't always see the cricket score. Next one. Bowled here, a little shorter. That is played square. I was looking for it earlier on the offside. 1 becomes 2. They'll have to be quick. This could be a run out. Should be a run out. Oh! It bounced high for the keeper coming in. The throw from Darley. Can you be critical of that or not? Because it had decent direction to it. But for all the life and money, I thought he was really struggling, Kane, coming back on that one. Applauded, though. Got round to it quickly, so... I think that could have been a very close call. Kane was moved to 62, 178 for 5, and that's driven again. They're looking for the runs here, and it puts pressure on the field there at mid-on, and he makes a fumble. So they clearly think they need to get on with it a bit, and judging by the urgency of the running, this pair, Kane and Bin Naeem. Kane was moved to 63, taking Derbyshire to 179 for 5. 2 balls left of the 38th over. But yeah, it's a terrific board away. We can't say we can see it on our screen here, but if you're as a spectator here, lovely big board. And this is in the air. This could be a catching opportunity. Should be for Rob Jones, and he takes it. And it's Bin Naeem who's gone. He's out for 4, caught on the onside. Didn't get it right, and that's another wicket for Jack Home, giving him 4 wickets now, 4 for 39. And with Bin Naeem falling, it means it's 179 for 6, 1 ball left of the 38th over, and from what was a really strong position for Derbyshire, even though Kane is still there, he's still batting through at the moment for his 63, the rest is all going wrong. And Home at 4 for 39 from 5.5 overs. The partnership there between Kane and Bin Naeem was 16 of 13 balls, but a catch for Jones. For one moment I thought the 2 fielders out there may not have communicated properly, but Jones, presumably is the more experienced man, made the call, took the catch.
Yes, Derbyshire in danger here of not getting a winning score. It's Zach Chappell out next, the hero of Wantage Road. Who seems to have got lost on the way down the steps. Oh, no, there he is. He's just sorting his left pad up, or out, rather. Should be reasonably rested because in the last match he didn't bat, of course, and was only asked to bowl 5 overs. So that's not as if they've been overworked, the Derbyshire lower order. But when I call it a lower order, still to come Sam Connors, Darren Dupavilon and Pat Brown. We know Pat Brown can't bat. Dupavilon can defend. Sam Connors has got a couple of shots now, but only one of them is really attacking. So a lot down to these two. Harry Kane will be feeling the burden, you would have thought, 63 off 94. And, well, Zach Chappell is a very fine striker of the ball. You can't expect him to do it time after time, coming in down at 8.
Big, tall chap takes his guard. Zach Chappell, 179 for 6. Home bowls again, and he is looking for a fifer. 4 for 39 from his 6 overs bowled so far. Been a bit of a mixed bag, really, but you're not going to complain a moment about taking 4 wickets here now. Came on 63 from 94. 38 overs, just that 12 remain in this 50 overs per side competition. I would suggest at 6 down they just take it easy for a few overs from here on in. I was taken by what seemed to be a real change out there in the urgency, seemingly. They looked a bit rushed. The running between the wickets just looked a little bit off. Didn't look particularly settled. Ben Naeem, of course, I mean, he's still new and young and learning and all that sort of stuff. But there seemed to be almost a definite change in approach there, which in the end maybe was part of the undoing of Ben Naeem.
Here's Brooks, 7th over for him. Bowls to Harry Kane, who guides this one down towards the man for a single. Moves to 64, 180 for 6. The first time in his career Jack Home has picked up 4 wickets in an innings in a List A match. So well done to him. 4 for 39. He's still got 4 overs to go. Should Jake Libby decide to go with him. Here is Brooks once more in and bowls to Chappell, who defends. Straight back towards the bowler. And there is no run. At Northamptonshire, 211 for 4 in the 36th over against Durham at Chester Street. Still 40 minutes or so before Somerset and Lancashire get underway at Taunton. Those games both in this group, Group A. Brooks is in again and bowls to Chappell, who pushes this one out into the offside. Sussex 146 for 7 at Neath against Glamorgan. So struggling a little bit there. 183 for 4 Warwickshire against Surrey at Rugby School. And Gloucestershire 176 for 3. They're in the 36th over. There most of the games are around about the 36th, 37th over kind of mark. Gloucestershire playing Yorkshire. 180 for 6 Derbyshire, as that one is whipped away by Zach Chappell for his first run. And it is only a single out towards the square leg boundary. 181 for 6. He is a huge man, Zach Chappell. No stranger to the inside of a gym. Although by the time he got to the end of his 96 not out or whatever it was, he was on half a leg effectively. As Brooks goes in and bowls to Kane, who defends this one up towards Libby. And there is a no run. Matt Lamb going for a walk around the boundary.
It's picking up bits of his bat, I think, is basically what he's doing.
It was a remarkable dismissal.
He's just making sure that everybody's sharing it on social media, I think. That's what he's doing.
Next delivery is driven by Harry Kane out towards Jones at a point.
He is.
There is no. What's he doing?
He's busy. He's on a tour. He's doing a tour of the outfield where he's engaging in conversation with anybody who wants to talk to him about the bizarre incident with your bat.
Yeah. What happened? Well, I'm
It's
glad
like
you
this.
asked.
That's exactly what's going
It's
on.
currently being mended. I've got some gaffer tape.
Yeah.
Get that on eBay. This is the bat that went viral, which we assume it will.
Like we know. We just repeat what we're told by the youngsters. 181 for 6. And that one is turned away. One hand comes off the bat handle from Chappell, but he manages to keep the bat intact. Turned fine, so he'll get a single. He moves to 2 and take Derbyshire to 182 for 6.
I'm a little disappointed in the pitch. It's not quite as fast and bouncy as the 1-2 to the left as we look.
Mm-hmm.
take that into consideration a bit. But
Looks very green. Does look very
it does
green.
look green, but they don't play green, Kev.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, came on 64. It's turned away onto the one side where Rob Jones do the fielding. One place that I used to see this an awful lot, other than Derby, was down at Taunton. People would often get taken in by the colour of the pitch, a green surface, and it did actually get a little bit of extra carry at times, a bit extra, but not much. Not much.
We've got a theory.
Oh no. Came on 64, and that's a push just out of the reach of the man at extra cover, and therefore they'll get one. And Came on moved to 65, 183 for 6 in the 40th over.
You remember between 1964 or whenever it was and 2010, the pitch was the other way around. The square was the other way around. So
Here, at Derby,
it
yeah,
went
yeah.
sort of as we look from left to right instead of near to far. But these middle pitches won't have moved, if that makes any sense.
Chappell's on 2, facing now. Tall figure of Chappell up on top of that, keeps it down on the leg side, no run.
Whereas the ones in the extremes are relatively new, and it's 14 years, of course, but they're not that new, but they're newer than the ones in the middle. The ones in the middle have been played on since, goodness knows when, not quite 1870, but because the actual playing area has shifted around a little bit inside the racecourse boundary.
This is home bowling at the moment, and he's bowling to Chappell. This is shorter, one hand again taken off the bat handle. It flies behind square leg side. And one more, Chappell to 3. The team to 184 for 6. One ball left of the over.
So the further to the edge of the square you get, the fresher the pitches, and certainly the one we saw the previous 2 matches was a lot livelier than this one. Of course, it's been a problem for Derbyshire for a while now. They haven't won a home game since 1820 or something.
Next ball, and that's lent back. Came and plays it really well, actually. Very skillful, angling that down just over the boundary rope in front of us for 4 runs to finish off the over. 188 for 6. And he moves to 69, not out. Take a look at that one. Onto it quickly in terms of leaning back, realising and just help this on its way. The uppercut. So home still 4 wickets. 4 wickets though for 46 from his 7 overs. It's 40 overs gone, so 10 remain. 188 for 6. Came on 69 from exactly 100 balls. Chappell 3 off 7. A partnership of 9 at the moment. See, you mentioned that Northamptonshire score at Durham. That included Prithvi Shaw, the Northampton opener, scoring a 97 off 71 balls, 16 fours in that innings.
He's useful, isn't he? Ethan Brooks from the racecourse sent ball into Zach Chappell, who drives very pleasantly past the outstretched left arm of the bowler. He picks up a single as it's fielded at mid-off. Moves to 4, 189 for 6. Derbyshire managed to get him out reasonably cheaply, but you feel he holds the key for Northamptonshire, any success they might have in this competition. As he did last season, didn't he? He scored a few runs last season as well. Brooks is in and bowls to Came, who defends straight back to the bowler. They're the ones they playing at York? No, they can't, because they're now a groupie full.
Northants, they're up at Durham, Chestler Street.
Of course they are. Of course they are.
It's the Gloucesters who are at York.
Here's Brooks. And bowls to Came, who drives it straight back to Brooks again. Gets his right hand to it this time. Tries to guide it onto the stumps. Not Jake Libby. Fateh Singh looks like he's getting ready to bowl again, having bowled 6 overs for 24. Going through his bowling action at mid-on. Halfway through the 41st over here, Ethan Brooks bowls to Harry Came, who clips that one down to long leg, and they turn and come back for a second. It takes Zach Chappell rather by surprise. Then the ball on its way in hits him. He wasn't looking, and it just hit him as it was about to go through to Ethan Brooks. They do get back for 2. There was always 2 there. Zach Chappell thought there was a comfortable single and was happy with that, but 2 more came. He moves on to 71, 191 for 6. Brooks asking the long leg to come in as Singh comes out to long on down below us.
Come in, go out. He's come back now against Jack Home there.
It goes Brooks, and that strikes the pad of Harry Kane. Oh, he's been given out. He's been given out like before wicket. It was a half-hearted appeal, really. He went back. I think that's what's undone him. And Harry Kane goes for 71. And Derbyshire lose their 7th wicket on 191 and are in danger of not posting a particularly competitive score. Who knows? We'll wait and find out. But it's a wicket for Ethan Brooks. Came 71 of 104.
And the phrase "he deserves that" comes to mind because he's been very economical, really, as Brooks. So happy to get a wicket in that column. Harry Kane, again, really go on response, not behind the bowler's arm to look at this. Kane's response, he looked guilty.
He did look guilty. It was just that there was no. It wasn't a huge appeal, was it? It was a sort of half-hearted appeal.
He had a guilty look at him, but then, like a lot of batters, then sort of, with his body language, questioned the decision by looking exactly, well, where did that ball hit me?
Sam Connors comes out at number 9, which is probably one place too high.
Tell me about Connors, please, over the last 12 months or so, because an exciting 12, 18 months, an exciting talent. Thought he was going places. What's happening this game?
Yeah, he's bowling. He hasn't got the wickets that he would have liked, clearly. Sam Connors, I think he's gone slightly backwards. However, in the last 2 white ball matches here, he's been terrific. Bowled really quickly. But yeah, he's out of contract at the end of the season. All sorts of rumours swirling around.
We don't pay any attention.
We don't
to
do rumours.
we
We don't do rumours. No,
No.
we don't do rumours. But there are a lot of them swirling.
Right.
Here's Ethan Brooks, final ball of his 8th over. And he bowls to Sam Connors, who drives, gets an inside edge on that one. It goes out into the onside, and the over comes to an end. So Derbyshire have got to negotiate the final 9 overs without a recognised batsman, essentially. And they've got to get themselves to 250. So good luck with that. I wish them the very best of British.
So Connors, I see, he had 50 championship wickets in 2022. That would be the time. Yeah.
And then he got into the England Lions training squad and that kind of thing.
He's 25 years of age, so he's a little bit of wriggle room still in getting going again. Exactly. If he does move on, or whatever happens to him, he's got another year or two to sort it out.
He has.
Yeah.
He has. Whether he sorts it out here or not remains up for debate.
Singh is back into bowl again. He's bowled 6 overs, 24 runs he's conceded, and that one is punched by Chappell to long off. A single, so he moves to 5, takes Derbyshire up to 192 for 7. They were in a really good, solid position early on. Not too sure whether it's the bowling or whether there's been some, maybe not the cleverest of shot selections. But Derbyshire find themselves in some bother here now. 2 teams, of course, who are top of the table, 1 and 2 in this group. So 2 teams have enjoyed success so far in the 3 matches they've played previously. But Singh is going to come around the wicket in now to bowl to Connors, facing his second delivery, taken high by the keeper. A little extra bounce there from Fateh Singh. 25 runs conceded so far from 6.2 overs, around the wicket again, in and bowls and defended by Connors. I don't mind this so much because they've 7 down here. I'd like to see them just steady things down for at least 3 or 4 overs. Pick up what they can. Singh bowls again. A little quicker. Fuller. Oof, that raced through really on him. Keeps it out, does Connors. So difficult times here at the moment for Derbyshire. Brooks picking up that LBW, getting rid of Kane. Oh, and that's a stumping. A terrific delivery, and he's come out of his crease as Connors by a yard or 2. It's beaten him, and in the end, that wasn't the most difficult piece of work to do by the gloveman either, Roderick. So that's another down. It's 8 down now, and Connors goes without scoring. And Singh adds his name to the wicket takers there, and I have to say, right now, this is been a bit of a horror show for Derbyshire in the last, 10, 12 overs or so. Worcestershire really have fought back well. Very inexperienced team, Worcestershire, bring today to the competition, really. As Frank Watson, who of course is sitting alongside me now, has been saying, one option really with all the injuries as well as everything else going on. But right now, it looks as if they're in a fairly strong position. You can never tell, of course, at the halfway mark. We need to see what it's like batting second time around. But this is a good fight back by Worcestershire. Derbyshire 192 for 8, with one ball left to the 42nd over.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Kevin. I think Worcestershire have they've kind of ridden their luck a bit. Jack Home 4 for 46, you could say, bit flattered by that. Tom Hinley 2 for 38, bowled quite a few bad deliveries, but being a wrist spinner, we'll excuse him that, and he caught a really good caught and bowled and picked up that second wicket as well. So Worcestershire's very, very inexperienced attackers come back really well, as you say here. And I think the other thing is that the brains trust out there, Gareth Roderick, Jake Libby, senior players have got together and they've decided to go with some bowlers maybe a little bit earlier than they might have done if they were only 5 down and they were holding people back. I think they've kind of gambled a little bit, and it looks at the moment as though that might have paid off. They've still got to find people to bowl those death overs if they're required.
Is the new batter. Forgive me for interrupting you just for a second. He just turns that away square leg side for a single, so he's off the mark. 193 for it. Carry on, Frank.
Yeah, just, Darley and Khan, the inexperienced openers, have possibly got to come back and bowl at the death. But I think they thought, well, we'll go with Brooks and Singh at this stage to try and keep the squeeze on, and then maybe we won't need to bowl those overs right at the end.
This is really encouraging for a young team. This is really encouraging, though. For, as you say, may be flattered in some extent. But Hindley's introduction, and then they went with a bit of Singh at the other end as well. That seemed to be the turning point. No pun intended. That didn't seem to be the turning point in this innings, didn't it?
In a way, it was a bit like a kind of mini T20 where you get your spinners on in the middle overs. I suppose it's not entirely a new idea. Think back to Mike Gatting's Middlesex side. Ethan Brooks bowls, first ball of the 43rd over, just steered away on the offside by Dupavalon for no run. And, I'm thinking way back, but you used to get Phil Edmonds and John Embry whiz through about 20 overs in an hour in the middle of an innings in a limited overs competition back in the day. And it's just a modern version of that, really, isn't it? Brooks in again, bowls, and Dupavalon drives up to mid-off. Ethan Brooks as well, big effort from him, I think. Not quick, mixes it up, lots of variations of pace, models himself a bit on Ravi Bopara as a bowler in T20 cricket and in this kind of cricket, and 8.2 overs, 1 for 25 so far. Very tidy. In again now, bowls down the leg side. That one flicks the pad down to fine leg for a leg by. 194 for 8. But a really good effort from Brooks, who, in a way, daft as it sounds for a young lad who's only 23 and only just come to the club, he's the senior bowler in this lineup, and he's stood up to be counted today. Bowls again now and just worked away on the leg side for a single by Zach Chappell, who goes to 6 off 10. Good bit of fielding down there by Ollie Cox, who's on as a substitute. 195 for 8. Here's Brooks again. 2 balls left in his 9th. He bowls fuller this time, driven, not timed. Straight to mid-off Libby Fields. And there's no run. But yeah, good effort from Worcestershire. Harry Kane held things together with 71. Other than that, Lewis Rees, 34, the top scorer. And inexperienced Worcestershire attack have done themselves proud here. And Jake Libby, to be fair, has handled them very well, I think. Brooks to complete his 9th bowls. And again, just a defensive shot from the batsman. No run scored. End of the over. 43 gone. 195 for 8. Derbyshire having been put into bat this morning. And the men are Rees 34, Guest 20, Lloyd 14, Lamb 13, Patel 2, Bin Naeem 4, Kane, the linchpin of the innings, 71, and Connors out without scoring.
Be interesting just what impact Jake Libby has had out there, but there can be no doubt that the captain and a player of his experience no doubt has had a very big role to play, although we can't tell exactly what it is from this distance out there. But the idea that you do not send a message to young players, whether they've been bowling lots of wides, no balls, that it's not good enough. Some of the fielding has been a bit shocking, to be honest, by those same individuals out on the boundary. It's to keep it all level, and I'm sure that's exactly what Libby has been doing. And that could be part of the reason why Derbyshire now 195 for 8. Fateh Singh is back in, and that's punched by Zach Chappell to long on for a single. Lot rest now for Chappell, and he moves to 7 off 11. So how far can Derbyshire take this? There's still a lot of overs remaining. We're in the 44th over in this one-day cup fixture. Group A, top 2 teams. Fielder is sent back in the deep there at long on as Pavillon faces, cuts the ball past the off stump to backward point, and there that is fielded by again another Worcestershire player of some experience, Ed Pollock. They're generally inexperienced, a lot of young players out there, but not for Pollock, and that one is again just out into the offside, out towards that cover boundary for 1. Pavillon moves to 2. Derbyshire 197 for 8. It's glorious weather, really quite warm out there. There is a breeze blowing around, you can see that, but it's still very warm. That's 4 and driven for no run to extra cover. And a good number in. I'm starting to wonder, as we see Fateh Singh bowl a little quicker, and that one is whipped away by Chappell, and fielder just out of my eye line there, but judging by the response, either did something very good or almost made a fool of himself, one or the other. 2 runs anyway, added to the total, 199 for 8. Chappell has moved to 9, and he's still on strike, and whips that one up to that fielder at long on for 1, and it brings to the end Singh's 8th over, but it also brings the 200 up for Derbyshire, 200 for 8. Pavillon is on 2, Chappell on 10. He needs to have put on a partnership of 8 so far of 13 balls. 44 overs gone, but Singh now 8 overs. No maidens, 1 for 31. But what I was going to say, Frank, and I don't want to obviously deep dive into this discussion now, but if you look out there, for me, you know, there are empty seats, but there's a good number in. It's a glorious sunny day.
Yeah.
I think they found the answer as to what you play county cricket-wise during the 100, and it's called the one-day cup. And I know there'll be people, championship people, who love championship cricket, and they say, well, you put championship cricket on at this time of the year, same numbers would turn up. I'm not so sure. I think this is the competition to play.
Ethan Brooks starts his final over with a pace-off delivery, clever change of pace. Might say, how can you have a change of pace when it's first ball of the over? But change of pace from what he's been bowling. He changes his pace regularly, and that one just out the back of the hand, I think, did deceive Chappell a little bit. Squeezed away on the offside, no run. He's in again, bowls, and this one is driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. He's in his last over then, Brooks, and then Singh's got 2 left. So that means that Worcestershire have got to find 3 from their other bowlers. I think it might be Home they prefer, but neither Darley, Khan or Home have got a great deal of experience of bowling at the death. 200 for 8, as Brooks is in again, bowls, whipped away on the leg side by Chappell, nicely timed. Darley runs round the leg side boundary to field, and they go through for a comfortable 2.
The concern, Frank, is just how troubled Darley and Khan seem to be. We had wides, we had no balls in there as well. To get them to come back, I mean, they bowled the first 10 between them. Now coming back, it's going to be quite a challenge.
Yeah, I think Darley will be the one that is given most responsibility, possibly. Brooks bowls again, pace off that one, little off cutter. Just dropped short of a length and clipped up to long on by Chappell. $203 for 8. Chappell 13, Du Pavillon 2. Brooks 2 balls left in his final over, 1 for 29 so far. Tidy from him. And again, nicely bowled. And he's disappointed with himself because it was punched back at him and he should probably have stopped it himself. Thrust out his right hand, couldn't quite get a hand on it, and they go through for a single. Last ball of the over. Field changes. Third man comes up. Man goes out to deep mid-wicket. Singh. So we've got 3 men on the leg side boundary now. Brooks in. Bowls and turned, well, off the pad for a single by Chappell, who keeps the strike. And it's 205 for 8. Chappell now 14. And Ethan Brooks finishes. Very, very tidy from him. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. And he's bowled at a difficult time, and I think he's done a really good job.
I mean, I mentioned the use of spin at both ends. Actually, he was involved, wasn't he? So you had your opening 10 overs of Darley and Khan. Young Home came on. Sort of was bowling 2 good balls and over. He ended up with 4 wickets. But Brooks also introduced at a similar time. And look at those figures now. Just those 31 runs from 10 overs. That's a good return. Singh is bowling the spin. And that's full. Has been nicely played, actually, by Chappell. Out through deep mid-wicket for a single. He moves to 15. Takes the team to 206 for 8. So perhaps we need to add his name to the time when Worcestershire started to wrestle it back. A lot tighter, more discipline. More experience, of course, for Brooks. But this one into the pads. LBW appeal. Umpire says he's not interested. Pavillon is the batter in question. We're not behind. But that looked to be going down to me. It certainly didn't look right, and the umpire's not interested. So Pavillon's on 3 not out at the moment, and that one is turned away onto the onside. What they won't be doing, well, I hope they don't do, is make the mistake that we saw from Sam Connors with you come down the pitch. You don't do that to Singh. He can vary that pace of the delivery. It was quite a quick one, and it's had him all over the shop, and Connors was so far out of his ground when those bails were whipped off. Had the better of him. Really good ball. 206 for 8. Next ball full. Helped on its way. Just use the wrists from Du Pavillon to get a single. He moves to 4. Derbyshire 207 for 8 now. So eking out what they can. There's still overs remaining. We've got 1 ball left to the 46th over. But he'll have 1 over remaining, will Singh. But Brooks and Hindley have now got through their 10. We talked about those two being an important part of wrestling it back. And that one is bowled nice and full. And it's Chappell will just get a single. The single is not too much damage here, even from a Worcestershire point of view. But I just wondered just how Darley, Khan and Home are going to fare here now, whoever is chosen on them. Du Pavillon is on 4, Chappell 16, 46 overs gone, 208 for 8 is the score. This partnership 16 off 25 balls.
So Darley, who's being favoured to bowl overs, I would imagine 47 and 49, and that means Singh will probably bowl 48, and it means somebody has got to bowl 50, probably Home. Don't know. Tricky little equation for Jake Libby to work out. Such is life with a youthful, inexperienced attack. To be fair, Worcestershire's death bowling in white ball cricket this year has been something of a problem. In all cricket, Tom Taylor's tended to bowl at the death in T20 cricket, and although he's bowled really well early on, hasn't particularly got it right at the very end. But it's been his responsibility, and he's fronted up for it every time. But he, of course, not playing today. So a little bit of work to do. Harry Darley starts a new over from the racecourse end, and well, a little bit short, pulled away by Chappell in the air, bound short of Ed Pollock running in from long on. He nearly made a mess of it, Pollock, but he managed to pour it down to the ground and keep them to a single.
I think he was uncertain whether he should be making more effort to get to it.
Yeah,
And then
I don't think he quite picked it up. We saw a similar one earlier when Home was fielding down here. Anyway, here's Darley again. Now he's bowling to Dupavilon. Bowls, Yorker, nicely bowled, driven on the offside, no run. Fielded by Hindley at extra cover. 209 for 8. 47th over. I think if Worcestershire can keep Derbyshire to 230 even, they would feel they've done a pretty good job. Fair bit of pace in the pitch. Obviously, we can't comment too much on it till we've seen both sides bowl, and Derbyshire's attack is far more experienced than that of the visitors. Darley is in again and bowls, and this one's flat batted away on the offside by Dupavion. He'll pick up 2 runs as Davalath runs around from deep cover to do the fielding. 211 for 8 then.
there's so much for the coaches to see here, including how he fares here, coming back.
Yeah.
How does he get on?
Yeah, absolutely. And great experience for these young guys as well. You can only get that experience by being given the responsibility. He's in again, Darley, and bowls, and this is short and wide and cut away. Not a good delivery, but he's going to get away with it, really. Just 2 runs as it's fielded down there by Ishan Khan. Anything that isn't going to the boundary, I suppose, is reasonably satisfactory at this stage. Dupavilon is on 8 now. He's faced 16 deliveries. But the run rate is under 5, and I suppose in white ball cricket these days, that's considered fairly modest. And at one stage, I did think that, 159 for 3 at one stage, he thought that the base had been laid for something in excess of 275, 300, but doesn't look like it's going to get there now. Darley, 2 balls left in his 6th over, the 47th of the innings. He's in and bowls, and that's a big hit down the ground, and that's gone all the way for 6. Dupavilon, not much foot movement, swing of the arms, didn't really middle it, but got enough of it to clear Pollock at long on over the rope down below us, and 6. So Darley being tested now, going the distance on that occasion. 219 for 8. So I said 230. Looks like could be a bit more now, unless, of course, they can pick up a wicket, because that would really slow things up, and it would put a bit more pressure on if they were actually 9 down. As Darley bowls again, wide outside the off stump. Flash and a miss from Dupavilon. End of the over, 219 for 8 off 47.
So you're the captain here, and do you go to Darley next over this end, or do you think, well, you didn't really come back very well, therefore I'm going to give Khan an opportunity here to see how he comes back?
Yeah, I don't know.
What damage are you doing to Darley by doing that?
Yeah, exactly. It's tricky, isn't it? I think it really is one of those where there's no right answer to that, I don't think. The right answer is,
well, the right answer is
the
you
lucky one.
Yeah. Or whichever choice you make, they take the 2 wickets. But
yeah, I mean, Home, as you said, he was bowling a couple of good balls and over, wasn't he? And he's got 4 for 46, and it was partly because he bowls hittable balls, and people look to play shots against him, that he picks up the wickets. But you don't really want to risk that at the very end. I think you stick with Darley, probably.
Singh has got 1 over remaining, 1 for 34, and he comes in now to bowl to Chappell, who's on 17. And that's high in the air. It's going to go out towards the field and past him. Actually, I think that's gone into the building through the open door. It has. The steward's gone to fetch that. Is that into the kitchen? It's somewhere around there. It's where the dressing rooms used to be, actually. It's where the players used to change many, many years ago, down in the bottom of that building, but it's snuck its way in, and that's a mighty big blow, which Chappell sees his score move to 23, and Derbyshire now 225 for 8. For one moment, I thought the fielder might have been in play there, but no, it was well to his right-hand
in
side.
all white ball cricket this year, the last few overs have been costly for Worcestershire. Whoever's bowled them, T20, it really has been a problem.
Singh was about to bowl his second and come round the wicket. He's then stopped. He's gone back and he's coming over here. And that's down the leg side. Bell's whipped off, and it's not really worked for the bowler because he's given the leg side wide now.
Good work by Roderick. Got a leg side stumping off a wide the other day off Hinley against Durham. But as you say, if it's a wide and he hasn't gone anywhere, it's just a run given away.
Bowls again, a little shorter, outside edge over the top of the fielder here, going to race beyond him, and the boundary rope is going to be 4. Real swing at that, a little bit fortunate. There was a fielder here just on the edge of the circle, but just over the top, and then once past, it ran very, very quickly to the boundary rope. 4 more for Derbyshire. Well, there's your 230, Frank. 230 for 8.
It's looking more like 250, isn't it now? He's played a good hand here, Zach Chappell. He deserves a bit of fortune. He's got every right to have a swing at this stage. 27 to Chappell. Next ball, he's gone big again through mid-wicket. One bounce should be into the hands of the fielder out there, Rob Jones. He checks where he is in terms of the boundary, but he's okay, and it's 1 run. Chappell moves to 28, 231 for 8 now. Got 94 not out in the first game in this competition, Zach Chappell against Northants, so he's having a good season, a good competition. Singh full, and that's flowing out towards the fielder on the cover boundary, and there will be 1 run. I'm going to make my move at the end of this, because for listeners on Sports Extra, we shall, because we're running way ahead of time, we'll be off to find another one-day cup match for you in a moment. Dave Fletcher will be coming in here. Singh comes around the wicket, in and bowls. Hammered straight back through the hands of Singh. That really was fast, but it goes past him, and they'll get 1 more run. The score now to 233 for 8. Pavlon 15, Chappell 29. So what did appear to be Derbyshire messing things up a little bit. They're sort of finding them some extra runs here. Useful. As Pavlon is on 15, and that's outside edge. Won't get any run for that. It's the end of that over. So that now is 48 overs. 233 for 8, Dupavlon on 15, Chappell 29, and Singh has bowled 10 overs, 1 for 48. I'm looking at that and I'm thinking to myself, you know, we talked about whether those figures probably reflect performances of the bowlers today from a Singh point of view. I'm looking at that and thinking, you know, I think he probably deserves to be more in the 30s really for his performance today, but the figures are 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 48. David then coming in to join you will be Frank Watson for the last couple.
Thank you very much, Kevin Howells, who will may or may not return this afternoon, depending on his mood, I think. I'm sure he will. Oh, he's just got a face like thunder now. So he's off, and Sports Extra listeners will be getting some bonus cricket a little bit later on. Well, the not too distant future, in actual fact. There's 12 deliveries to go in the Derbyshire innings. Darley is going to bowl his 7th over. Can go and get 6s at the moment. He's bringing the 3rd man up, which is slightly dangerous because Zach Chappell is swinging from the hip, and if it comes off an edge, that makes it an automatic boundary, you would have thought. But anyway, here he comes then. 12 deliveries to go. 233 for 8. Darley is in and bowls, and this one has been hammered down the ground for a 1 bounce 4 out towards long on. He is such a strong man, Zach Chappell. Said earlier that he's no stranger to the inside of a gym, and this is really where it starts to count in the dying overs of a match. That innings against Northamptonshire included 13 fours, 94 not out. It was a match-winning innings. It was his highest score in List A cricket, followed on from his best bowling in List A cricket. 237 for 4. Chappell on 33. Darley is in and bowls, and that's a no ball that's been hammered away to the square leg boundary for 4. So it'll be a free hit to Zach Chappell. 6 onto the total, 243 for 8. Chappell moves on to 37. And it's all starting to unravel at the end. And it was interesting what you say about white ball cricket, because in the T20, it was Tom Taylor who bowled a couple of overs at the end, wasn't it? And,
every game.
And it's not any particular bowler. It just
Every
seems
game.
to happen.
Almost every game this season for Worcestershire, whether bowling first or second, the last few overs have been a real problem.
Darley then to bowl the second ball of the over again. It's a free hit. He's in and he bowls to Chappell. It's a good delivery for a free hit because it's right in the block hole, and he can do no more than turn it into the leg side for a single. He moves to 38, 244 for 8. This partnership, incidentally, with that 4 and the no ball is now worth 52 as the Derbyshire tail wags.
Yeah, and Worcestershire followers and listeners and viewers and supporters generally will be looking at this and saying, "Oh no, not again!" But it's just a recurring problem.
Next delivery is driven down the ground by Darren Dupavel, and it's actually fielded away to our left-hand side by Tom Hinley, and they only get a single, but he hit that nicely. 245 for 8. Can you?
Yeah,
please?
of course. And that's not to apportion particular blame either to Tom Taylor or anybody else. I think it's just one of those difficult situations. They tend to go for the wide full one these days, or Yorkers, if they can. And if you don't execute properly, then it's difficult. Darley does execute properly on this occasion. It's a good Yorker which scoots through past the batter through to wicket-keeper Gareth Roderick. So, 244 for 8. Still reasonable from a Worcestershire point of view, but as Fletcher was just saying, 50-odd added for this 9th wicket in quick time. And it's more than Worcestershire would have hoped about 15-20 minutes ago. Darley in again, bowls, and again this is smashed away on the leg side for 6 more by Zach Chappell. And Harry Darley, given the responsibility here, is finding things are very, very tough bowling at the death. And if you don't get it just right, and you're not of high pace, then it's pretty straightforward for a big, muscular bat swinger like Zach Chappell, who's raced on now to 44 off 31 deliveries. Darley in again, bowls, and he goes for another massive heave on the leg side, and it's 4 more. He's found the gap between long on and mid-wicket, and he's raced on to 48 off 32, and Harry Darley's figures getting a bit of a mauling. 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 58. The 250 is up, 255 in fact, with 1 over to go. And what looked as though it was going to be a total that we thought was going to be considerably short of A, what Derbyshire would have hoped for, and B, what it looked like they were going to get earlier on, now looks as though they are going to get, well, somewhere up around 260, 270, and that will be a challenging total for this very inexperienced Worcestershire side. So a fluctuating innings, and Derbyshire finishing in fine style. Jack Home is going to be given the responsibility of bowling the final over, which is quite something for a young man who only made his debut in senior cricket a couple of weeks ago. And it means I can give you the bowling figures of all the other bowlers as we go through this last over.
Probably good that he's facing Darren, or Darren Dupavel's facing initially, because we know what Zach Chappell's going to do.
Yeah. Anyway, Darley, 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 58, his final figures. Khan, 5 overs at the beginning, no maidens, no wicket for 27. Ethan Brooks, probably the pick of the bowlers, to be fair. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. Tom Hinley, good again, the left-arm wrist spinner. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 38. And Fateh Singh, a little bit unfortunate to be see his figures damaged in his last over. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 48. I think he probably, to be fair, bowled a bit better than that. Anyway, here's Jack Home Last over of the innings, 3 men out on the leg side boundary. He's in, he bowls, and that's gone high up in the air, and Jake Libby is running round and takes the catch at mid-on. A 5 for Jack Home. Good delivery, got a bit of pace on it, got it in the block hole, and Du Pavillon unable to get right underneath it, skies it, and Jack Home gets the congratulations of his teammates for having picked up a maiden 5 It won't be a day that he'll forget, and it's 2:55 for 9 with 5 deliveries left.
63 for the 9th wicket off 45 deliveries. So Darren Du Pavillon has pretty much done his job, apart from not getting a single and getting Zach Chappell on strike, because here comes a man familiar to all Worcestershire supporters. It's Pat Brown, who, well, to put it simply, can't bat. Admitted it himself in a club video the other day, saying, talking about his fielding, saying, well, yeah, you can't be a one-dimensional cricketer, so my fielding's got to be good, because we know he can bowl, but his batting leaves a bit to be desired.
I remember him playing in a Birmingham League game for Kidderminster against the club that I was coaching on Musley, and I've never seen anybody playing this quite so often in my life as he did for a couple of overs a few years ago.
That first ball at Birmingham in the T20, that he just missed a straight one, and middle stump was knocked out of the ground. So I don't have particularly high hopes.
Well, 16 for Du Pavillon of 22 deliveries. Home with a 5 If he could wrap it up now with no further damage, Worcester should be pretty happy. But Brown plays an expert shot, proves us wrong.
Yes.
Beautifully executed, late cut. Fletch, have that, and he's waving his bat at. No, he's not.
He's probably waving his hands at me, Pat. He's a top man.
Down to third man.
Beautiful shot by
lovely
Pat
shot.
Yeah.
And home actually just it genuinely, seriously, a demonstration of the fact that, you know, even against the tail ender with the field spread like that, if you get your line wrong like that, you're just asking for it. Really, you've got to bowl straight at the end, full and straight. He'll be trying to do that.
Chappell will want the half century.
And Brown just leans on this, pushes out on the offside, and they pick up another single. So there we go. 3 balls left. 260 for 9, and Zach Chappell 2 away from another 50, another not out contribution in this competition. He's having a great competition with bat and ball.
He got a career best bowling in that Northants game as well.
Really good. As I look round, as if it really matters where the fielders are, Home comes in, bowls to him, and it's gone way up in the air, this one. That is caught. Very, very, very well caught by Tom Hinley at fine leg. Top edge, brilliantly caught. So 260 is the final total. And I think probably Derbyshire, given where they were half an hour ago, will feel happy with that. I think Worcestershire feel a bit disappointed given where they were half an hour ago, but perhaps a tiny bit relieved given where they were 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely, Frank. I don't think there's any question about that. 260 all out in Derbyshire with just 2 balls of their 50 overs remaining. Zach Chappell helping them to get to that mark with 48 off 33 deliveries. Hit a couple of big 6s in that, as well as 4 4s. It could be an interesting game, this. We shall find out. At the halfway stage then, Derbyshire 260 all out.
Yeah, final word for Jack Home. 7.4 overs, no maidens, 6 for 51. As I say, not a day that he will forget in a hurry. Excellent from Zach Chappell at the end. Worcestershire need 261 to win.
And we will see you in about half an hour's time. So this the second innings will probably start around about 22-3, something like that. We'll be back in plenty of time for the Worcestershire reply online via the BBC Sport website and app. Join us then. Welcome back. Derbyshire against Worcestershire in the Metrobank one-day cup, with Worcestershire requiring 261 from their 50 overs to beat Derbyshire, maintain their 100% record and end Derbyshire's 100% record. So plenty at stake. Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and Kevin Hells. I'm sure he'll be back at some point, bless him. He's currently guiding Sports Extra listeners through the break here and into the 100, where this evening 2 teams will play each other twice. One lot of women and one lot of men. And by about 10 o'clock, everybody will have forgotten what's happened. Zach Chappell is going to bowl the first. I couldn't say that in the first half of the game.
Well, you could, but
Yes, I would never have worked again, Frank. I don't need a full-time job. I do need a job of sorts, though, and this is very much a job of sorts. I always think that's pretty much how I work. So what do you do? Well, you won't believe this, but I sit down, watch cricket, and just talk. Gareth Roderick on strike. Zach Chappell, hero with the bat. He's the first man to bowl. It's short of a length and guided down to third man by Roderick for the first Worcestershire runs of the innings. Chappell, who batted really nicely for 48 off 33 deliveries, a couple of sixes in there.
a beefy 48.
Yeah, absolutely. As a family member sent me a message. What did he say? It made me smile at the time. I didn't read it out because it's just a family member sending me a message, but it did make me chuckle. The phrase was, love it when Chappell turns into prime Flintoff. Here is Zach Chappell bowling, and that one is worked away down a fine leg by Ed Pollock. That's a fine piece of fielding by Sam Connors down there in the far distance, I think. Yes, Sam Connors at fine leg. Keeps him down to a single one for all money. It looked as though it had been hit finely enough to get to the boundary for 4, but tumbling stop by Sam. It's 2 without loss after 2. I imagine that Sam Connors will open the bowling from the city end. They're sort of bowling from the wrong ends. Chappell ordinarily bowls from the city end. He's in now, tall man, bowls a full-length delivery that's defended by Roderick out into the offside. Harry Kame does the fielding. 2 slips in place. Lewis Rees and David Lloyd. Yusuf Bin Naeem at mid-wicket. There's a long leg. That's Darren Dupavilon. Oh, I did notice, Frank. You just gave me a little bit of a French twang earlier on, which was excellent. I do like that. You're not the first. You won't be the last. Samit's at mid-off with Matt Lamb at mid-on.
Samit.
Pat Brown at backward point and Harry Kame at cover. In goes Chappell and bowls to Roderick, who defends this one out into the offside. Again, fielded by Harry Kame. And again, there is no run.
I said du pavillon, did I?
You did it once,
Right, okay,
but
sorry.
if you do it once, that's perfectly acceptable.
Okay.
Here's an interesting one. Northamptonshire looked to be going great guns up at Chestler Street against Durham and were bowled out for 260 in 49 overs and 2 balls. So very similar to here. Sussex all out for 200 against Glamorgan, who were 13 without loss in reply at Neath. Big score up for Warwickshire against Surrey at Rugby as Chappell bowls and fields off his own bowling as the ball is driven back to him. It's a long way down for Zach. He got down nicely, got both hands to it. Warwickshire 311 for 9 in their 50 overs against Surrey at Rugby. Gloucestershire 251 for 9 in their 50 overs against Yorkshire at York. And you can, of course, hear every single ball of every single game on the BBC Sport website and app. And welcome along to any listeners who might have been with us on DAB. We're now exclusively online as in goes Zach Chappell and bowls. That strikes the pad of Roderick. It hasn't got enough to get all the way to the boundary. Dupavilon is round, picks up and throws in one action. They go through for a single. Leg by is signalled. And at the end of the first over, Worcestershire chasing 261 to win a 3 without loss.
Yeah. Batters to come. Rob Jones, Jake Libby, Ethan Brooks, Rehan Adavalath, and then you're into the bowlers and the all-rounders. It's a fairly lengthy tail, must be said. Although Fateh Singh did make 60 in his debut innings down the order in the last game. Sam Connors it is who will bowl from the City end. Excellent seam bowler, Connors, and good experienced seam attack here in contrast to the Worcestershire rookie lineup with the ball. Here is Connors, first ball from him. Beats Roderick outside the off stump. Roderick does have a habit of taking his bat away, but I don't think he took his bat away from that one. He did after it had gone, but he played at it outside the off stump. Plenty of encouragement from the slip fielders for Connors after that delivery.
I've got you a nice stat here after this next delivery about Jack Holmes bowling from David Griffin, the man of statistics.
In comes Connors again and bowls, and that's driven by Roderick, handsomely driven, but straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there's no run.
Six for 51 is the second best list A bowling for Worcestershire here at Derby, or against Derbyshire rather. S.R. Lampitt.
Ah, yeah.
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 6 for 26 here in 1994.
And Dave actually drew attention to that in his preview piece that he wrote yesterday, which I read, but clearly my recall of such things is
I print it
not
out.
good.
I print it out and don't read it.
Connors in again, bowls, and Roderick is pushing this one up to mid-on, Samit Patel the fielder. And I did actually notice it and pay attention to it and thought, oh, Stuart Lampitt, of course, remember him, and he still works at the ground in the office as a cricket development officer, but probably thought, well, that's not going to happen tomorrow, so I won't pay much attention to it. Yeah. And there we go, Jack Holmes, 6 for 51, if you wonder what we're talking about, for the young Salopian. Not a day he will forget. Connors in again, bowls, and Roderick again. Well, I don't know. Did he take his bat away? Did he play at it? I think he might have pulled it inside the line at that one. But good pace from Connors, good line, good carry through to Brooke Guest. I always think Sam Connors looks particularly balanced in delivery, if you know what I mean. He's got a slight lean back as he approaches the crease. I just love the way that he gathers at the crease. It looks really right somehow.
I just like his mullet.
Yeah. And he comes again and bowls, and he played at that one, I think, Roderick. It's good stuff from Connors here. He's gone past the bat 3 times in this over. Twice, we think, genuine attempts to play at it by Roderick. One, he might have pulled his bat away, but it's good stuff from Connors. And it's a bit of a contrast to what we saw at the start of the Derbyshire innings when Worcestershire were... Harry Darley didn't bowl too badly first couple of overs, but they didn't ask enough questions of the openers.
No.
The white ball does a bit, does it in the first few overs, and that's when you want to be testing them. He's in again, Connors, and he bowls, and Roderick gets a single this time. Oh, well, he could have got a single. He wanted a single. But Pollock sent him back. It was an athletic piece of fielding by who else? Pat Brown at backward point, diving to his left. And Roderick got about halfway down. Pollock sent him back. And there's no run. So that's the end of a very, very good over from Sam Connors. A maiden. 2 overs gone. Worcestershire require 261 to win. They're 3 without loss.
Harry Darley bowled a couple of maidens in his spell, but there were only 2 in the first innings of the match. And Zach Chappell, he's on his way in to bowl to Ed Pollock, who just guides this one out into the offside. Bin Naeem does the fielding, and there's no run. So that required rate isn't too onerous at just under 5.5 from here on in. The Derbyshire's bowlers are going to have to bowl well to maintain that winning start to the campaign, to make it 4 out of 4, which would have everybody getting even more excited than they already are. As Chappell goes in again, and this one is driven, but without any timing, by Pollock to Matt Lamb, who's in the market for a new bat. If anybody out there has got a bat to spare, his broke about 4 inches below the handle. The blade went to Rob Jones, and unfortunately for him, The ball went to Hisham Khan, and he was caught. One of the more bizarre dismissals you're likely to see. 3 without loss, Worcestershire. Chappell is in and balls, and Pollock lashes this one into the leg side for 4. Out towards Cow Corner. It was a little agricultural from Ed Pollock, I think it's fair to say, but he's had enough. That was the only the 4th ball he's faced, and he's whacked it away out to the boundary for 4 runs. To complete silence inside the county ground, which is excellent. This is exactly what Samit Patel wanted when I spoke to him at the start of the season. I don't want polite applause for boundaries scored by opposition players. I want it quiet. I want it to be an unpleasant place to come and play cricket. Well, he certainly managed to keep the crowd quiet when the opposition is doing well. Did it in T20. They haven't been doing particularly well in either of the 2 opening games in the One Day Cup, Middlesex or Lancashire, in fairness, as Chappell is in again, and Pollock pushes this one out into the offside. Matt Lamb bends down to pick up, and there's no run. 7 without loss. 2 balls of the 3rd over of the innings remaining. Derbyshire in the power play managed to get to 57 without loss. That's a sort of marker that Worcestershire will be aiming for, I'm sure. For no wicket is massively important, though. And Chappell is in to Pollock, who struck on the pad. Stifled appeals from behind the stumps, but not from Chappell. Not really from Brooke Guest, in fairness. It was more David Lloyd and Lewis Rees at 1st and 2nd slip. And Darren Dupavlon at short 3rd man. Good luck with that. Pat Brown at point. Yusuf Benaim at cover. Walking in now because Chappell's coming in to bowl the final ball of the 3rd over. Bowls to Pollock, who drives it, but again, no real timing. It goes straight to Yusuf Benaim, and it's the end of the over. 7 then without loss after 3 overs. Worcestershire 261 their target. And Sam Connors back on, and yet to concede a run. There must be a clip. I think there's a clip just been brought out for day umpire Milnes by Anush Dal, the Derbyshire 12th men, so he can clip that cap onto his coat. I just radio and say, I've got a clip, it's in my bag. Oh no, not again.
Yeah. Here's Connors from the city end to Roderick, who drives nicely, not for the first time, and not for the first time doesn't pick up a run. Fielded at mid-off by...
That's a great question. Well, I thought it was Pat Brown, but it isn't, because he's at backward point. When he stands up, he will reveal himself to be Zach Chappell, I think.
Zach Chappell.
Is it? No, it's Darren Dupavlon's walk. That.
Yeah, sorry, you're right. That's what I mean. You get to know the walks and the movements and the body shapes. Connors in, bowls, and that's not a good shot from Roderick. Shortish outside the off stump. Climbed through to keeper Brooke Guest, and Roderick just fished at it, really. The most he could have hoped for was a single, and didn't get anything on it, fortunately for him. But I would say Connors, so far, the most challenging of any of the bowlers that we've seen in the whole game in this brief spell so far. Very, very impressive. In again now, and bowls, and Roderick drives, not entirely, certainly, out into the covers. Matt Lamb is the fielder at cover. Testing start this. Got to get through these first few overs. This Worcestershire pair.
New ball at each end as well,
Yeah.
of course, in the 50 over game these days, which makes a big difference.
It is. We were just talking, weren't we, in the interval about comparing eras and how difficult it is. And I think you compare list A records, as we were doing. Connors again bowls, and Roderick edges, and it bounces just short of Lewis Rees at 2nd slip, and they managed to go through for a single as it evades his grasp. So Roderick gets off strike, and Pollock for the first time will face Connors. And what we were saying was comparing Jack Holmes' 6 for 51 to similar efforts by the likes of Tom Moody and Stuart Lampitt, but saying that with 2 white balls, 1 at each end, and the different sort of nature of the game, it is difficult to make direct comparisons between those eras. Statistically, you can compare, but it doesn't really make sense. It's Connors to the left-handed Pollock bowls, and Pollock is taken on the pad, I think, as he tries to turn this on the leg side, and they go through for a leg bite, signalled by umpire Milnes, and that takes the total on to 8 without loss. They've had to work hard for these 8. There's 1 ball left in the 4th over, 9 without loss. They've had to work a lot harder than the Derbyshire openers did at the start of their innings. And that's mainly because, apart from Chappell bowling well, Connors has bowled exceptionally well. He's only bowled 11 deliveries so far, but he's gone past the bat 2 or 3 times. And again, he's on the money with this one, and just dropped down on the offside by Roderick. Another very good over from Sam Connors. 2 overs from him, just 1 run conceded. And after 4, Worcestershire needing 261 to win, are 9 without loss.
Yeah, good opening burst from Sam Connors so far. These 2, I imagine, will bowl 5 overs apiece. That's generally the way these things work out.
Just worked out that in this competition, Derbyshire are called Derbyshire, but Worcestershire is still called the Rapids.
Yes, Derbyshire have dropped the
They've
Falcons.
dropped the Falcons for everything but the T20.
Yeah.
That's good.
Around the wicket comes Zach Chappell. There's a play and a miss at that one by Pollock. Not a huge amount of footwork as he practices a completely different shot to the one that he played. Ball going through to Brooke Guest. It was interesting on Wednesday against Lancashire. Zach Chappell opened up. He probably did bowl from this end, in actual fact. The pitch was a lot bouncier and a little bit quicker. And after 3 or 4 deliveries, as he comes in now to bowl to Pollock, and he goes for the big swing into the leg side to a ball that's signalled wide quite correctly by umpire Viljoen. 10 without loss. He called the wicketkeeper and the slip closer, and we were all thinking, no. We were right to think that, because he just hadn't quite warmed up, and he wasn't bowling at top speed, but he thought the ball wasn't going through. And my word, it started to go through. There's quite a quick attack that Derbyshire have got out today, as Chappell is in again, and that one is driven but nicely fielded by Bin Naeem, diving away to his left-hand side. Got both hands to it. So Pollock denied a 6th run.
It's annoying, that, isn't it, as a batter, when you hit one as well as that. And you just think, if I just got it a yard straighter, I'd have got the boundary.
Both hands to it, diving full length, and Pat Brown comes across and gives the young man a low 5. That Chappell has a glance up towards us. No smiling when he's on the cricket field, though, Zach Chappell. Not when he's bowling, certainly. He's in now and bowls. This one's been heaved into the leg side. There's a chance of a catch. No, it's gone over the head of Harry Cayman for 6. The umpire is slightly uncertain. If that's only gone for 4...
6. It was 6.
Yeah, it has been signalled 6 now. If it had only been 4, that would have been quite embarrassing for Cayman. Now, how far in off the boundary he actually got before realising it was going over his head, I'm not entirely certain. Would have to see a replay.
Well, Pollock's well known for hitting it there. That's why there are 2 men out there. Either one of them could get on the end of one if he doesn't time it.
16 without loss. Pollock up to a run of ball 11 with that boundary.
It's a big hit, isn't it?
It is. Chappell bowls, and he defends this one out into the offside. And there's no run.
But it won't stop him going for it. It's the way he plays. He'll go for that shot, I think, regardless of how big the boundary is, and it has been his downfall on many occasions in red and white ball cricket, but it's also brought him an awful lot of runs.
Harry Cayman looked very interested for
he
quite
did.
some time, and then realised it was going over his head. He isn't the tallest. Chappell in, bowls to Pollock. A slow ball, he's bowled him. He might have got an edge on that, but he's bowled him leg stump. Zach Chappell wins that particular battle after being hit for 6 a couple of balls earlier, and Derbyshire strike early. Pollock goes for 11, Worcestershire 16 for 1 in the 5th.
Yeah, good bowling from Zach Chappell. Hit for 6, gets his own back. I think he took the pace off it, didn't he, quite considerably, and as you say, Ed Pollock might have got a little inside edge on it, not sure, but
I wasn't even
the
sure
leg
if it
stump
might have
goes
got an
back.
outside edge on it, but I'll have to have another look at it.
Have another look.
Yeah, at some
But
point.
16 for 1 in the 5th. Good start for Derbyshire. And one of the key Worcestershire batsmen who's been in amazing form. We got 180 in the first game in this competition, off 138 balls. That's pretty incredible in any cricket, but he's gone. Zach Chappell has struck, and the Rapids, needing 261 to win, are 16 for 1 as Rob Jones comes out to join Gareth Roderick.
Yeah, just a further 245 required. Those last few overs may come back to haunt Worcestershire. The Zach Chappell innings.
Yeah, absolutely.
48 off 33.
Yeah, inside edge, I think. Just looking
Inside,
again.
was it?
I
Yeah.
think so.
I thought that it looked like it just had a feel of one, especially seeing as it was the leg stump that was leaning back.
Yeah.
Rob Jones then 88 on his back. I should get through this delivery before they ignore me for the 3 o'clock news. Chappell is on his way in to bowl to Jones, who just about keeps that one out. The ball goes out into the leg side, and a fine over from Zach Chappell comes to end. He was hit for 6. It was a little bit risky from Ed Pollock, but 2 balls later, Chappell got his man. Worcestershire 16 for 1.
Yep, good bowling from Zach Chappell. He's having a good game. He's having a good competition. And confidence is so important in cricket. And he's a man who, at the moment, with ball in hand or bat in hand, is full of confidence. And well he might be. Clubbed an excellent 48 earlier on. Changed the game, really, off just 33 balls. And I say changed the game because it looked as though Derbyshire were going to fall short of what they should get. He changed that. Connors starts a new over with a full-length delivery on leg stump. First bad ball he's bowled, and Gareth Roderick expertly plays it straight down the ground, just on the onside, without losing any shape whatsoever. Beautifully struck, and that is a first boundary for Gareth Roderick, which takes him on to 6. And the Rapids on to 20 for 1. So, Connors again moving towards us from the city end, right arm over the wicket. Bowls, and Roderick lets that one go outside the off stump through to Brookgate. But certainly the shot of the innings from Roderick, that first ball of the over, even beating Pollock's heave for 6 over the leg side. Expertly executed on drive, and when a shot's played like that, there are a few better sights in cricket than a well executed on drive, and Roderick got it just right that time. Connors, only bad ball he's bowled, he's in, bowls, and again he's too full, and again beautifully driven straight down the ground by Gareth Roderick. So a couple of superb shots from the Worcestershire wicketkeeper in this over so far, and Sam Connors, having bowled beautifully in his first 2 overs, just got it wrong a couple of times in this over. Changing the field, he's sending a man back onto, the leg side boundary just behind square, suggesting that he might. It's either a double bluff or he's going to opt for a shorter length.
The long leg up.
Yeah. So what will his response be? And it is to go shorter. And Roderick plays that beautifully as well, off the back foot, behind square on the offside, with a straight bat, and picks up a single. As the fielding is done by Yusuf Ban Naeem at third man. 25 for 1 then. Roderick's moved on to 11. And now Rob Jones will face Connors for the first time. Jones, who's been struggling a little bit for form, in all forms of cricket really, since moving from Lancashire. Made 100 for Worcestershire in this competition on loan last year at Northampton. Clearly a player of quality, but struggling for consistency. Connors in, bowls to him, and he is beaten by a beauty. Looked as though that might have just held its line or nipped away a tiny bit, and Jones was forward, and it went past the outside edge, and one of those where it was coat of paint really between survival and dismissal. Tiniest nick and he would have gone. Don't think he missed it by much. Entitled to a bit of fortune early on though.
Yeah. Not
Connors.
too much though.
No, Connors. Bit of a mixed over then this so far from him. He's in, bowls, and Jones is forward and gets a bat on. This one punches it up to mid-off. There's no run end of the over from Connors. 9 runs came from it. And the Rapids, needing 261 to win when they began this innings, are 25 for 1 off 6 overs.
Sam Connors takes his cap from the umpire and marches down to his fielding position in front of the members' pavilion, at the far end of the ground. Zach Chappell to continue, 3 overs, 1 for 13, his figures. Samet, who will have played with Chappell at Nottinghamshire, I'm fairly sure. Never asked them really, but both been at Nottinghamshire.
I'm sure they did.
I'm sure they did. Chappell's on his way into bowl to Roderick, who defends this one. Straight back to the tall, slightly balding Derbyshire bowler. 25 for 1. But I say slightly. He's got a terrific beard, though, which is, I just love his beard because it's so fair that you can't see it.
Like Will Hughes, the Crystal Palace midfielder.
Yes, very much like Will Hughes' beard. In he goes again, Chappell. This time Roderick turns it down towards short fine leg. Nicely fielded by Darren Dupavalon down there, who wears his hat like Casey Jones. And, it was beautifully fielded, but he just looks like he's got a Casey Jones hat. As Pat Brown wears his in a very similar way. The baseball cap looks like it should be at the engine of a locomotive. He's gone down to long leg now. He's just shrugged his shoulders, Lewis Reese. He's standing in a very much a catching mid-wicket position. Square leg as well, who's come inside the circle. As Chappell is in a bowl, so Roderick, who gets a short delivery and almost feathers it through. He took it on.
He did. It was telegraphed, and he thought, yeah, okay.
I'll have that.
Yeah.
Could have easily have feathered that one through to Brooke Guest. We've seen
could.
dismissals like that already in this competition.
Yeah, and in this game, actually, Summit Patel go down like that.
Yeah. So Chappell trying all the tricks. Now, will he go again? Because the field hasn't changed, or will he do something different? Halfway through his 4th over, halfway through over number 7, Harry Kane goes reasonably close at extra cover as Chappell is in. That's a fuller, wider delivery that's left alone by Roderick. I wouldn't have been surprised we're not immediately behind the bowlers after we've seen the arms go out wide there. It looked very
much
close to
slower
that
as well.
blue line. We've still got the master of the slower ball to come in Pat Brown.
Yeah.
No discernible change in his bowling action, no matter what he sends down. It's quite remarkable watching him on a regular basis, Pat Brown. And goes Chappell again and bowls. That one is clipped nicely by Roderick for 4. So a very straight mid-wicket or a wide long on. No more than a clip, and away it went.
It's an interesting question for you, Fletcher. Talking of Pat Brown, I always think if a team that you see a lot signs a player from somewhere else, do they, when you start seeing them regularly, you see them as a different kind of cricketer? You see things that you didn't notice before.
We always, whenever we've seen Pat Brown, you always know what a good operator he is. But when you see him in 14 T20s, I mean, remarkable.
Yeah.
Chappell bowls up, a little inside edge onto his pad there for Roderick, and it saved him.
Kept low, that, didn't it?
Yes, it did keep low. He's on 15. Jones yet to get off the mark. Worcestershire after 7, a 29 for 1. The man out. Pollock for 11. But yeah, you do, and you then come to expect him to bowl well.
Yeah.
So it's out of the ordinary when he has an off day. But 22, 23 wickets in the T20 Blast, more than did his part in a team that really was good enough to get to the quarterfinals and bottled it in the last qualification match.
I find the opposite with my football team, and I covet players from other teams that they arrive, and I think they're nowhere near as good as I thought they were.
Yes.
I suspect many football supporters feel that way. Here's Sam Connors from the City end. Oh, that's a good delivery to Rob Jones. Beats him, turns him round, beats him outside the off stump. It's really testing this. Connors has been driven twice by Roderick. Other than that, he's hardly got one in the wrong place, and he's bowled really, really nicely here so far. Just at the start of his 4th over, he's gone for 10, and 8 of those are off 2 deliveries. Bowled really well. Gone past the bat, I reckon 5 times now.
At least.
Very, very good. In he comes again. Lovely approach, as I was saying earlier. Jones off the mark with a little dab out on the offside. When I watch Connors, I can't help but wonder why Derbyshire aren't further up the table in red ball cricket. He's such a good bowler, I think.
He's bowled better in this game and the 2 previous ones in the one-day cup than he has the rest of the season.
Yeah.
It looks like the bowl looks starting again to look like the bowler
That he was.
that he was.
Yeah. Because you'd think with a Duke in his hand, he'd be pretty useful. Well, he is. Anyway, here he is again. And, that's not a good shot at all from Gareth Roderick. And he knows it, throws his head back in dismay. He went forward, his leg went down the pitch, and then the bat went about 3 foot away from his pad as he just fished at it. He just got it all wrong. He's now thinking, by his movements, as though he should have sort of cut it, that one. It certainly was wide enough. It was a very odd shot from Roderick, who's looked pretty organised so far today. His Connors in, bowls again, and that's better from Roderick. On his toes, punched off the back foot up to mid-off. Bit of a breeze blowing now, looking at that flag over on the members' pavilion. Quite a stiff breeze that is kind of helping Connors more from that end of the city end of the ground than this racecourse end.
Don't say the City ground out loud.
No, I'm sorry. No, I know. I'm near enough to be heard.
You've got to take it off.
Here comes Connors again. Bowls, and Roderick smashes this away on the offside, and it just evades Matt Lamb at cover, diving away to his right. And it goes for 4. Roderick just didn't quite get either under it enough to get it over Lamb or over it enough to get it under Lamb, if that makes sense. He just got it in the middle, and it was at the right height for Lamb. He threw himself goalkeeper style away to his right. Couldn't get a hand on it. 34 for 1.
He's a tall man as well, Lamb, so it's difficult to get the ball past him.
Yeah, he's quite a big lad, Matt. But mobile enough to be given that role in the covers. Connors again is in. Roderick cuts down to 3rd man, and Yusuf Ben Naeem does the fielding down there. One more run. Roderick keeps the strike. He's on 20. It's 35 for 1 off 8.
First change of bowling about to happen here as Darren Dupavlon removes his cap and his sun specs. He'll replace Zach Chappell. 4 overs, 1 for 17 in his first burst. And this is how they did it against Lancashire. Of course, they were going through them like a dose of salts. It ought to be said as well. But in that game the other day, if I can find the blinking thing, there it is. Chappell bowled 5 first up, Connors 4, then Pat Brown came on and bowled 6. Henry Moore bowled 5 and the game was over. In comes Dupavlon then bowling to Roderick. First ball is on target and turned into the leg side. Fielded by Lewis Rees, and there's no run. So Dupavlon picked up 3 wickets in the game against Middlesex. 3 for 47 from 7 overs and 4 balls. That's the only one-day cup match that he's played so far this season. Began the campaign with a slight ankle issue, so they thought it best to give him a rest. In the last match, he's also got some of that tape on his neck, which is interesting. I've just spotted. Here comes the South African again, bowls to Roderick, goes back and pushes this one up to Sammy to bid off.
They'll have played against each other, I should imagine, in South Africa. Roderick and Dupavillon, probably. Dupavillon, sorry, nearly did it again.
May we?
Roderick. But is it fair to say? I'm just kind of musing a little bit about Dupavillon, Patel, the signing of Anderson for next year. Is there a sort of kind of positive effort to focus on the white ball here at Derbyshire?
Absolutely. Dupavillon is in. That one's turned into the leg side. He's going to get 4 for this, I fancy, because Bin Naeem won't get around no matter how quick he is. And a boundary for Roderick takes him to 24 off 33, 39 for 1.
In terms of financial resources and so on, let's focus on the white ball. We might win something.
Well, Dupavillon's is here for pretty much the full season. He replaced Mohamed Amir when Mohamed Amir stopped being retired from international cricket. So he's a full-time overseas and is here through till about the penultimate game of the season, I think in the championship as well. But yes, there has been a certain focus on white ball cricket.
Yeah.
So far hasn't paid off. As Dupavillon bowls, that's defended by Roderick up towards Zach Chappell.
But there is a way of thinking, with Leicestershire winning this competition last year as well. There's a school of thought, isn't there, that if the game, without apportioning any kind of responsibility or blame to anybody, if the game develops in a way that makes the smaller counties makes it much more difficult for them to compete in the red ball competition. You might as well focus on the white ball and try and get some silverware that way.
Well, because the second division title isn't a proper trophy, there are only 2 trophies Derbyshire can win.
Yeah, exactly.
Now there's only one. Dupavillon is in and bowls. That one is guided by Roderick down to short third man, where it's fielded by Sam Connors.
I mean, of course, you are then taking the view that your county side exists to try and win things rather than just to produce the best chance of winning the Ashes in Australia.
The last England player that Derbyshire produced was Dominic Cork.
But that's what I mean. Some people say that county cricket only exists to produce England players.
That's what it's for. That's why they get the subsidies, isn't it?
Yeah.
Last ball of Dupavillon's opening over of the match. He's into bowl to Roderick. It's a short delivery that's turned around the corner. Matt Lammy's down there at long leg, and they go through for a single. Roderick pinches the strike. He moves to 25. Jones has 1. So they face 5 deliveries. Rob Jones 40 for 1 after 9 then. As long as they keep wickets intact, Worcestershire are handily placed here. As Pat Brown is introduced into the attack against his former side with his bag of tricks. A very impressive bag it is too.
I think one thing that's nice when talking about Pat Brown, I don't know whether all Worcestershire followers will support me in this, I think they will, is that in cricket generally, not exclusively, but in cricket generally, when players move, there doesn't tend to be the kind of resentment that you get in football when players are kind of hated because they move. Brown bowls, and his first ball is short and wide, and Roderick hits it off the back foot through the covers for 4. Nicely played. That time he did get on top of it, and he kept it down.
You might want to ask Samit about the
I know there were exceptions, of course,
particular theory.
But I think really, in terms of Pat Brown came back to Worcestershire the other night for T20 and got a good reception, and I think so would even there's a bit of soreness about moves from Worcestershire to Trent Bridge. I'll just break off his Brown bowls again, and Roderick slices this one down to third man. It's nicely fielded by Dupavillon, and they get a single. But even, Jack Haynes and Dylan Pennington, Josh Tark, if they came back, they'd be warmly welcomed, I think, at New Road. It's just a different feel, isn't it, generally, I think. As I say, not exclusively. And players come and go back, don't they? Especially at Durham, they seem to do that all the time.
Yeah.
And Ben Mike swaps every year, doesn't he? Oh, that's a beauty from Brown. Goes past Rob Jones, who won't have played much with him. Might have played a little bit with him last year in the One Day Cup.
but won't have faced him as often as Roderick has in the nets, etc.
Well, Yorkshire almost destroyed Ben Mike's career, but he managed to get out in time because he's had a really good season this
Yeah,
season.
it's really stripped him.
Yorkshire have ruined a few players in the recent past. Dwan Olifia was brilliant for Derbyshire, went to Yorkshire and has now disappeared without trace.
Here's Pat Brown again, bowling to Rob Jones, who gets one short outside the off stump and cuts at it and gets a bottom edge down to Pavillon at third man and picks up a single. Not found any kind of fluency or rhythm yet, Rob Jones. Just 2 off 7. Roderick, 30 off 38. The man out, Pollock, bowled off an inside edge by Zach Chappell for 11. That was when the score was 16 in the 5th. Pat Brown then, about to come in from the city end. Bowls and on the Roderick just pushes this on leg stump, Midland leg up to mid wicket. He's got a lovely athletic. I said the same about Connors, but Pat Brown's a longer striding approach and covers the ground very efficiently. And as you said, Fletch, particularly part of the disguise is the fact that he runs up at the same pace,
Nothing
whatever he's going to
changes.
bowl. So you can't read anything as a batter. You can't read a slight change in approach. In he comes again. And bowls down the leg side though, and Roderick clips it away for 4. Just a little tickle really off his pads. Roderick moves swiftly on to 34 off 40. The 50 is up for Worcestershire. 10 overs have gone. They're 50 for 1. Which is similar, I think, to... Was it 59, I think, off the top of my head?
57 without loss after 10 overs. Yeah.
So, yeah, not a huge amount in it.
No.
The wicket obviously plays a part.
Yeah, nothing between them. It's going to be interesting. The middle overs are going to be interesting. Derbyshire just have Samit Patel's spin.
So that could be crucial, couldn't it?
Could be interesting.
He won't go for many.
Let's do Pavillon then. That's a walk to start his run up. He bowls and it's defended by Jones out into the offside to the aforementioned Samit Patel. There's no run.
He won't go for more than 25, I think 30 maybe,
In
maximum.
10 overs.
Yeah, I honestly
Big
think
call.
he's... Yeah,
Big call.
I don't think they'll want to take too many risks against him. Got a long tail, this Worcestershire side.
3 for 41 and 2 for 49 off the 10 overs that he's bowled in the first 2 matches. Wasn't required against Lancashire after they were bowled out for 99, as they were bowled out for 99. De Pavillon in and bowls. That one is pushed nicely by Jones out into the offside. There's a very long run round for Harry Kane. Will he get there? He's still chasing it, Harry Kane, and he gets there. Picks it up in one action and throws it back in. That's excellent work from Kane. They still come back for a third, but that's really good work from Harry Kane out on the cover boundary. As he slid in, picked it up with his right hand, made sure his foot didn't go over the rope, and got it back in to the middle. 53 for 1. Jones on to 5. Roderick 34 from 40. They get 3 there, didn't they?
Yeah.
Thought so. As De Pavillon bowls, it's dabbed down to short third man by Roderick. And they go through for a comfortable single. Suddenly, excuse me, I suddenly doubted myself. I figured they had enough time to get through.
Yeah.
It is warm in here. The good thing is that early in the season and late in the season, when the sun goes around, you can't see because it's so low, but it's nice and high in August, of course.
A little bit fresher today than it has been, isn't it? Last couple of days.
Terrific rain 2 days ago up in the northwest. De Pavillon, halfway through his second over, bowls a short delivery that's going to be signalled no ball.
Yeah.
De Pavillon can't quite believe it as he stares at David Milnes, who was the man who gave the no ball at square leg.
You're not going to take him on, are you?
I wouldn't.
No.
No, he's a big man.
Yeah.
Umpires David Milnes and Casper Viljoen. almost certain that's not how it was pronounced to me when I was told. Brilliant.
Used to be an Ipswich footballer, didn't there?
Colin.
He
Yeah.
was a good player, wasn't
Derbyshire had hardest. As in goes De Papillon again. That's wide of the off stump and cut away down towards the wide third man boundary where it's fielded by Pat Brown. Single taken.
he? Samet started the warm-up.
Yes, he tends to start quite a long way out. When you say warm up,
Yeah.
he jumps up and down twice and
Loosening.
swings his arms round once. That's how
It's a warm-up.
That's him fully stretched. Fully stretched.
He knows what he's doing.
He's chatting there at distance, or was doing, with David Lloyd, who has bowled some off spin this season. In the Championship, hasn't bowled in the One Day Cup. In goes De Papillon again, bowls. That one is just guided again. It's a little bit too easy, this, by...
Oh, look, a few little leg raises now. So, fair play.
Definitely coming on soon.
He
58 for one.
he will have played under Lloyd at the at Glamorgan because he went on tour
Yes.
on loan, didn't
Yes,
he,
he
very
did.
briefly.
Yeah.
I remember thinking then how extraordinary it was to see Samet in anything other than a not shirt. But
We were at Nottingham, and I said to Bracegirdle at the time, I said, well, I'd have him in a heartbeat. This was like 3 years ago.
yeah,
Still playing
I was amazed.
cricket locally as well.
Yeah,
De Papillon in and bowls, and that's a bottom edge. It's brilliantly
Oh, well
stopped
fielded.
by Brooke Guest. It was hit straight into the ground by Jones, and Guest had to time that jump absolutely correctly, and he did do so, leaping up, taking it in his right hand. And the over comes to an end. De Papillon's bowled 2 overs for 13, 58 for 1. Worcestershire. Roderick has 36. Jones has 6.
he played in the Birmingham League last year briefly.
Yeah.
Samet himself for Nolan Dorridge. Yeah,
I do think he'll play anywhere.
yeah, so do I.
Yes.
Yeah, provided
Yes,
it's made
It's
made
his while.
worth his while.
Yeah, it's worth his while.
Yeah. Which is fair enough. He's a professional.
No,
cricketer, isn't
absolutely. Yeah, I think it's been played a bit up in the
he? Yeah,
in the
yes,
Lancashire
that's
leagues.
right. Yeah, in recent years, I think. Yeah.
Hasn't managed to get down as far as the Northwest Cricket League where my lad plays, but
There's plenty of time.
oh yeah, there's years and years ahead of him.
Pat Brown from the City end, in and bowls, and Roderick steers this down on the offside. There's no run. When I first came up to Derbyshire many years ago, played a couple of years in the Derbyshire Premier League for Lullington Park, and we played Matlock in one game, and Derek Randall played against us, and he was, he must have been in his 50s by then. I think. Played brilliantly, got 50 and then threw it away and just went off and, but amazing. Just think, absolute legend on the same field and played beautifully until he just basically ran out of steam. Really. Oh, you've had a chat with him about it, have you? Pat Brown from the City end in again to bowl to Roderick, who's on the walk to this one and just noodles it away on the onside, and he'll pick up a couple of runs as Harry Kane runs round on the leg side boundary to do the fielding. Roderick moves fluently on to 38, and it's 60 for 1. 201 more runs required. The man out is Ed Pollock for 11. Earlier today, Derbyshire made 260. The innings concluding with 2 balls remaining in the final over. Brown in to bowl short to Roderick, who swivels round on the hook and executes beautifully, rolling the wrists over the top of it and whacking it away for 4, just in front of square, and forcing a change in the field. Lewis Rees going across from the off to the onside to plug a gap at mid-wicket. Roderick on to 42, off 45. And Brown in once more. Bowls Fuller to Roderick, who just pushes through the covers for a single.
Looks fairly easy at the moment, doesn't it?
Well, it does when Roderick's facing. I'm not so sure it does when Jones is facing at the moment. But Connor's certainly the bowler that's posed the most problems so far on either side. Although earlier today, career best figures
for Jack Home, and they'll take some beating in this day cricket, however long he plays. 6 for 51. This one's short from Brown, ducked underneath by Jones through to Guest. Top scorer for Derbyshire, if you're just joining us, was Harry Kane with 71. Main partnership, really, well, crucial one, 63 off 45 balls when Derbyshire were 192 for 8. That between Dupavilon and Zach Chappell took them through to a score that looked more than they were on for. 260 in the end. Brown in again to Jones. Bowls. Jones on the back foot. Pushes out on the offside. Picks up a single as the fielding is done by Sam Connors, who doesn't quite field it cleanly. So Jones keeps the strike. 66 for 1 at the end of the 12th. Worcestershire going along quite nicely. And goodbye from me for a bit, and Fletcher will be joined by Kevin Howells.
Yeah, we're contractually obliged to let Kevin do an hour every now and then. He's going. We're not contractually obliged to let him do anything, actually. It's always good to see Kev, though. It's the first time I've seen him this season properly. To work with, if you call it work.
And the last.
I think it's to Pavilon, getting a new over from the racecourse, and Jones on strike pushes it out into the offside, and there is no run.
I know we're no longer in Europe after Brexit and everything, but there are still employment rules that say 2 old geezers need to have half an hour off at least during any one session of cricket. So that's why I'm here.
So do I get 2? I'm nowhere near as old as Frank, who's found one of those half bags of crisps.
What's going on there?
I don't know. There weren't many in there, were there?
It's a shocker.
It is. It's not ideal. 66 for 1. Just clouded over in Derby as Dupavilon comes in and bowls and beats the edge of Jones's bat. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. He's bowled any number of deliveries like that over the course of the season, Darren Dupavilon. You can tell when he thinks it's close because he just raises his right arm. The telltale sign. You can also tell because the ball flashes past the outside edge of the bat, but he's in his 3rd over.
Subconsciously, just ooh,
Yeah.
Ooh.
You can almost hear him saying ooh, but he's definitely got his neck taped up. Held together by sticky tape. He's in again and bowls to Jones, who guides that one down towards Pat Brown at 3rd man. Single taken. Jones moves to 867 for 194 to win.
Has it often been said or never been said because nobody else would think it, that when I see him come into bowl, it looks like Dominic Cork?
It's never been said.
He looks like Cork to me.
Does he? Okay. I'm not old enough to have seen Dominic play, but I've heard him talk a lot. He's good at that. It comes to Pavilon. Very good at it, actually. Bowls to Roderick, who guides this very nicely down to a very fine 3rd man for 4 runs. Roderick, this is a very quick fire half century he's heading towards here. It moves to 47 at a run of ball, 71 for 1. Samet continues to warm up. Now, the only thing I've really noticed about Dupavilon's run is that, and he marks, puts 2 marks down. So he sets off and then he looks down. Every single delivery, he dips his head to make sure he's running in the right places. So that 3rd man hasn't come any. Yeah, he's going finer now. Samet's told him to go finer, Pat Brown. So of course this one will go down to a wide 3rd man if it's guided there by Roderick, who's on 47, 9 fours in the innings, and he waits now. As Dupavilon is in and bowls, Trimley pushes this one out into the offside. David Lloyd fields with a slight fumble. And there's no run. 1 ball of the Dupavilon over remains. The other games in the group, this group, Durham are already 32 for 2 in the 11th over, chasing 261 to beat Northamptonshire. Lancashire against Somerset, which got underway at 2 o'clock. The cider, beer and cider festival on at Taunton today, just 2 days too early. Lancashire 93 for 2 in the 25th.
There won't be any left.
No, there won't. In goes Dupavalon and bowls a full loopy delivery, a slower ball. Roderick clips it into the leg side and picks up a single. So he'll keep the strike. Roderick moves to 48. Jones has 8. And Worcestershire is 72 for 1 after 13. They need another 189 to win. And we're going to see Sami. No, we're not. He just windmilled his arms again. He's having a chat here with Lewis Rees, who has bowled in this competition this season. Bowled a lot in the 50 over competition over the years, but this season Derbyshire haven't used too many bowlers. One of them, Harry Moore, who played in the first 3 matches, has got 5 wickets but isn't playing in this one. Rees 1 wicket.
What's that tape doing on it?
Well,
Is it holding his head on?
It's to stabilise his neck, I think, his neck and his right shoulder. But yeah, it's a new addition. It's only when he comes right down below us, which he is now, that you can see exactly how much there is. It's quite a lot of tape there. Which is a slight concern. Although Harry Moore, we imagine, will come back into the frame at Taunton on Sunday. Lucky old him.
It's still Pat Brown, isn't it? Far in coming.
Eats it very much, Pat Brown.
I went for a wander, did a circuit.
Oh, yeah?
Nice atmosphere.
Yeah.
Lovely day, good atmosphere.
Quiet when the opposition scores boundaries, though, which is nice. I like that. Try and get some home advantage, haven't you, really?
Pat Brown.
It's like a bear pit out there.
Sure. Roderick. Well, I suppose it's my mate down here. Do Pavillon. I forgot he was down here. I thought I was going to race way to the boundary for a minute. I thought, we'd just been looking at his neck. Yeah. Just down in front of us, so it's...
Is it called kinesiest?
What?
It begins with a K, the kind of
clearly
it's called.
Yeah.
I know.
Roderick's moved on to 49, 73 for 1. Brown turns again, runs from the city end, and he's going to come into bowl to Rob Jones. Jones is on 8 at the moment. Bowls now, and that is to short third and towards the edge of the circle. No run, but yeah, lovely afternoon for watching a bit of cricket. And I'm generally thinking there's consensus that days like this prove that there is no need to muck about, but they always will. One Day Cup, this is the place for it. This is the spot for it.
I said to Ryan Duckett when he came to the studio earlier in the week, there is an appetite for this game here in August.
Next ball defended by Jones from Brown, no run. And what did he say, Dave?
He said, absolutely right, Dave.
Well, that is we always say that, but he meant it as well,
I think so, because the crowd for the last 2 matches has been pretty decent. I'm not sure there are a huge number of children into that. Did you see a lot of children?
Not a lot of
No,
children.
there weren't many around the back either at the blow-up dartboard.
But you can work on that.
That finishes in 20
How about
minutes.
sticking, as we see Brown coming in now to bowl in and bowls. Pushed again down to the fielder here, sort of short third, some backward point. How about, call me controversial, they stick to the idea of the One Day Cup being played in August during the school holidays
Yeah.
for more than just 2 years or 3 years.
Well, that would be good if they did anything for that long.
Yeah, exactly. Just stick to it so people start to expect it, and then they might think, you know,
More than 4 games, though, at home.
well, not many more, but some more. Brown, bowls, toes down the leg side. Up onto his toes was Jones, and he'll scamper through 4-4. That has gone over the boundary. Way to our left-hand side where I can't see it.
There's nobody there.
There's nobody there. My very good friend can't be in 2 places at one time. 77 for 1, and Jones with that boundary moves to 12. Now I'll give you 6.
Not home and away, then.
Yeah, 6 home, 6 away. 12 games.
No, I mean play everybody in the group home and away.
Yeah, because I've
Have 3 groups.
I've got my magic number of 21. You see, I want 21. I want 21 teams, not 18.
Yeah, well, yes.
It's not much to ask.
No, it's not.
Brown in bowls and yell of no from Roderick. Waking it's all up there. So Jones stays where he is, and the end of that over. So that now is Roderick on 49, Jones 12, a partnership of 61, which is just over a run of ball here because it's a 56 ball, 77 for 1. 14 overs gone, the chase is on. At the moment, the Rapids are doing okay. It goes along nice and steady at the moment. But Brown has bowled 3 overs, he's gone for 23 runs, unlike the magical stuff that he served up last time out. Here's your man, here's Samit.
Here we go then.
He wasn't just teasing us,
No,
he meant it.
he warms up in his own unique way. Samit Patel, expending the minimum of energy, and he's going to bowl in between the stumps and the umpire, which is my favourite way. Pat Brown is now wearing a white floppy sun hat out on the boundary. That backward point just moved a little bit further backward of square, and Zach Chappell has been moved out too long off. Samit's going to be bowling to Gareth Roderick, who is on 49, and Roderick goes back, turns the ball into the leg side, and completes a 51 ball half century, and he's batted really nicely. 51 balls with 9 fours, and he's helping Worcestershire into a very decent position indeed here. So it'll be Rob Jones back on strike 12 from 22. 78 for 1, 183 to win. Don't see many when you say it quickly, but it's quite a long way off as Samit is in. That's a flatter delivery, and it's brilliantly played by Jones out towards the extra cover boundary. Around the boundary comes Zach Chappell to do the fielding. Pat Brown, who is now, well, it isn't Pat Brown in the sun hat, I beg your pardon, it's Nick Potts out there, the substitute fielder, 26 on his back, because Pat Brown is in extra cover. Pat Brown is a lover of a sun hat. Samit bowls, and that almost stops on Jones as he pushes it back towards Samit. 80 for 1.
All sensible cricketers would be.
What?
In favour of a hat.
Well, Samit bowls this one. Has been lifted, but not quite far enough or close enough to do Pavillon at mid-on by Jones. He gets away with 2 deliveries in a row there. This is encouraging from Samit Patel from a Derbyshire point of view. A couple of false shots from Jones in successive deliveries. 81 for 1. Samit bowls to Roderick, who does exactly what he did with the first ball of the over and turns it to square leg for a single out towards Yusuf bin Naeem. Well, Pat Brown hasn't got a hat on at the moment because he's bowling at the other end. Lewis Rees has got a cap on, even though he doesn't like wearing them. As this next delivery is a full one from Samit, and it's driven back by Jones to the Derbyshire skipper, who completes his first over, conceding 5 runs from it. We've now played 15, so 35 to go. 82 for 1. Roderick has 51, Jones 15, and Worcestershire need 179 to win.
Samit has forgotten. Samit had a little moment there. I'm going to call it a senior moment because he's over 30. So I think it was Pat Brown who ended up with the ball, and he wanted to throw it to the umpire because you have a different ball at each end. Samit grabbed it on its way to the umpire, walked all the way down the other end, and was about to throw it to the bowler at the other end. And, oh, no, sorry, mate, and had to throw it back.
Samit's almost old enough to have played one-day cup cricket in whites with a red ball.
Both Pat Brown and the umpire at the other end thinking, when's he going to realise?
Lewis Rees.
They didn't want to say Lewis Rees. In bowls. Finds a nice gap out there through extra cover. There's a fielder to it now. They come back for 2. Sharp running, but safe. No dramas there. So the score for the Rapids moves to 84 for 1. On this Friday afternoon with a few games taking place, Group A, Group B, got more coming up over the weekend. And, the next couple of weeks, this competition, trying to force the way through into either the playoffs or the semi-final, both. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Glorious batting that from Roderick. That's going to be 4 runs. Samit Patel going to chase that, but way after it's gone over the boundary. It's gone on the onside of straight. Terrific drive. Lovely shot. Moves to 57 with that 4, not 54 balls, and the Rapids to 88 for 1 in the 16th.
guest spotted something. Don't bowl there. That's probably what he's going to say, but I don't think it is. He's just having a word with Lewis Rees before he comes back behind the stumps at the race course. And Derbyshire haven't really, well, I was going to say they haven't been in this position. They were in a losing position at Northampton, of course, but managed to get over the line. But that was with the bat rather than the ball.
So the keeper's moved a few, just slightly, just by the odd yard here and there, and defended that one. Does Roderick into the offside. No run. Seems to be talking to him about those positions of mid-off, mid-on, but it was only whoever's standing there at mid-off that he dropped in just a little bit deeper. Maybe they wanted to drop Savage just a little bit deeper, but he went for shifting. It was just a small change in that area, and then a little closer in the catching position in the covers as well. Rees comes in and bowls. That's uppish, but safe square on the offside. Sliding stop through the legs. Will it get to the rope?
Yes.
Well, I think it does. And in the end, honesty comes into play. That's been Naeem, beg your pardon. Yusuf bin Naeem, who made a bit of a mess of that.
Yes.
And it's a 4.
He's not the first youngster to make a bit of a mess of fielding today.
And Roderick moves to 61, so 92 for 1. No, they've had their problems out there in the deep, some of them, haven't they?
He's a good fielder as well. That's a bit of a surprise.
Not too sure what the delay is.
It's Zach Chappell up at, it's almost like a gully.
And
That was a short, fine leg.
yeah, it goes quite fine there. Rees around the wicket, in bowls and down the leg side, and it's a wide. After all that, all the change in the field, and it's a leg side wide. So, now we had this situation a little bit in the Derbyshire innings, and you make very quick judgments. You think to yourself, Derbyshire are going along really nicely here with the bat, and it changed. Your feeling right now, Fletch, is that it's all going very well for the Rapids.
And it needs to change.
Quite quickly. Rees bowls and that's pushed back by Roderick. It does only take a couple of wickets sometimes, don't you? Or a couple of really, well, I say a couple, probably in this situation, 3 or 4 difficult, I'm going to say 3 or 4, better overs, not scoring the run, some sort of pressure, but right now it just looks a little bit easy and comfortable.
Rates pushing 6th that they're scoring at, requiring under 5.
Around the wicket, Rees again, and pushed up to Samit Patel, who comes in from the long-on boundary and ends relatively quiet period of the game now, as these runs are just being ticked off, really. 94 for 1, Roderick on 62 from 58, Jones is 15 from 26. All nice and steady. Pollock made 11. He was bowled by Zach Chappell, who gave Derbyshire something to work with here, with some late order runs in that first innings of the game. But they're going to require some magic from Samit or somebody, maybe Samit Patel right now with his second over.
Manager off the field is Harry Kame. Which is why Nick Potts is up as Samit comes in and bowls the first ball of a new over that's guided by Roderick out towards Potts on the backward point boundary. They go through for a single. Roderick moves to 63 from 59 deliveries, 95 for 1. 166 to win. Samit's in again, bowls a quicker, flatter delivery, pushed out into the offside. Nicely fielded by David Lloyd on the tumble. Samit tosses himself a catch, blows into his hand. It's all just what he does. It's not cold out there as he bowls, and this one is driven up towards long off by Jones for the agreed single. Zach Chappell fields it, sends it in on the second bounce.
Would you do that sort of bit sweaty, maybe that would dry your hands a little bit?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. He's in the end bowls to Roderick, who just clips that into the leg side. They're going to go through for a single. Papillon will have a shy at the striker's end, but misses. Jones had got there in plenty of time in any case. Roderick moves to 64, 97 for 1. It's a long way out to feel inevitable, so it shouldn't feel inevitable at the moment. Another 164 to win, but Derbyshire needs something here. Samet bowls, and it's played back to him by Jones. Jake Libby, Ethan Brooks, Rehan Davalath still to come as far as the out-and-out batters are concerned. This next delivery, I say out-and-out, Ethan Brooks bowled nicely before, and that one is defended. The final ball of the Samet Patel over, which conceded just the 3 runs, 2 overs for 8. He's got now. Roderick has 64, Jones 16, 97 for 1 after 17. So a third of the way near us. Makes no difference through the innings. And they're certainly got more than a third of the runs they require. They've got 97. They need another 164. And Zach Chappell's back.
I'm not surprised. They need something to happen, don't they? His first 4 overs, 1 for 17, mentioned before. He got rid of
one
one
over 12. That was an experiment that didn't quite have the desired effect, I think.
Yep.
Chappell, the only taker of a wicket so far. Ed Pollock bowled inside edge from a slower delivery for 11. Or what looked like a slower delivery.
Roderick's holding up proceedings here. He's taken most things off.
All right,
Not everything, thankfully. And thankfully, he's put it all back on again. Chappell. Bowls now, Yorker length from Chappell. He needs to conjure up something here for his team. As Fletcher's just said, it's ridiculous to be calling the game because a lot of runs still to be scored, of course. It's still 163. But there's a feeling about it. There's a feeling it's all a little bit too settled.
Yes.
And Chappell perhaps is the best hope at the moment. Certainly it's wickets they're looking for. Wickets, wickets, wickets. And Chappell is in a bowl, driven nice and straight. Too straight, though. It's pretty much at middle stump at the non-striker's end. So a tighter start here. This partnership, though, is 81 of 76 balls. No messing, really. Roderick it is facing. He's on 64. A lot of shouting, a lot of encouragement for Chappell. He turns, runs from the city end. That's the far end from our commentary box. Bowls now. And use the wrist to try and angle the ball away, work it away, but can't get it past. Backward point. Where we are in the match will be that this pair will know that actually if Chappell is bowling, I think, half decent, there's no need to be doing anything about it. Just go with the flow at the moment. You can't have too many of those. But then again, how many overs has he bowled already? It's into his 5th. He's got a few overs left, of course, but comes in past. Lampard bowls and real effort ball. Could be a problem here. Roderick will have to turn around and get back into his ground. Real screech of get back, I imagine. Or no. I mean, that's pretty much Roderick's call when it goes square just in front. But the no came from his colleague Rob Jones at the other end. He says, I thought we were getting on quite well. Roderick's on 64. Again, settles over his bat, and Zach Chappell will bowl to him. And you can tell when he's bowling because he makes quite the noise. But fended off. So you can just tell, body language. You even got Roderick going off for a bit of a walk here now, that this is a bit different from Chappell. It's a little bit more trouble, a bit more jeopardy here right now. However, what are they going to do about things at this end? That's why they need to keep it up at this end now. If you can get rid of one of this pair, of course, would be terrific. He's currently bowling to Roderick and bowls an outside edge to Pavlon with the throw down in front of us, and that's 1 run, and that is the end of the over. So he's going to keep the strikers, Roderick, having moved to 65, not out. 98 for 1 after 18 overs, trailed by 162. Good start with the bat for Derbyshire. Slowed up, then lost wickets, and then had a good finish as well to their innings. However, as it stands at the moment, and we thought, I think, most generous comment really, the halfway was competitive as a target. Rapids are going along nicely.
Just 3 overs off the previous Samet Patel over and 1 run off that over from Zach Chappell. That's exactly what Derbyshire have got to do. Roderick on strike as Samet begins a new over, turned into the leg side, fielded by Connors, catching mid-wicket. David Lloyd on the other side at extra cover. Pat Brown in there as well as Samet. He's in bowls Roderick, who goes back and to a shorter delivery, guides it down towards excuse me, the point boundary where it's fielded by Nick Potts, who is still on for Harry Kane, who ordinarily would not have been bowling. I think it's fair to say he does bowl, but Samet in again, bowls to Jones, who's beaten by one outside the off stump. I haven't seen the ball go past the bat for a while, so it was very exciting to see it happen there, but he didn't get the edge. Nicely taken by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. 99 for one. Samet's in again, bowls, he goes back and cuts it nicely. Fielded there by David Lloyd at point. Red ball skipper with the two elbow protectors on, and probably needed them both. And now we've got a slip, and it is David Lloyd. 2 balls of the 19th over to go. Samet's in, bowls to Jones. Again, that was a flatter, quicker delivery that's pushed along the ground up towards Lewis Rees at long off. Single is taken, 2 off the over so far. The 100 comes up for Worcestershire to a smattering, I think it's fair to say, of applause and no more.
From the travelling.
I think so, yes, I think so. Samet's in, Roderick. Oh, he's beaten by that one. He tried to push it out into the offside and it went underneath his bat. Either way, he managed to keep it away from his stumps, and it's a good over from Samet. So in the last 3 overs, they've conceded just 6 runs, and as a result, the run rate and the required rate are starting to meet again. It's that simple, cricket, isn't it? Stop the flow of runs, frustrate the batters, and if you don't get your rewards, at least they're going to have to start taking some chances later on. At the moment, Worcestershire need to take no chances. They're 100 for one after 19 overs.
And that's the problem for Derbyshire. They don't need to take those chances. So these lads could get through their overs, not go for very many, but still not get any reward for it. But Chappell is bowling well. He bowls short with an extra grunt to Jones, and Jones looks back around as if to say, well, that's a decent ball, but what on earth was that noise?
I don't think he does it every single. I mean, he's got a voice that carries a mile, Zach Chappell. Quite often you can hear him when he's fielding down at the far end of the ground. I think he only grunts, a bit like Sam Connors grunts with the effort ball. Now, sometimes there'll be a double bluff and he'll grunt and it's not an effort ball, just to try and fool the batter. It's all very clever, this game.
Width. Caught brilliantly. What a catch. An amazing piece of fielding. Jones has gone. Caught a backward point. Chappell has got his reward on keeping it tight. And it's Sam Connors who takes the catch. That is terrific work. Brilliant. What a good catch. Needed it. That, hopefully, from a Derbyshire point of view, will give them life, because they were looking just a little bit flat out there. That really is going to give them some spark. 100 for 2 of the Rapids. Still need another 160. This in the 20th over.
That was an astonishing catch by Sam Connors. Low down to his left, barely an inch above the ground. And Rob Jones, understandably, taking an age to get off the field. He can barely believe it, I think. It looked, to all intents and purposes, like it was going to race away for 4. Sam Connors, and nonchalant as you like. I love it when a fielder does that. Just stood up and tossed the ball away. Yep, thanks very much. That's why I'm here. 100 for 2, 161 more required. 19.2 overs gone. Wow, that was impressive. Something for me to tell there. Look at that. They've just shown the replay on the big screen. Pat Brown's reaction. Very, very impressive. He started running towards Sam Connors and then thought, no, I'll go and congratulate Zach Chappell first. I think it was more to do with the catch than the delivery.
Well, I thought exactly the same issue. However, the way that he has gone off to the bowler, I just wonder whether there have been talks of plans.
A plan, yeah, they like a plan, don't they, bowlers?
Well, they've just been talking about, his weakness and so forth.
It's lovely when a plan works.
Libby. Here's the new batter there. 100 for 2 then. 2 balls into this 20th over. Now will things turn around? Will Derbyshire really get back up on top? That's surely given them a lift. And it's given Chapel extra grunting volume as well.
Bit noisier out there. The body language is much, much better, isn't it? The ball's being whizzed around the outfield. And
instant pickup. Instant, yeah.
They needed it, though. My word, did they need it.
Could change quite quickly, though. Libby, along with Roderick. Roderick 66 off 69.
Samet and Libby will have played together. I think Zach Chapel and Libby will have played together, aren't they?
At Nottinghamshire, Chapel comes in now to bowl to Libby. That's worked away behind square on the one side. There's just one run. That's in the 23rd. There is a very good chance. Chapel, of course, started at Leicestershire.
Yes.
Could it be that just as he arrived at Trent Bridge, that Libby shot off to Worcester? Not because he didn't like the fact that Chapel had just arrived there, but it may have just been a short period of time with those two together, whereas Chapel and Patel definitely would have been around the club there at Trent Bridge for a little bit of time.
Yeah, no question.
As Chapel comes into Roderick on 66, into the offside. But even Roderick, who's been playing really, really well for his 66 off 70 balls, he looks just not quite as comfortable up against Chapel, but he's still doing a terrific job. However, they will not want to be repeating what we saw from Harry Kane earlier, which was runs for Kane and wickets falling at the other end. And as I say, if not for the runs of Chapel late on, they wouldn't really have much to work with, but they have got something to work with. 101 for 2. 159 still needed as Chapel is in and bowls, and Roderick defends to Samit Patel. Looking around at mid-on. That's the end of that overs. That's 20 overs gone now. And applause for a very good over from Chapel, but more importantly, from the home side supporters' point of view and the home team's point of view, Chapel has picked up 2 for 19 from his 6 overs. And Rob Jones can be very dangerous. I'm not too sure as he really hit his straps in his innings here today, as we can and have seen Rob do, but good to get rid of him because it was looking just a little bit comfortable until we saw Chapel brought back into the attack, and we've got Samit Patel at this end as well. This now is asking a few questions of the visiting team. A run will be scored in the offside by Libby. So he'll move to 2 of 3 balls. And this is Patel bowling his 4th over at the moment. Comes in front of the umpire, round the wicket and bowls. Pushed, they have to be really quick here with the run, and that's a good direct hit and throw, but they are safely through. Lewis Rees with that left arm. Shy at the stumps. The run was completed, seeing Roderick to 67, 103 for 2. The 21st over. Sam sort of remarks his start of his run-up, which is only just a few yards around the wicket. Forces him deep, Libby, for a single. So I'll be keen just to get the board ticking along, but keep it nice and quiet, because there is just a little bit of pressure now, a bit of jeopardy upon this Rapids reply. Still, with those 2 wickets down at 104 on the board, the rate required still around about 5.3, 5.5. Take a look at this. This one is pushed back to Samit Patel and say the Rapids should be the happier of the 2 teams. However, they will know that they also took wickets and threw things up in the air just a little bit during that Derbyshire innings. A little punch and run again. Now they're going to take on that left arm of Lewis Rees, who misses this time. Got to be a little bit careful, because we just saw a moment or 2 ago just how good he is with that throw with the left arm. But they make the ground. It's 1 more to the total. Next ball bowled is defended into the offsides. The score 105 for 2. And Patel completes another over, gets through them quickly. 4 overs, 14 runs. Roderick's on 68 off 74. Libby 3 off 5. A partnership of 5 at the moment. And another 155 needed from the remaining 29 overs. So there's no problem with the run rate. That's all going on very nicely. Take a look at that board and you say there's no problem with the wickets column either. It's just with the sort of game we've had. You think you can read it, you think you know which way it's going, and then it sort of swings back the other way. Often games, when they pick up a sort of narrative like that, keep the same narrative. Sometimes it's because of the pitch or whatever. So game is not done and dusted yet, but Worcestershire Rapids should be fairly satisfied with the way things are going, despite the loss of those 2 wickets.
Pat Brown back into the attack to replace Chappell at the City end. He's in and bowls, and Roderick drives him away square on the offside for a single. First ball of the over, takes him on to 69. Yeah, I think from a Worcestershire point of view, Kevin, the one thing that they will have in mind is that their last 4 or 5 batters are fairly inexperienced and can't necessarily be relied upon. Brown in again and bowls, and a flashing drive from Libby, uncharacteristic, but gets away with it as he misses it, and it goes through to the keeper. Fateh Singh did play very well in the last game when he came in low down and got 60 odd, but Darley, Home, Hinley certainly not proper all-rounders, so they've got a fairly lengthy tail, let's say. Brown again into Libby. Libby just works this one away behind square on the leg side. He'll get a couple, I think, as fielding is done by. Just get my list and have a look who it is. Number 26 out there, don't know them all. It's, I can't find him. Is there a sub? Maybe there is. I don't know. Maybe I've read the number.
I think the name Nick
Potts.
I think Nick Potts is the.
That's who it is. That's why I was thrown. That's my excuse. They got 2 anyway. Libby goes to 5. 108 for 2. Brown short. Libby swats this one down to the same fielder, backward square leg. Almost like a little tennis smash down on top of the ball.
Seems very competitive between
Brown and Libby.
Yeah.
Yeah. By which you mean he's let him have a couple.
And full advice and commentary as he
Right,
runs past
yeah.
him down the other end as to how perhaps he played the shot.
Teammates last year, of course. 109 for 2 as he comes in again. Brown and bowls to Roderick. Clever change of pace from Pat Brown. And Roderick gets away with it. Little outside edge down to third man for a single. Hands on heads all round because Brown, to all intents and purposes, did his man there, but just got an edge on it. Connors loosening up at backward point where he took that brilliant catch a couple of overs ago. Probably going to come back into the attack. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16 in his opening spell, which is probably, for me, the best spell of bowling of the whole game. Sam Connors, in terms of challenging the batsman, went past the outside edge 5 or 6 times and really did ask some questions of the batters. Didn't get a wicket, but pulled off that brilliant catch a couple of overs ago. Here's Brown, 110 for 2. Last ball of the 22nd over. Libby just works it away on the onside. And there's no run. End of the over from Brown. Good from him. 4 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 28 so far. That's probably as good an over as he's bowled. And, well, it's anybody's game. 22 overs gone. 261 the original target. And the Rapids are 110 for 2.
It is anybody's game, but almost steady as it goes, and the Rapids will see themselves home here. They don't have to be busy out there, they just have to be alert. Just alert Roderick and Libby, and that in itself, because they're both talented, gifted, skilled batters.
One of them needs to stay in for most of the chase.
Yeah, but what you said, perhaps these two need to stay in for a little while longer.
Yeah. One of them all the way.
You called Connors to bowl, and that's exactly what he's doing, and this could be another problem, and Jake Libby has to quickly turn around and get back into his ground. The wind has whipped up a little here at Derby as well. They were explaining on the weather forecast this morning that we could get a new weather front coming in from the northwest. Well, here it is. Welcome. A bit of wind has picked up, but it's still predominantly blue skies and a nice afternoon here at Derby as Connors comes in to bowl to Roderick. Roderick's on 70 not out at the moment and defended 78 balls. 70, so 110 for 2. Just run through some more scores as well. They started in this group between Lancashire and Somerset in Taunton at 2 o'clock. Lancashire 137 for 5. They're all out for 99 here, of course. Had a horrific time with it. And not from a Derbyshire point of view, they loved it. But Lancashire really struggling, along with Surrey. Surrey struggling in their group. Lancashire bottom of Group A as well. And it's Sam Connors bowls a good length and angled down on the ball just outside the off stump down to third. So one more to the total. That makes it 111 for 2 in the 23rd over. Durham at 80 for 2 after 18 overs chasing 261. Yeah, so that's Chester Street. Durham 80 for 2 after Northants made 260. 19th over. Go to Group B in a moment as Connors turns again and comes in and bowls a shorter ball, which is played very nicely actually out of the grasp of Brown. He's very animated when he thinks the ball's going to come to him and it doesn't, fairly close, or just bounced awkwardly, maybe just in front of him, so they'll go through for 1. But you could see his frustration. 112 for 2 in the 23rd over. At Neath, Sussex made 200. Interesting game though, because Glamorgan are 5 down, 117 for 5 in the 24th over. Sam Connors bowls, and again enough width on that for experienced Roderick to guide it away for a single down to wide third. At Rugby, Warwickshire made 311 for 9. There was pretty exceptional batting from Chris Benjamin there, a 75 off 51, 6 fours and 4 sixes in that innings. I imagine that perhaps it's not the biggest ground, the biggest boundary. I guess that, it being an outground, but all the same, terrific knock from Benjamin. And Surrey 106 for 1, so they're off to a good start in the 22nd over. Short again into the body this time of Libby. Can't get it away, so he tried a couple there. That's hurt him just a little bit, Jake Libby. I think he's going to be okay. 113 for 2, Roderick on 72, Libby on 7. Another 147 needed. We've got 27 overs left which to get those runs. And at the end of that over from Connors, it means he's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 19. So I think there were 3 coming from that over from Sam Connors.
I think that got Libby in the box.
I wondered if it may have been that.
Judging by the way that he's
down on his
taking
knees.
a breath and the physio's coming out. He's there's a perception around the country that I've picked up on, and I think particularly in the East Midlands, particularly over at Trent Bridge, that Jake Libby doesn't like it up him a bit with the short ball. They sometimes say, I've seen him targeted, certainly by Stuart Broad at Trent Bridge a couple of years ago, and in recent times by other attacks that have copied the tactic, particularly in the red ball game. They'll put 2 men back on the catch and have a short leg maybe 7 or 8 yards back rather than close, and then pepper him from round the wicket. And it certainly seemed in that last over as though Connors had decided to bang it in short at him, and as you said, Pat Brown did it earlier on. He takes it on generally and backs himself, and he has played 2 or 3 very good hook shots today, but got that one where it hurt. Anyway, he's okay, he's recovered, he's non-striker. Pat Brown is into Roderick, and Roderick just characteristically plays this very late, steers it down to third man for a single, which takes him on to 73 and the total to 114 for 2. 261 the target. Run rate required is 5.5. Currently just under 5, so they've got to pick things up a little bit, as you would expect them to do. But as I say, I think one of these 2 batters needs to stick around for most of the rest of the innings. Ideally, if they're going to do it, Brown bowls. Libby works this up to Patel at mid-on. He's withdrawn himself from the attack side. Patel, 4 overs for 14. Fancying himself maybe to bowl at the end when the rookies are in, should that come about. But it's a good contest in prospect here in the sunshine at the Ancora County Ground at Derby. Pat Brown, formerly of Worcestershire,
in to bowl to Libby, who drives a half volley through the covers for 4. Just gets to the rope. Lovely shot actually from Libby. He doesn't overhit it, doesn't overextend himself, just punches it really and makes sure it goes in the gap between extra and mid-off. You don't get any more for hitting it 20 yards past the rope. It only has to just get there, and that one just about did. Takes Libby on to 11, 118 for 2.
Do you think he could play bowls, a crown green bowler?
He's got that.
Getting up
He's
to the jack.
very, very good golfer.
Well, there we are.
Brown in again, ball short, and takes on that pull shot. Doesn't time it properly, just kind of cloths it really behind square. Brown looks disgruntled because he sort of did him with a change of pace, but he gets another single, goes to 12. Yeah, he's the best golfer on the Worcestershire staff now that Tom Fell has gone. And I'm not quite sure whether his strength is in his putting or his other game, but it wouldn't surprise me.
The long putt.
He's also a very, very good snooker player. So maybe he has a sense of depth and weight of pass and so on that is better than most. I don't know. But he's a seriously good snooker player, apparently. Has a full-size table at home. Brown in, bowls to Roderick, works this one away on the leg side and fielded by Rees at mid-wicket, and there's no run. The men out, Pollock for 11, hit a 6, but then got an inside edge off the bowling of Chappell. Was bowled, and Rob Jones, uncertain really, Jones today, continuing in his kind of difficult patch. He's not found any kind of real consistency at the crease in recent months, and he was out for 17 off 35, albeit to a splendid catch by Sam Connors at backward point. Also of Zach Chappell, the only wicket taker so far, 2 for 19 from his 6 overs. Brown again, angular figure, right arm over, ball short to Roderick. Again, slightly slower short ball, but Roderick picked it this time, waited for it, and just helped it round the corner for a single. Means he keeps the strike. He goes to 74 to 120 for 2. A further 141 runs needed for victory.
Again, I have a feeling all too quickly that this... Just checking it's not my car before I carry on. It isn't. Got a feeling again that got a pair out there that are feeling okay about it. It's nice and steady from them at the moment. So again, they need to shake it up quite quickly here to Derbyshire. They shook it up with bringing Chappell back into the attack. Now Connors can do that. Now who's he up against first here? Roderick. Roderick on 74. Libby seemed to be the one that he was most enjoying the shorter stuff too. Libby has a bruise in a certain part of his body to show for it as well, possibly, as we see. Connors, really nearly gets an outside edge down onto the off stump, off down to the keeper. No close companion for the keeper. Backward point, down at third as well. You're going to feel that at deep backward point. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover. Square on that offside. Way out to our left-hand side here at Derby. Sun shining for Connors coming in. Bowling from the racecourse end. Up onto his toes. Nice full punch of the ball. Only be for a single. Bit of a tumbling stop there from Sawit Patel. Not initially clean to start off with. But gathers it quickly enough. So it's just the one. And the score to 121 for 2. Connors bowling in his 6th over. Considering himself perhaps a little unlucky not to have got a wicket yet. Just the 2 wickets to have gone. Chappell's 6 overs giving him 2 for 19. We talked about Connors and his career, how he needs to get it back on track again if he can. Well, let's see what he can do here this afternoon. Bowl short, and that is kept down. Again, taking it on fine is Libby, but this is a battle that Frank called. And Libby will move to 13 with just the one to come from that, but certainly one of the highlights of the day. You could say that there's only Matt Lamb's dismissal is a highlight of the day for the fact that both bat and ball went out there on the leg side, and I think both bat and ball were caught, but it was the catching of the ball that resulted in the end of Lamb. But Connors with that catch as well, just terrific, just half an hour ago or so, maybe less than that, 15, 20 minutes, terrific catch, diving, removing Rob Jones. There's a dot ball there as this one is just driven to Samit Patel on the offside from Roderick, who has played a really fantastic innings when you consider he's only faced 86 balls, scored 75 runs, and he's actually been pretty quiet in the last few overs. He just out of the trap, so obviously the power play is when you need to take advantage if you can. But he's currently on 75, and Connors is going to come in and bowl to him again. Again, short. The shorter balls from Connors, though, is bowling to Roderick. Doesn't quite seem to have the same venom as when they're bowling to Libby. So that word must have got out, but they're still trying something a little bit shorter to Roderick.
Well, they used to say, didn't they, that bowlers got together in the bar and chatted over things and said how to bowl at certain batsmen. These days, of course, it's all done by the analysts who send the bowlers little packages on their iPads and on their phones telling them where to bowl to people.
They do. Connors will come to bowl to Roderick again, runs away from us and driven straight to the fielder. That's Pat Brown, and that is completion of that over. So that's 6 overs for Connors. He's gone for 21 runs. And scored 122 for 2. Roderick 75 off 88. Libby 13 off 15. And a partnership of 22. They trail by 138. So the rate required is just over 5.5 at the moment. You do, but it therefore, to people of a certain age, i.e. my age, I'm even more delighted when I hear, certainly of Sam Cook or Jamie Porter, or maybe both at Essex, who keep a little book.
Yeah.
They write it all down.
And 2 cracking bowlers. I mean, those 2, for me, just exemplify the quality of county cricket, really, and unrecognised internationally to some extent. And it seems to me that, someone like Sam Cook, you're not missing any cricket, by the way, if you're listening and not watching because they're having a drinks break at the halfway point. Someone like Sam Cook, who's probably not going to get recognised at test level now, especially with the emphasis now on pace, which is what the current regime seems to favour. And I can see why, I can see what the thinking is, and seeing Gus Atkinson do so well the other day, you can see what the thinking is. But I can't help but think that Sam Cook was just born in the wrong decade, really, because a decade or 2 earlier he would have probably had a fairly decent test career playing test matches, even if he just played at home and made use of English conditions. But looks like he isn't going to get that recognition. But what a cracking bowler he's been and still is for Essex over the years, and Porter not much behind him, really.
There was so much talk, though, even amongst this current attitude and approach from England, that he may well get an opportunity, and a lot spoken, especially of him, on the decision announcement over Jimmy Anderson, and of course he's had an injury problem. He's back playing now, and he's involved with the 100 right now. But
I just think that this idea that it all seems to be aimed towards winning the Ashes in Australia, and you don't do that with English seamers. You do it with pace.
Yeah.
So Atkinson, Pennington, Tongue, if fit, etc., have been the sort of bowlers that they seem to be concentrating on. Mark Wood, obviously.
100%. Yeah.
And I can see the thinking in that, absolutely, if that's your goal. But I don't know. I just think that Connors, Cook is as good as many bowlers who in the past have had decent test careers. Yeah. Playing a lot of test cricket in this country, certainly.
I just wonder if he'll get the nod, because you still need a little bit of variation there. You can't have them all bowling the same, and he would offer that amongst those names you just mentioned.
Yeah, he would. But then, they'll have to blood him before they go to Australia if they're going to do that.
I just wonder how much of a change we'll see in this Sri Lankan test series, whether maybe he'll get a shot there,
Maybe. I just think he's a really good bowler. Really, very, very good operator, isn't he? Knows his strengths, knows what he can do, and very good at doing it, really.
And they don't think that, they seem to think, you can't keep Mark Wood going match in, match out. I just wonder whether Dylan Pennington will be like the reserve, like the stunt man.
Yeah. Body
Mark-
double.
Body double, that's more, yeah, not this time, but the body double
Yeah,
for Wood.
he's not quite as quick, but he's got a bit of pace. Dupavillon is back. Cricket is back. They've had their drinks.
Do you think he's got more pace in him?
I think Wood's got more pace.
No, Pennant, do you think there's more pace in him to be had?
I think he's produced a bit more this year, possibly. Dupavillon bowls down the leg side, wide called, 123 for 2. They say, don't they, that he's improved since he's gone to Notts, and Kevin Shine's been working with him. I'm not entirely sure about that. I think he was improving quite rapidly under the tutelage of Alan Richardson at Worcester last year. Had a really good end to the season last year, bowled very well as Worcestershire achieved promotion. And he's done well this year as well. There's Dupavillon in again, bowl short, and Libby swats this away on the onside, and I think he's not going to get 4, he's going to get 2 runs for it. Slightly lazy running perhaps by the 2, thought they might have got 3 there, but 2 taken. But yeah, I think he's and it's a shame he doesn't seem to have played any cricket in the last month or so. Dylan Pennington started the season well, and not playing in this competition for Notts, and called up by England obviously, and not played, so he's had a kind of pause to his season really. His Dupavillon bowls, and that one might well go for 4. It's over pitched on leg stump, and Libby just clips it away to the mid wicket boundary. 129 for 2. Libby goes to 19 off 17, and the Rapids need another 132 runs to win.
One thing I see here, just to remind us, I walked around the ground, you have this at Worcester as well, at the Diglis end, a long wall which basically tells the history of the club with pictures and wording. We've got here at the far end of the ground here as well. Terrific. The history of the club, history of Derbyshire.
Quite a new innovation at New Road, behind the Basil of Oliveira stand, as you say. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Dupavillon in, and just dropped on the onside by Libby, and there's no run. And I just think it's nice. I also particularly enjoy when I'm at Canterbury, Kevin, as I know you were quite recently.
Up the steps.
Up the steps, all the capped players in order.
Brilliant, yeah.
Beautiful. Even the very, very old capped players, they found pictures of them and
well,
put
the
them all
first
in
capped,
order.
I wrote it down because I talked about that when I was at Canterbury. I forget who it was now, but yeah. One right through to the very last.
Very good. Dupavillon in again, bowls, and Libby pulls. Again, they're not pitching much in Libby's half. Doesn't get a run this time. Picks out fielder at mid-wicket.
And on that walk, you pick out, right, so which was the period of time where I started, closely following Kent. And for me, it would be Steve Marsh.
Right, yeah.
And from there on, after that, I'm aware, obviously, some of the greats that went before him, but that would be the time that I started watching them more regularly.
Yeah. Well, for me, it was a different wicketkeeper. It was Alan Knott. I'm that bit older. Yeah. I've still got the handwritten letter that he wrote to me from the St Lawrence Ground, Canterbury, headed notepaper. This one Libby just pulls out of through to the keeper. And he sent me a signed photo, and I've still got it in a scrapbook. And I was delighted to... There's a little tribute to he and to Derek Underwood behind the one stand, and a beautiful framed painted portrait of Knott inside the pavilion there, which I also enjoyed seeing. But it's nice, isn't it, to go around the grounds and
I think
see these.
Yeah, they've got. Here behind that stand as well, the seating area. There's another. I don't know what you'd call it, but the likes of Holding and some of the greats are featured on that as well.
Dupavillon again bowls. Libby pushes out on the offside. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 129 for 2 off 26. 132 more runs needed.
Wicketkeeper with the big broad smile. That you see the smile 2 or 3 times because it's repeated 2 or 3 times behind that stand there. Not the history of the game. This is something else. But Bob Taylor, of course.
Yeah.
And another of my favourite cricketers, Carl Cricken.
Carl Cricken, who's a good friend of mine. Walked the length of Hadrian's Wall with Carl a few years ago, and we had a great time doing it. And a lot of people don't know, and even people of strong connections to Worcestershire don't know, his dad kept wicket for Worcestershire once.
Okay.
In the early 60s.
So this is Connors. in bowls again. Fairly short and punched into the offside, but Libby turns his back.
Currently running the Lancashire Academy, although he hasn't been well, so all the best to Cole Cricken. But coach here at Derbyshire, of course, when they got promoted a few years ago.
And don't forget Shropshire. He was
Absolutely.
also there as well.
Absolutely, he was after he left here. Yeah, great man.
Help see them through to promotion, of course, here at Derbyshire. This time it's Connors, bowls and angle down towards third on a miss field there. That's been just pushed into the boundary and into the boards. That's going to be a 4. It probably should have been stopped. Connors is not going to be best pleased with that. But it happens, and it just did. 133 for 2. So, Frank, I think you'll be coming here in a moment once the great Fletcher's sat down, taken his position, and gathered a few thoughts.
Carl Cricken, of course, there we are. Oh, you doing it like that, Carl Cricken, of course, is from Bolton, Horwich.
Next ball, full. We've all got a connection with Cricken. We wish him all the best. That's a lovely shot, that's going to be 4 runs. The bat of Roderick, he's looking every bit the man that's going to go onto the century. Oh, don't say that. Well, that's at the moment, that's what he's looking like. He's on 83, 137 for 2.
What you say isn't going to make any difference, Kevin.
Well, you say that.
With all due respect.
You say that, and with no respect.
To your greatness.
If ever the words with due respect comes out of anybody's mouth and you think, why did they bother, it's you. 137 for 2. We're midway through the 27th over, and that's played square on the offside. There should be no run, so Roderick remains on 83.
I'm sure you noticed, but at the 25 over mark,
no, I didn't.
Worcestershire were 122 for 2. Derbyshire were 125 for 2. Nothing in it.
When did you get up this morning? Because you're as sharp as can be. As sharp as can be, getting ready
at
for
about 20 past 5.
Yes, it was early.
Yes, it was
but at least the sun's up these days.
Yes, that's true.
Your Connors. Ball, and lovely flourish of the shot there from Roderick. It's going to be driven all the way for 4 out through deep extra cover. Lovely shot. As I say, he was very attacking, very forceful, as he should be in the early stages. Got the power play situation as the opener. It's been a little more steady. I'm not too sure he's ever looked anything other than assured out there, to be honest. And that really was assured. Lovely shot. Takes him to 87. 141 for 2, so Rapids now 119. The run rate is nearly down at 5, never mind over 5. It's just a bit over at the moment, but the Rapids again with this partnership building, with that driven for no run into the offside, have got 41 on the board, this pair, Roderick and Libby. And that's 27 overs gone, 141 for 2 in the run chase in this one-day cup, of which the context is 2 teams and a terrific start. What's going to give? Well, at the moment, looks like a Derbyshire they might have to give at the end of it all, but who knows?
30 ahead of Duckworth Lewis Stern Par score, which is on the scoreboard. I would say that when Derbyshire, as David Lloyd is now windmilling his arms, so we might see a bit of David Lloyd fairly soon. Derbyshire at one point at Northampton were 120 behind Duckworth Lewis and went on to win the game. Here's Du Pavillon from the City end, bowls to Libby, who clips that nicely out towards the mid-wicket boundary, where Nick Potts, the substitute fielder, does the filling. He's been on for a long, long time, so Harry Kane is clearly not coming back, I would suggest. One more to the total. Libby moves to 21, 42 for 2. Been another great day at the Olympics so far. Medals coming out of our ears. 3rd in the medal table, behind China and America. Remarkable. There's Du Pavillon again, bowling to Gareth Roderick on 87. It's a short delivery, and he guides it down to the right of Zach Chappell at third man for 4 runs. Derbyshire need to do something here. They sort of gave themselves a bit of a boost with that sensational Sam Connors catch. But since then, it's been relatively plain sailing for these two. Roderick's moved on to 91 now off 95 deliveries. Libby has 20 off 22. So 146 for 2, and the run rate has gone above the required rate once again. 2 balls bowled in this over from Du Pavillon. that one is driven by Roderick, but straight to Samit Patel. So I wonder what we're going to see David Lloyd bowl. Whether he bowl his medium pace or his off spin. Seen him bowl both in 1 over in the championship, which was very exciting earlier this season.
And somebody pulled an over the other day that was
Left hand,
half
right hand.
right. Yeah.
Amazing. The lad down at Glamorgan,
Imagine
wasn't it?
being able to do that. Incredible.
Well, Marie Kelly.
Yes, she told me that she can do that.
She can do it.
Yeah.
One of our T20
Yeah,
summarisers.
she did a day with us recently. Very, very good. I really enjoyed her company.
Exceptional,
Really
Marie.
good. Yeah.
Exceptional. She's in action this afternoon. As the Papillon bowls, turned into the leg side by Roderick, straight to Pat Brown.
Yeah, she was good. She was with us for a day of the championship game, and Kashif Ali did quite well. And she was telling us how well she knows him because her partner is Tom Brown, who runs the South Asian Cricket Academy. So she'd obviously played with Kashif and had quite a lot of time with him in practice and that sort of thing. So it was great to get her insight. She was really good. Fine player as well.
Absolutely. Playing with the Northern Superchargers at the moment. As this next delivery is edged down to third man for 4 runs off the bat of Gareth Roderick. I suppose he deserves a bit of luck in the 90s. He's moved to 95 off 98. And the 150's up for Worcestershire. 150 for 2 with 1 ball of the 28th over left. I say she's playing for the Northern Superchargers. She didn't play today.
She's in the squad.
Yes, she has been playing but didn't play today. So hopefully that's merely a bit of rotation.
David Lloyd just bowled a ball down to mid-off that turned square on the outfield, so I think he might be about to bowl some
Well,
off spin.
He's very keen on improving his spin bowling, and I don't know whether they were having me on or not, but I was chatting to him and Alex Thompson, who said they were both going out to spin school in India in the winter. If David Lloyd can turn himself into a proper spin bowler, that would be very useful indeed. 150 for 2, 1 ball of the 28th over to go, and Dupavillon to bowl it. He's in now, and that one is turned away down towards fine leg for 4 more. And Darren Dupavillon's day goes from disappointing to even more disappointing. 5 overs for 39. He bowled superbly against Middlesex. It hasn't been his day today. Sam Connors 7 overs for 33. Pat Brown 5 overs for 35. So it makes sense if they're thinking about a bit of a spin option, because Samit's bowled 4 overs for 14. And now I think you've been calling them the Worcestershire Brains Trust. It's the Derbyshire Brains Trust having a chat. Pat Brown, Samit Patel and a Brooke Guest as to exactly what they can do here, because quite frankly they need to do something. Dupavillon's still kicking at the ground. He remains frustrated, but here comes Samit again. 4 overs for 14.
It's interesting, isn't it? Players having 2 strings to their bow in the sense of bowling spin and bowling seam, and David Lloyd is one. There used to be quite a few bowlers who could do a bit of both, and it's much less common than it used to be. Just break off as Patel starts his new over. Long ball, skids on a little bit, almost caught Libby out as he went back, just jammed the bat down on it. And there's no run. Patel, tidy as ever so far. Gets through his overs really quickly. 4 or 5 pace run up, bowls. Libby pushes back up the pitch. Bowler does his own fielding. And there's no run. I'm reading a book at the moment about the England MCC Tour of Australia in 1955. Patel bowls, and again it's blocked. And there are 2 or 3 bowlers in that side that could bowl either spin or seam. And I was so taken aback when I read it. I had to sort of check it, but absolutely the case. Don't ask me the names, I can't remember. Pushed out on the offside this one, and a misfield by Pat Brown. Unusual for him. He's very annoyed with himself, and they get a single. So Libby on 99, Libby on 21, Roderick on 99, off 99 balls, facing Patel. Has a look at the field. Waits, Patel is in, bowls, and Roderick works it away on the onside. Might have thought about taking one, but Connors moves sharply to his right at mid-wicket. and there's no chance of a run. So 1 ball in the over. Can he do it this ball? Patel in bowls, slightly shorter, and he can do it. He works it around the onside. It's an excellent 100 from Gareth Rodriguez, second of the competition so far. Got one in the first game as well. Takes off his helmet, raises his bat, and acknowledges the applause from the dressing room and from a section of Worcestershire supporters I could see at the far end who are on their feet. So good work from Gareth Rodriguez, 100 of 101 balls, and it's included 17 fours, and he's played extremely well. He's held things together. It's 156 for 2. They need another 105 to win, and 29 overs gone.
Even paced as well. The first 50, 51 balls. The second 50, 50 balls. 9 fours in his first century and 8 in his second. So a very even paced century from Gareth Rodriguez, who appears at this stage, it has to be said, to be steering Worcestershire to victory. It is David Lloyd who bowls a short delivery. That's horrible. And Roderick turns it into the leg side just for a single.
There are some balls that can only be described as horrible, aren't they?
That wasn't great.
We saw a couple earlier as well, didn't we?
That wasn't great at all. He's better than that, as they say. He's in now and bowls, and that's not much better. And it's been pulled into the leg side for 4.
Sunday afternoon stuff, that.
That wasn't great either. He needs to give it a bit of air or something, but not bowl like that.
The thing is, you only need an over or two of filth, don't you, to get yourself right behind the 8 ball in this situation. You'll get a wicket now.
Lloyd in. That one is, lifted into the leg side. It's going to go over the fielder's head. Is it? No, it doesn't carry. Well, I think it did carry, but it isn't taken by Nick Potts out there, a backward square leg. It's gone for 4. Potts racing around the boundary's edge, diving full length, but couldn't take it in.
I'll tell you what I find amusing is when a bowler bowls an absolute half-tracker like that, and then it almost produces a catch, and he looks gutted with the fielder that he's missed it. It didn't deserve a wicket.
Next delivery turned into the leg side by Libby, nicely fielded by Lewis Rees, and they take a single. 166 for 2 now. The required rate's down to 4.7. The run rate is above 5.5. In comes Lloyd again and bowls, gives that one the chance to turn. And it's pushed up towards Dupavalon at mid-off, and there's no run.
Interesting that he's going round the wicket, isn't it?
Yes, he's got to do an awful lot, hasn't he? He's in again and bowls. That one's a full toss on leg stump, and it goes past Pat Brown. Past Sam Connors, I beg your pardon. Out to Pat Brown. And they finish off. Did they take a single there?
Yeah.
They did. And Roderick keeps the strike, 102. Libby has 30. Partnership already 67 off 64. 167 for 2 with 20 overs remaining, and this is the point at which you always double the score. We said that in the Derbyshire innings. They were 143 for 3 after 30 overs. So Worcestershire very firmly in the driving seat here. Zach Chappell just has a sneaky little look at the scoreboard over his right shoulder.
Loosening up as if he might be introduced soon. So that one from Lloyd, producing 11 runs, not an ideal start. We might have picked up a wicket with that one that just cleared the fielder's head. Patel, meanwhile, starts a new over and is driven up to mid-off, long off by Gareth Rodriguez, who is on 103. His second 100 in 3 games in this competition. Key man in an inexperienced side. Patel bowls again. Libby is forward defensively, pushing out on the offside. Libby is on 30, the 2 men out. Pollock for 11 and Jones for 17. Patel again. Past umpire Vilgent bowls, and Libby is again forward and pushing back at the pitch. So Patel in his 6th over, so far gone for 17. I predicted 30, I think, for his 10. Bowls again. Libby gives himself room this time, hammers this off the back foot. It's a very good shot. It's gone for 4. That's clever batting from Libby. Patel just bowling the same ball, really, as he'd bowled
and produced a couple of defensive shots from Libby, and the batsman giving himself room and throwing his hands through it and driving it through extra cover. 172 for 2. Libby goes to 34. Patel adjusts the field. Moves his third man a bit wider. Pat Brown a bit straighter at extra cover. He's in and bowls. And Libby just works this on the onside to Connors at short mid-wicket. Sun has, just faded a little bit. Still a bright afternoon as Patel bowls again, and this is quicker. Just dropped on the onside by Libby. End of the over. 172 for 2. The Rapids need another 89 runs to win. Roderick is on 103. Libby is on 34. The partnership is 72. And as you said, Fletch, Derbyshire desperately need a wicket, and in searching for it, they are turning again to Pat Brown, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the 2 overs bowled by Lewis Rees and David Lloyd, it went for 23 between them. So that can't carry on, those kind of numbers. Zach Chappell is keeping himself as stretched as he possibly can down below us. He doesn't tend to stiffen up quite quickly. That is good news. No scene set. 2:45 anymore in sports scene on a Saturday afternoon. I hate, that's the one bit I really hate. 172 for 2 then. Here comes Pat Brown in search of wickets. Derbyshire. Roderick turns the first delivery of the new over into the leg side, where it's fielded by Matt Lamb. And
What do you hate, Fletch?
They do a scene set at 2:45.
Pre-football kickoff or something.
Kickoffs.
Yeah.
I absolutely hate them.
Yeah.
It's the one thing I've never liked.
Oh, the corner flags are in, the goal nets are up,
Yeah.
the crowd are filing in. Yeah. This is still called the Pirelli.
It is.
Yeah.
Brown in, balls to Roderick, who guides it down to Chappell at third man for a single. 104 now to Roderick. 173 for 2 in the 32nd over. Chasing 261 to
It's a neat little ground, isn't it?
Neat is a good way of describing it. Yeah.
Is it? I mean, it serves its purpose. I've been there a couple of times as a
Past it
spectator.
about 5,500, something like that.
I remember going to the old ground, actually.
Yes, Eaton Park.
yeah.
Oh, it's had a wonderful wooden stand.
Yeah.
Brian Clough used to sit in the front row. Brown bowls, defended by Libby, out into the offside. So fielded by David Lloyd. This is Brown's 6th over.
I remember watching John Gale dominate things for Burton a little bit for a period of time in the 80s. He then went on to play for Wimbledon in the First Division. Big, strong midfielder. Well, you had to be, didn't you, to play for Wimbledon?
I think probably did, yes. Yes, they were known for it. Brown bowls, defended by Libby, straight back to him, no run. Zach Chappell has another look at the scoreboard down below us in those very fine sun specs that he's wearing.
Good from Brown so far this over, I think.
Yes.
Will not want to go to the boundary in the next 2 deliveries.
But a little expensive. 5 overs and 4 balls for 36. Chappell by far the best of the bowlers. 6 overs, 2 for 19. Come to a point where Samit has to bring him back. As Brown is in from the city and bowls a full toss that's clipped into the leg side by Libby. Potts is out there. The substitute fielder keeps them down to a single.
I approve of this idea of the substitute wearing a white floppy hat.
It helps, doesn't it? Yes, it helps.
Should bring it in for every team in every competition.
David Griffin sitting on the seats by the steps that the players come down, no doubt, having clicked Roderick's celebration of his century. As Brown is in to bowl to Roderick, who plays the ball straight back down the ground, just to the right of Pat Brown and almost through umpire Milnes, who did really well to get out of the way of that. That was a very straight drive, and in fact, Roderick goes up and apologises to the umpire. I don't think he's really got any need to do that, but just to make sure he was congratulating probably for getting out of the way.
Gave him a little punch like you do to your partner, didn't you?
Well, thanks for getting out of the way, otherwise it wouldn't have been a 4. 178 for 2 at the end of the over. 18 to go then. 83 runs required.
Good from Roderick, 108 now off 108 balls. And Brown, as I said, 2 balls left, trying to get out of the over, actually conceded 5 runs off those 2. Samit Patel to continue. 6 overs so far for 21 from him. Bowling to Jake Libby. And Libby on the back foot, drives out on the offside for a single. Partnership between these two, 79 now since that brilliant Sam Connors catch. Said that one of them needed to stay in for the most part of the innings if Worcestershire were to win. I'd stand by that, but good partnership. Just need to keep their heads now. Patel changes the field, moving the 12th man a little bit squarer as he comes in to bowl to Roderick, who's driving straight down the ground. Patel half stops down to his right, deflects the ball up to Chappell at mid-on, and there's no run. Sun's got stronger again since I said it has faded a little. As Patel bowls, and that's expertly played by Roderick. He's a very good sweeper of the ball, and I think he picked the ball coming on with the arm and got down inside it and swept it in the air, but very safely. 1 bounce 4 to backward square leg, and moves on to 112, 183 for 2. And Samit Patel, 6.5 overs, no wicket for 26 so far. Slip still in place. He comes in and bowls, and Roderick sweeps again, and again sweeps expertly, this time over the top of the ball, but he does play it very, very well, and it's another boundary. So runs leaking a little bit now from a Derbyshire point of view, and when they're leaking off Samit Patel, then that is probably a bit of a worry.
Well, they need wickets. They probably need 4 wickets very, very quickly here just to give themselves a chance, Derbyshire, because Gareth Roderick has been imperious, hasn't he? 116 off 111.
Patel again bowls, and Roderick clips this to Connors at mid-wicket, and there's no run. They've done it in a measured way, these two, haven't they? They haven't done anything particularly risky. Haven't hit the ball in the air at all, really. Apart from that one. Oh, and that's well bowled by Patel. Quicker, arm ball, and Roderick giving himself room, almost bowled off stump, having missed it, taken by the wicketkeeper. There was that one that David Lloyd dropped down and Libby hit just over the fielder, but generally speaking, they've done it in a fairly measured and controlled way, these two, in this partnership of 87 off 82 balls. It's 187 for 2.
Samit Patel, Pat Brown and Brooke Guest continue their discussions about exactly how Derbyshire are going to get themselves back into this game. Quite frankly, it doesn't look like they're going to, but I did say that at Wantage Road, so once bitten, I suppose.
Yeah, anything can happen. And it is I'm not just saying it. You've got Ethan Brooks in next. After that, you are into players who haven't played more than 3 or 4 games, to be honest, in first team cricket. Every one of them. Davalath, Khan, Singh, Hinley, Home, Darley. They're not exactly household names, are they?
No, indeed.
So you could, if you got the skids under them, anything could happen. Which is why I think one of these two needs to stay in.
Wagstaff's just been for a net, not playing in this game. And here comes Pat Brown bowling to Jake Libby, who's on 36, and it's a short delivery that will almost. Oh no, it's not a no ball. I thought it was going to be signalled no ball.
They're going to target him again, looking to try and get him to fend one up in the air on the leg side.
David Lloyd is in there for that. There's a man on the square leg boundary and a man at long leg as well, should he decide, Libby, to take it on.
And if it's off stump and he's fetching it, then you've also got Reese in at sort of shortish mid-wicket. It's a definite ploy.
Here comes Brown again in bowls. That one is pitched up and driven out to the cover boundary for 4, well, the point boundary really, for 4 runs.
I've talked to Libby about it, Fletch. You know, so does it bother you, and you know that you're kind of being targeted in that way? Because I think some batters might take it personally and be in some way disorientated by it. He said, I'm perfectly happy with it. I know it's out there, but I'm confident in my ability to take it on. And I think that probably helps if you don't feel too disturbed by it. But I can understand why it might upset some batsmen to be targeted in a certain way.
He's got a run of ball 40. Brown bowls to a fuller delivery that's pushed up towards mid-off. Pavilion fields, but they scamper through for a comfortable enough single. Libby moves to 41. That 192 for 2. 69 more runs to win, 16 and a half overs in which to get them. I know who I'd rather beat. 1 or 2 people making for the exit, the far end of the ground. Not sure I'd leave, but I know who I'd rather be. Zach Chappell is indeed warming up down below us now, just increasing the number of stretches that he's doing. In comes Pat Brown. Bowls a length delivery to Roderick, who pushes that one out into the offside. It's fielded by Bin Naeem. And they go through for another single, 193 for 2. With the first hiccup in Derbyshire's one-day cup season, I don't think we should throw any babies out with the bathwater. Just haven't quite been at it today. Just lost those wickets at bad times, didn't this? Indifferent shots. Matt Lamb was a little unlucky. Samit didn't play a particularly good shot. Yusuf Bin Naeem, the pin dropped on 0, and then was caught on 4. Around the wicket comes Pat Brown. Short delivery. That'll be a no ball.
Oh, it's got to be.
Yeah, it's signalled no ball. I don't think there was much doubt about that one. 195 for 2. 2 balls of this over to go and 16 more, which ordinarily would be around an hour. I don't think it'll be an hour before this game's over. One way or the other. Although I know which way it'll be. I think we all have our suspicions. Libby waits. Brown bowls. Full delivery to it. Just clips it away off his pads out towards Lewis Rees, who's down at long leg. Pick up a single. The ball is just sort of tossed down to the other end of the field. Zach Chappell offers some encouragement. 196 for 2. He's tying his shoelaces up now. There's a surefire side he's coming up to bowl. Good grief. Tranmere have signed former Burton player Amari Patrick. I'm sure that's a good idea. Here comes Pat Brown. Bowls. That one is beaten into the offside by Roderick for a single out towards Bin Naeem. He moves to 118, 197 for 2 at the end of the over. They were getting all excited. He'd been playing as trialist A.
Oh, right.
So they tweeted trialist A, which had a line through it, like they crossed it out, and it turns out trialist A was Amari Patrick.
Where does he play? What position?
Oh, heaven only knows. Well, he's a winger,
Right.
really, but Burton played him as a front man, and he didn't have a particularly good time at Burton Albion. It's fair to say.
Zach Chappell's warm-up. He's just done 10 press-ups.
Yeah, on his
Very
side. As well,
impressive.
just those on his side. Those press-ups are the one that get me.
Gosh. Strong as an ox. 197 for 2. Samit Patel to begin his 8th over. And Roderick has gone big and taken him all the way. That's the biggest 6 of the day. That's gone way, way over long on. About 15 yards over the rope. Gareth Roderick had made his mind up. He kind of walked across before Samit Patel even let go of that. And he brings up the 200. Makes a mockery of my suggestion that Patel would bowl his 10 overs for less than 30. It's 203 for 2. Roderick goes to 124 for 116 balls. Quietly, a very, very fine innings. And Worcestershire now need 58 more. Patel bowls again. 57 more now as Roderick drives that
up to long off. Very, very good knock from the Worcestershire wicket-keeper batsman. 125 off 117 balls now. Patel to Libby. Bowls and Libby drives out on the offside. They'll get 2 at least. They'll settle for 2. Good fielding by 12th man. And total goes on to 206 for 2. I think even in their wildest dreams, Worcestershire wouldn't have thought that they'd be in this position in the first few overs when Sam Connors was going past the bat quite regularly. Patel bowls, quicker delivery, worked away on the leg side by Libby for a single. So, good stuff from this pair. The 100 partnership is well and truly up, 107 now. That was brought up with that 6 from Roderick off the first ball of this over. Patel again bowls, slower, and Roderick fetches it from outside off stump back over the bowler's head for 4 more. So very, very confident stuff from the former Gloucestershire man. Here Gareth Roderick now very much established after a difficult start to his time at New Road. Took a good year or so for him to settle. He had a few ups and downs in that time. A lot of people suggesting that he'd only been signed because he was Alex Gidman's former teammate and all that sort of rubbish. Well and truly proved what a fine player he is since then. 211 for 2. He's on 129 now. As Patel bowls again, and he's just solidly forward, pushing that out on the onside. End of the over from Samit Patel. 8 overs, no means no wicket for 44 for him. And Worcestershire needing another 50 to win. 211 for 2, 15 overs left.
So Pat Brown's leaving the field, having finished his spell. It's Anuj Dal who's on. First time Anuj Dal's been on a cricket field for Derbyshire for at least a month.
It's madness.
I've said he's been missing for personal reasons, but is now back, which is good to see. Didn't play much, if any, T20 cricket. Anuj Dal, and it is Zach Chappell who's back. I might have to ask you to help me out here for a moment.
No problem. It's I wouldn't say it's last throw of the dice, but you can see what Patel's
getting
doing
there,
here.
isn't it?
Yeah. Get me a wicket, please, Zach. Strides in from the city end and bowls, and big grunt as he lets go of the ball, and Jake Libby just pushes it out on the onside. And there is no run. 2 men out in this Worcestershire innings then. 16 for 1 in the 5th over when Ed Pollock was bowled by Chappell for 11. 100 for 2 in the 20th over when Rob Jones was caught brilliantly by Sam Connors at backward point, also off Zach Chappell for 17. But since then, excellent stuff from this 3rd wicket pair, Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby. Chappell bowls, and excellent stuff from Libby here as he clips this one away on the onside, and he's going to pick up 3 runs. It's a good piece of work out on the boundary by the 12th man, but they are back for a 3rd, and Worcestershire now bring the target down below 50. 47 more runs needed. Jake Libby's gone to 48 off 47. And in this glorious evening sunshine here at the Ancora County Ground, Derby, Worcestershire Rapids hoping to bring up a 3rd victory in 3 and to put an end to Derbyshire's run of victories. They've won 3 out of 3 before this, which would put Worcestershire up to the top of the table, despite the fact that they are an incredibly young and inexperienced side. I don't know what the stats are on that. I'll just break off as Chappell bowls again to Roderick, who clips this one away on the onside just for a single. In fact, there's a misfield out on the boundary and they come back for 2. Poor cricket, I'm afraid, from Derbyshire on that occasion. 216 for 2 now. Yeah, I don't know what the stats are in terms of number of appearances, but I doubt that Worcestershire have ever fielded a side in a List A competition where
so many players have got so little experience because, as I say, from almost number 5 down, break offers. Chapel bowls again, clipped away on the onside by Roderick. Runs are coming thick and fast now, as Fletch suggested they might. And 2 more added off this one. But as I say, virtually from about 5 down, they consist of players that have just basically got into the first team and have zero experience, maybe 3 games, 4 games each. But they've done themselves proud today, and they've been helped particularly by the senior players, particularly these 2 most experienced players in the side who've done a great job. So far added 118. Chapel is in again and bowls full toss, which clipped away by Roderick. Busiest man on the ground is the 12th man out there, who, remind me again who it is?
Nick Potts.
Oh, Nick Potts, and he's fielded virtually every ball in this over. He must be exhausted.
He won't be doing any running after the game, will he?
He won't have to go out and do a warm down like the subs do in football.
He might be having an ice bath.
2 more. 2 more for Roderick. 135 now to him.
Made a single appearance this season, Potts. But
He's got to earn his money somehow.
I'll say.
Chapel in again, bowls, and Roderick plays defensively and solidly out on the onside. I always like to see that as a coach or a captain or whatever. If somebody's taken a lot of runs off and over, and last ball, don't give it away, just get behind it and show that you're intending to stick around. And he is. He's still there. 135 to Roderick, 48 to Libby. The partnership 120 off 101 balls. Worcestershire need 41 more to win. They're 220 for 2. And Sam Connors is also being reintroduced into the attack.
Yeah, required rate less than 3 and over now. The good news for Bradders is, who's just sent me a message that the traffic on the Sir Frank Whittle Road is absolutely fine, Bradders. And if you know, you know.
Yeah.
Bless him, Bradders got in a right old mess. And he was describing the road last season, I think, if not the season before. It's moving freely on the Sir Frank Whittle Road. Here's Sam Connors then. 220 for 2. He's got 3 overs left, Connors. And his first delivery is clipped into the leg side over the head of Lewis Rees, and it's been chased down by Matt Lamb. They'll come back for 2. It wasn't a million miles away from Lewis Rees, but far enough that Libby picks up the 2 runs he requires for a 48-ball half century. And he has batted really nicely.
Yeah, well,
skipper.
He played a massive role in the win over Durham when he got 89 and held things together, a very sticky start. So, continuing a decent campaign for him.
6 fours. In comes Connors and bowls, and Libby defends. Straight to David Lloyd, who had 1 over for 11. Lewis Rees had 1 over for 12. Derbyshire have used 7 bowlers, and not much has worked, in all honesty. Zach Chappell's bowled nicely, 2 for 28 from his 7. Nobody else has got a wicket. Derbyshire's 100% start is about to end. Ahead of 2 very tricky away games at Taunton and Southampton as Connors bowls. Libby drives straight to Samet, who has a shot at the stumps. Roderick had got back into his ground. Samet just keeping the batters honest, or at least that's what he would tell you. I'm not sure even if that had hit the stumps, it probably would have gone away for overthrows, which is always the risk. He certainly wouldn't have been out. Gareth Roderick, 222 for 2. Connors bowls, that's turned the slower delivery into the leg side. Bin Naeem races around to do the fielding, I think. Go through for a comfortable single. Libby moves to 51. A run a ball, 51. The partnership, 123 off 105. After that hope had been given to Derbyshire by a stunning catch by Sam Connors. Managed to get down to his left, despite the hair that he's currently sporting. It's a terrific mullet. This ball is pushed to the offside by Roderick. Straight to David Lloyd. Some kind of throw at the stumps. I'm not entirely sure what that was about.
Been a fair amount of hairism in your commentary today.
You've got to talk about something, Frank. Haven't you? You've got to talk about something.
The bald 11 against the mullet 11 would be a good contest, wouldn't it? There are some shockers around at the moment.
There's a lot of mullets, though, in there. And goes Connors and bowls. That one has been driven straight back over his head, down the ground once, twice bouncing before it goes over the boundary rope. Really nice shot from Gareth Roderick, who now has equalled his career best score in List A cricket. In fact, he's gone past it, 139. It was 137, his previous high score in List A. So he's now got a new List A best score. Worcestershire move on to 227 for 2. They have 13 overs in which to get the 34 runs they require.
Yeah, they're cruising, aren't they now? These two, 127 the partnership off 107 deliveries. And, well, Gareth Roderick career best, and I doubt he's ever played better. He played and missed a few times early on at Connors. Other than that, he hasn't given a chance. And he's hit some glorious drives straight down the ground, and a couple of really expertly played sweeps as well. It's been a very, very competent innings. And I'm sure he'd love to see it through now, be on the field for the whole game, having kept wicket. Quite an effort, testing the fitness. Worcestershire have a day off tomorrow, but then they're at Northampton on Sunday. Chappell starts a new over, and Libby defends on the back foot. There's no run. And then they have Kent at home on Wednesday, and then down to Taunton next Sunday, I think. Is it Sunday? Friday, next Friday down to Taunton. So a busy few days. Not as busy as it would be if they were playing Championship cricket, of course.
No.
Zach Chappell from the city end to Libby. And Libby drives beautifully through the covers. Is that going to go all the way? I think it is. Yes, it is. It's kept the fielder interested all the way to the rope. Yusuf Ban Naeem chasing after it, but timed nicely by Libby, who's been, in many ways as fluent as Roderick, really. 55 off 53, perhaps not quite so eye-catching, but continuing his excellent form. And these two, at the moment, cruising as Worcestershire close in on victory. 31 more runs needed, 30 runs more needed. Chappell into Libby again. And Libby is taken on the pad by this one. Big appeal, but it looked a bit high to me.
Looked right to me.
He's rubbing his thigh. Not that high. That's Zach Chappell. I suppose clutching at straws at this stage. 231 for 2, Worcestershire. I'd say one thing, Fletch, regardless of the scores or anything else, I think it's been a really good surface, this. Had good carry. Batsmen have been able to play shots with a little bit of turn for the wrist spinner, certainly. Good pitch. Really good pitch. Chappell again. Into bowl. Short. Libby swivels round on it. Took the pace off it a bit, Chappell. It's kind of slower bouncer, and he just had to wait for it, Libby. Just sort of helped it round, really, for a single. And try and hit it too hard. 232 for 2. Earlier today, Derbyshire put into bat 260 all out. 2 balls to go in the final over when they lost their last wicket. Zach Chappell it was who was out. He was 48 at the end of the innings off 33 balls. Other top scorer was Harry Kame, 71 off 104. Chappell again in. Roderick walks across his stumps a little bit, drives square on the offside for a single. And for Worcestershire, Jack Home, youngster, in just his 3rd game, I think it is, 3rd or 4th, 6 for 51. Best List A figures from a Worcestershire bowler for 19 years, I think. Fantastic day for him. A bit of a mixture, but 6 for 51 off 7.4 overs. Great start he's made to his career. There's Chappell again into bowl to Libby. Just pushes out on the offside. Takes a single.
Nicely fielded by Connors. Throws at the stumps of the non-strikers end. Ball hits Libby as he runs through. Keeps the strike at the end of the over. 234 for 2. Roderick 140. Libby 57. Worcestershire need a further 27 runs to win. And they have 12 overs in which to get them.
Yeah, nipper.
Squeaky bum time.
Yeah, possibly not. Possibly not. 27 to win, 12 overs in which to get them. 234 for 2. It's been a very fine batting performance from Gareth Roderick, from Jake Libby. 100 for 2 to 234 for 2. Connors begins a new over. That ball is just stroked up towards mid-on. A tumbling stop by Matt Lamb, but the batters get through for a single. 235 for 2. We're now at the stage in a one-day game where everybody knows the result, but we have to carry on until the bitter end. There's nothing worse. In goes Connors, but there we are. Bowls, and that one is guided very nicely. It's a good half stop. There's Anuj Dahl in action. Good half stop by Dahl. Roderick picks up another single and moves to 141, 236 for 2, 25 more required now by Worcestershire to make it 3 out of 3 and join Derbyshire at the top of the table. But we'll almost certainly have a better net run rate, I would have thought. I think they had a better net run rate anyway.
Yeah.
Derbyshire's will go down, Worcestershire's will go up, and Derbyshire will be knocked off top spot. In goes Connors and bowls a full delivery that's clipped into the leg side. Nicely stopped there by Lewis Rees. Libby on strike. The BBC table doesn't have the net run rate, of course, but the one on Cricket Info does. And going into this game, Derbyshire's net run rate was 1.4. Worcestershire's was 2.8. So they will improve on that. And goes Connors again and bowls a short of a length delivery that doesn't really get up. Libby deals well with it, turns it into the leg side. There's a throw from Yusuf bin Naeem that is not 100% accurate, and the batters get through comfortably for 2 in the end. And Roderick moves to 141, 237 for 2. The next 2 matches for Derbyshire away at Somerset, who started the day in 3rd, and then away to Hampshire, who started the day in 4th. I think we'll know after those 2 games whether they have realistic hopes of getting through to the knockout stages. Connors is in and bowls. That's defended by Roderick back to Sam Connors, and there is no run, and they finish against currently 5th place Kent here at Derby before a trip to Durham. So the 3 teams that they've beaten, and I don't want to detract from what they've done so far in this competition. Middlesex, Northamptonshire and Lancashire, who are currently 7th, 8th and 9th in the table. Connors in and bowls. That one is driven very pleasantly by Roderick. Samit Patel moves to his left to field, but can't prevent the single from being taken. 238 for 2. Roderick to 142 and pinches the strike, because that was the last ball of Sam Connors' 9th over. 9 overs for 44. They've got an hour to bowl 11 overs. Even Derbyshire couldn't make that last an hour. And the fact that Worcestershire only need 22 runs means that they will not need 11 overs to complete victory here at the county ground this afternoon. A very quiet county ground, and I was going to say rapidly emptying. It's certainly emptying. Rapidly might be over-egging it, but people have decided. They know the result as well, and they're going to make an early dart.
Zach Chappell to continue from the city end. Bowls to Libby, just pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, it's been a good effort from Worcestershire. Young attack, working hard, not without problems, but sticking at it, and helped by 1 or 2, as you said, Fletch. Slightly casual dismissals, you could say, from Derbyshire batsmen, all out for 260. Could have got more at one stage, we thought they would. Could have got less at one stage, we were pretty sure they would. Chapel bowls, clipped away on the onside by Libby. That's going to go all the way for 4, just getting over the rope now. Lovely shot, 243 for 2. And then the young bowlers have had the luxury of being able to sit back and watch 2 senior players take responsibility for the run chase and put together this outstanding partnership, which has nearly got them there now. Need just a further 18. I think Alan Richardson and Joe Leach, the Worcestershire coaching staff for this game, will be pretty happy
Absolutely.
with the way things have gone.
Roderick's 141, the high score by a Worcestershire player against Derbyshire in the state cricket.
There you go. Chapel bowls. Libby turns this on the onside, and there's no run. And he made 100 in the first game that Worcestershire played as well. 115 against Middlesex, which is a massive win. They bowled, they scored 371 for 3, bowled Middlesex out for just 188. So good from him. Libby 89 in the last game and 65 not out here. Also in good touch.
I'll read you the list in a minute. It's quite impressive.
Yeah. Chapel in, bowl short, left alone, called wide in fact by umpire Milnes.
Phil Weston 134 in 2001. Ricky Vessels 130 in 2019.
Yeah, that was in 60 balls.
That was a remarkable knock.
Yeah.
Graham Hick 127 not out in 95, and Jake Libby himself 126 2 seasons ago.
Yeah. Remember that one. Also remember Cashy Valley here last year. Played a magnificent innings, didn't he? I think he got 100. It might have been 90. Chapel bowls blocked by Libby out on the offside. 244 for 2 then. Roderick 141, Jake Libby 65. Partnership 144, just the 2 men out. Pollock 11 and Jones for 17. Worcestershire on the verge.
Battle's 47 ball century. 11 sixes.
When was that? Vessels, yeah.
It was,
He was capable of doing that. Wasn't he? It was when he used to come in red ball cricket at about number 6, and you were 40 for 4, and then just start blasting it around that really caught the eye. This one blocked out by Libby on the offside. No need to do anything heroic. Just see it through now for these 2. Chapel, the sole wicket taker, 2 for 40 in his 9th. Connor's, for me, probably been the best of the bowlers. No wicket for 45. Certainly doesn't look like it. But his early spell, anyway, his first 4 overs, I think, were probably as good as we've seen from anybody today. And Roderick had a bit of luck in those first few overs, but he's made it pay, that's for sure. Libby blocks this last ball. End of the over. From Chapel, no breakthrough. Worcestershire needs 17.
10 overs. So they won't need 10 overs. I think we can safely say that. It's going to be Sam Connors to bowl his 10th and final over. Dick Peville on 5 overs for 39. Pat Brown 7 overs for 51. Samet 8 overs for 44. Lewis Rees and David Lloyd bowled an over each. Rees's went for 12. Lloyd's went for 11. Zach Chappell 2 for 40 from 9 overs. Samit Patel might need to call on one more bowler, as Matt Lamb is told to go out at long on. Of course, we're into the final phase of the game now with 40 overs gone. One extra man allowed outside the circle, and goes Connors and bowls. That one is pushed by Roderick to where Matt Lamb had been, on the edge of the circle, and they go through for a comfortable single as he has to come in from the boundary to do the fielding. Roderick moves to 142, 245 for 2. Roderick now deserves to be there when the winning runs are scored, if not scoring them himself. I'm sure that won't be uppermost in his mind, but staying out there might be. Libby on strike now as Connors is in and bowls to him, and he leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Excellent the leave in the 41st over.
Yeah.
A man in the pinkest pink shirt I think I've ever seen goes across the car park away to our left.
Oh, gosh.
How pink's that?
I didn't know you could get that pink.
That
do
is
you?
very pink.
Luminous pink. The only thing I can remember being that pink was socks in the 70s
Yes.
that we used to wear illegally at school.
I'm not sure it was against the law, as this one.
School law. I remember a great occasion where a friend of mine, whose name I'd never forget, John Parker, he was wearing a pair of socks that they weren't pink like that, they were luminous yellow. And he deliberately sat at the back of the class and pulled his trousers up so the teacher could see them. And the teacher said, "Parker, what brilliant socks." And he said, "Thank you, sir, I'm glad you like them." He said, "I don't like them, but they're brilliant." A Latin teacher, a pedant.
2:45 for 2. Next delivery from Connors is pushed into the offside by Libby as this death by 1,000 cuts continues.
Yeah, it is a bit like that now, isn't it? There's a bit of tiredness about the Derbyshire body language now, isn't there?
Yes, they're going to pick themselves up for another game on Sunday. I assume they'll travel tomorrow.
To Taunton, yeah.
Unless they risk the motorways of Great Britain on it.
They'll have a day off, won't they? They'll probably won't want to practice tomorrow and then get there early on Sunday morning.
Yes. Oh, Connors bowls, and this one is an attempted pull by Libby that pulls the ball straight into his toe. The ball goes nowhere except straight into the ground. Another dot ball. 2:45 for 2 it remains, 16 to win.
Why would you wear a shirt that pink? Why? I can't. There must be.
Unless it's a replica of a football team, because they do tend to wear shocking colours, don't they, like that?
So bright.
Certainly couldn't miss it. Connors is in, bowls to Libby, pushes this one out into the offside. David Lloyd threatens to throw the ball, stumps at the non-striker's end. He didn't throw it. Sam Connors finishes his 10 overs. Connors 10 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 46.
He's bowled better than that, I think, to be fair. But maybe he hasn't. He certainly bowled quite well early on. Maybe not so well in the middle. And then he finished off quite well. Du Pavillon to come on at the City end, which suggests that we're not probably going to see any more of Zach Chappell. 2 for 40 from his 9.
I don't think there's any need to flog these players.
No,
Now we know the result.
Save it for Sunday.
He's bowled 9. Samet warming up.
Du Pavillon in, straight, rapid approach bowls, and Roderick plays that deft little dab down to third man. Plays it so well, very late, and he's played it considerably frequently this afternoon. Picks up another single, moves on to 143. Super knock from the Worcestershire keeper. 246 for 2 now. The Rapids need 15 more. Cruising towards victory. Partnership now 146. Du Pavillon to bowl to Libby. And Libby on the back foot plays back up the pitch to the bowler. And there's no run. The field spread fairly far and wide. 2 men saving one in front of the wicket on the offside, 1 on the leg side. Backward point also saving 1, and then mid-off and mid-on just inside the circle. Man out on boundary on either side, and man down at long leg as well. Third man down below us. Yeah, just stepped off the field. Matt Lamb just coming back on. Stepped out of my sight. There's Du Pavillon. In again, bowls, and Libby just works this one away on the onside. Excellent fielding by Anajdahl, mid-wicket. Sprightly, hasn't been on there for very long. Good tumbling stop, jump and throw, but they got a single. 247 for 2. Du Pavillon hasn't been perhaps at his best today. You're saying he bowled really quickly the other day.
He did.
Fletch,
Bowled well.
Not
3 wickets.
Didn't really got hit any rhythm today. But none of the Derbyshire bowlers have, to be fair. He's in again now and bowls, and Roderick drives into the offside. And there's no run.
David Lloyd always looks like he's going to throw the ball at the stumps, then always sort of throws
Doesn't-
his head
yeah.
back as though to say, well, nobody was
Nobody's
backing
back-
up.
Yeah. There's somebody who's been a captain, isn't it? For a while at Glamorgan.
Well, he's a red ball captain here, of
Yeah.
course. So,
Is he?
yeah.
Yeah.
Summit was the T20 captain
Yeah.
and Ross Wiley
Yeah.
the 50
Ross
over.
was
but
going to be the 50 over captain, yeah.
just the one game.
Pavilon, and again, bowls, and slower ball. Nicely bowled, actually, just took the pace off it, and Nanajadal, the substitute, comes round and does another athletic piece of fielding, sliding in, underarming the ball at the stumps as Roderick got through. If he'd have hit, there might have been a decision for umpire Milnes to make. He didn't hit, and Roderick is through for a single. You don't want to run yourself out when you've been out there all day. Just stick around till the end. 144 now to him. They're limping there a little bit, Worcestershire, having cruised along for so long. They need a further 13 runs. De Pavilon to Libby bowls, and Libby drives, but straight to Darlot, mid-wicket. And there's no run. End of the over. 8 left, 13 required, 248 for 2.
Mitch Wagstaff brings out the helmet for Brooke Guest. That's the name I was searching for there. I have no idea why I was searching for it. Just had one of those moments.
Well, it happens, doesn't it? I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, and a drink as well for Sam Connors. Played in the first game of the competition, but not since. And Samit to come on. He's got a couple of overs left up his sleeve, Samit Patel. Only short sleeves, so there wasn't much room for anything but Samit Patel in his, up his sleeve. 248 for 2. Samit bowls. Back goes Roderick and pushes the ball out into the offside. There's a misfield that's a second misfield by Pat Brown. You don't see one very often. You almost never see two. 250 up for Worcestershire, and they need 11. Again, a smattering for the 250. Samit's in, bowls, and back goes Roderick, pushes it out into the offside. David Lloyd will field. Roderick moves to 147 off 133. 251 for 2. 10 to win. Next deliveries is pushed by Jake Libby out into the offside for a single, out towards Pat Brown once again. Libby got about his business very nicely, moves to 67 off 76. The 150 partnership comes up as well, with the 250 coming up, of course, because they were 100 for 2. Samit bowls, and that one is played off the back foot up towards Matt Lamb, long on by Gareth Roderick, who moves to 148. Get to 150, which isn't really a milestone, but is. Next delivery turned into the leg side by Libby, and there's no run. Dowell fields. One ball of the 9th, Samit Patel over to go. Then he's got to work out who's going to bowl the next over from the City end, as he bowls a loopy delivery that's driven back towards him by Libby. 5 runs off the over. 253 for 2 after 43, 7 left. We won't need those. Worcestershire need 8 to win now.
Yeah, and brilliant effort from Gareth Roderick in particular, I think. It'll be a toss-up, won't it, for player of the match, Jack Home, with 6 for 51. Given his inexperience, a remarkable return, but perhaps Libby, I beg your pardon, Roderick, has played the key role, the absolutely key role in producing this victory. He faces now as Du Pavilon bowls to him, and he works this one away on the leg side. It's been a thoroughly professional job by these two, hasn't
Isn't it just, yeah, no question about it.
Even to the point now of not doing anything silly at the end. And I know it's been a bit tedious, but from their point of view, I think it's been very, very well executed. And they are the two most experienced players in the side.
and they've looked it, to be fair. There's Dupavillon again, bowls to Libby. Works this one away on the onside, uppishly, but safely for a single. Just nurdling it round now, these two. Both keen to still be there at the end. And it's been an altogether impressive performance from this young Worcestershire side to record a third successive victory before they head off to Wantage Road on Sunday.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Yeah.
Good look in that little room.
Yes. I quite like Wantage Road.
Oh, don't
in many
like
ways.
Wantage Road.
Yeah. Dupavillon again bowls, and another single for Roderick, tucked down to long leg to bring up his 150. And that's warmly applauded by most people in the ground, not just the Worcestershire fans, because it's a rare milestone in this form of cricket. Brilliant knock from him. 150 off 136 balls, 22 fours and a 6. Very, very well played. 5 more needed. Yeah, I like Wantage Road. It's got a character about it. A bit old-fashioned, I know, but I like it. And I like it on a night game when the lights are on. It reminds me. It used to be a football ground, of course.
Yes.
Dupavillon again bowls, and Libby just pushes this one out on the onside. Might have kept a little bit low. They've closed off the end of the ground that used to open out. It's where George Best got those 6 goals, didn't he, famously?
Yeah.
But I think when, it's the red brick streets around, isn't it? When the lights are on, you get a good atmosphere. And the commentary box is behind those seats, isn't it?
It's just very narrow.
Yeah. But it's, I still like, I quite like
And neither myself nor Andrew Radd are narrow. Afternoon, Radders.
Hello, Radders. How are you?
I think he'd probably agree
I'm
with me.
looking forward to working with him on Sunday.
The steps
Dupavillon
are a pain, though.
in again, bowls, and Libby again just working this one away on the onside. He'll get 1. Will he come back for 2? Anders Dahl is in pursuit. He's quick, but they get back for 2. Be silly to get run out at this point. So here we are. 3 more needed. 258 for 2. Fantastic partnership between these two. 158 so far since that Sam Connors catch, which was celebrated so vociferously and so joyously by Derbyshire, as they thought it got them right back into the game, but these two have put paid to any kind of doubt. Dupavillon again to bowl to Libby, and Libby is on the back foot defending out on the offside, and there's no run. End of the over. 3 needed. 258 for 2.
Confirmation, as if it were needed, of Gareth Roderick's 150, and further applause will follow. Quite right. 2. The other 2 scores in this group, Durham look like they're going to beat Northamptonshire at Chesterler Street. They need 27 runs in 51 deliveries with 5 wickets in hand. They're 234 for 5, chasing 261. And Lancashire have been bowled out for 218 by Somerset. Samet is in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. You need to take over here.
No, I don't.
Do you know?
No.
Okay, for a single. So 2 to win. Roderick moves to 151. Samet in again, bowls to Libby, who crashes this one out into the offside, and the scores are level. They're not going to be level for long, and in a moment Worcestershire will make it 3 out of 3. Samet tosses himself a catch. Fittingly, Roderick on strike, 151 not out, drives the ball straight back to Samet, and of course there's no run. Would have been perfect commentary.
Yeah.
If only they'd scored a run. Samet in. Yeah, Samet in bowls, and that one is driven out into the offside by Roderick, who hits the winning runs for Worcestershire. It's been a magnificent innings from him. 152 not out he finishes from 139 deliveries. Jake Libby, 71 from 83, and Worcestershire make it 3 wins out of 3 with an 8-wicket victory here at the county ground, and inflict a first defeat of the One Day Cup campaign on Derbyshire. Derbyshire go to Somerset and Hampshire before returning to play Kent here. Worcestershire, well, they play Northamptonshire on Sunday, looking as Derbyshire were today to make it 4 wins out of 4 to start the competition. It's been a relatively one-sided affair, ultimately, with only that late partnership between Dupavilon and Zach Chappell that put on 63, giving Derbyshire a respectable score. And Worcestershire win this one with 5 overs and 2 balls to spare.
Yeah, good win for Worcestershire. 2 career best performances. Jack Holmes 6 for 51 in the Derbyshire innings, and Gareth Roderick's career best 152 not out. The absolute cornerstone of the Worcestershire reply. A good pitch, good weather, and excellent cricket from the young, inexperienced Worcestershire side. Derbyshire will come again, I'm sure. Didn't quite get it right. You can't really put your finger on it, Fletch, where it went wrong, really. I suppose you can. You can say they didn't have enough partnerships. Nobody really got in with Harry Kane, and it relied on Zach Chappell's beef at the end to get them up to 260. And maybe Jack Holmes' figures flattered him a little bit. 6 for 51. Hindley bowled well, 2 for 38. I thought Singh bowled well, 1 for 48 from his 10. But all in all of that kind of rendered relatively insignificant by the excellence of that partnership between Roderick and Libby of 161 unbroken, and a fantastic win for the young Worcestershire side. And as you say, they go off to Northampton on Sunday with 3 wins out of 3.
Thank you very much. Our thanks, or my thanks, to Frank Watson and to Kevin Howells, who's still looking busy next door, even though he's clearly doing nothing. He's got his headphones on for no apparent reason. It's always good to see Kevin, always good to see Frank, and we will be back following our respective counties on Sunday. Thanks for your company as well, and we'll see you at the end of the weekend.